Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brendan Kane, and I do appreciate you for tuning on in on a lovely, lovely Sunday afternoon as we go here into spring, and hopefully in the Pacific Northwest, it's maybe hopefully starting to warm up for you guys up there. I know it takes a little bit of extra time, but we are deep into draft territory here, just mere couple weeks away from the draft completely coming to bloom finally. And so we're getting a better idea of things. We're kind of seeing where things sit. We understand where positional value is at in this draft, how strong or how weak the draft is. And so I wanted to do today, I always like to do this every year, kind of around this time, which is just trying to look at some ultimate sort of draft kind of truths, truths and misconceptions, if you will, from this draft a little bit. And things to maybe just be considering a little bit in your mind as we approach this draft. And probably I think what's going to be on, at the very least, John Schneider's mind, or a lot of these NFL GMs as they look at this draft and try to consider it for what it is. Because every draft is a unique one in itself. No draft is equally as strong as another draft. No draft is as equally weighted to certain positional groups as other drafts. It's a crazy variance every single year, all over the place, from up, down, left, right, weak, strong, and that's where you have to really individually look at every individual class because of this. It's all the more reason to look at all of these players individually and really, really try to unpack these. So I've got about 12 little items I wanted to go through here with you guys as I've looked at this draft, and just some things that stand out to me in this draft that I think are kind of interesting and really only make the draft that much more intriguing as we approach down and get closer to the day. With our Seahawks, of course, picking 5 times in the top 100. This is not merely just, we've got our normal segment of picks here, what we're going through. You've got more picks than anybody else in the top 100 here. So more of a potential to do more good damage than anybody else in the NFL. And we have seen, get a great draft class done right, you knock it out the park, and you can turn around your team's hopes and their fate and do it very fast at that as well. I have also today, before we get started here on a couple of these items I want to go through, just want to let you guys know if you want to look at my updated horizontal big board. I think I'm about 250 some odd in there as far as what I've evaluated and scouted in this draft, but I've got my big horizontal big board up and ready to go. So there are 2 links here down in the description section below. If you want to click either of those, click the link, just one. Click that link down there. That'll take you to my big board and show you where I'm kind of at on my evaluation of these guys. But let's, without further ado, get right into what I want to talk about today, which is some of these preconceived notions that might exist out there, or just things not being talked about as much out there. And there is no greater discussion point that's being raised here so far to start this out as we've approached this draft right from the start of things, and that being that it's a weak draft. The draft's not particularly strong this year. We're looking at hardly any talent. If you were to listen to some people out there, that it's just like, this is not the year you want to be having a 5 picks in the top 100. I would push back against this really heavily. I went back and did some research on my own horizontal boards from prior years and how many guys I had up in the second, third, or first round. And I've got to say, last year's draft to me on the surface of it looks much weaker. The one in 2020, the Devin Witherspoon draft there, and that would appear to be a bit of a weaker draft to me than this particular draft. So I don't know if we were just in a string of really, really weak drafts, or if in fact, this narrative is coming out of something more that is connected to the fact that there's not the positions of valor in this one. There's not those really sexy positions that people like, quarterback and wide receiver. You don't have a lot of those kind of big blue chip guys at the forefront. Teams that are going to be picking quarterbacks at the top of this draft are going to be having to kind of talk themselves into picking those guys. Guys are going to be elevated like never before, I think, in this draft to the quarterback position because of the need of the position, not because of the talent of it. But this then makes, I think, teams and people out there from a narrative standpoint go, well, it's weak because you're going to be reaching on guys because you don't like their, and that's more about the need of that position and how valuable that position is. Likewise, with wide receiver, we've gone through endless runs of years here where there's been great wide receiver talent kicked through draft after draft after draft. And so now you come into this one and the receiving talent just kind of looks okay. It's fine. It's not upper level like we've seen in recent years. And that's where people start to, ding the draft down, I think, more for those reasons. But where I would caution against this, and where I actually feel like it's not that way, and that it may be around average as a draft as far as strength go, but I think it's on the stronger average of side. It's on the more plus side of that realm of things. So it's maybe not one of the best drafts we've seen in 10 years, but it's definitely, to me, more pushing up in that upper positive side as far as overall strength goes. So I would like to try to just, bury this narrative right from the start, being that this is not a bad draft. Not a bad draft to have 5 picks in the top 100. I think it's bad for the quarterbacks, bad for the receivers. I will also say that I think it's probably bad for once you get into a round about 5, probably about 10 picks into round 5. It's a drop off. It's going to fall off to a considerable degree at that point. So get your work in, get it in while the sun's a-shining in this draft, because I do think after you get past 5th round, I'm piecing through some of these late round guys right now, and yeah, they're not the best. There's some big time holes in some of these guys' games that does stand out considerably. So be aware of that. Understand that this is actually going to be a better draft than people are selling it as being, and you can absolutely, with these 5 picks, turn around a lot of your fates here in the near and foreseeable and far future at that. Part of what I was talking about a second ago, another narrative coming off this class, and this one's actually one that's not incorrect. The quarterback class indeed does kind of suck. It's not as bad as the year where we had Malik Willis coming out and people were trying to talk. There were Hawk fans literally talking themselves into taking, who should we go with, Malik Willis or Matt Corral? With the number 10 overall pick, what's the better pick? I mean, both are basically home run selections. What's the better home run select? What one puts it up in the upper deck? Go, yeah, that was a tough class. Pickett going 20th overall to the Pittsburgh Steelers. That looks like a big, heavy reach at this point in time as well. And so you have a draft that's a little bit like that. This one is a little bit better. I'd like, Cam Ward certainly deserves to be into the first round place of things. I don't have a second round grade on him, but I understand him being there. Shadur's a guy that got a lot of controversy to him. But the thing with this quarterback class and the suck part is that it does come with a little bit of an asterisk to me. And that asterisk is, okay, at the top, yeah, it's not great, but it's got a lot more meat to the middle portions of it than many drafts I think I've seen in recent history. I think John would be fully willing to jump on a quarterback in the first round if the opportunity presented itself and he didn't have to trade a bundle of picks to get up there and go grab them. In lieu of that, I think he'd like to be taking a guy in probably the 2nd, 3rd, 4th round range of things, and if every year if he could. I don't think he's being lying when he tells fans that that's really what an intention is. He comes from the Pack organization that did that very thing. The problem is that the talent hasn't been there in recent years into the middle portions of the draft to make that jump on that particular guy. And so you could reach for some guy you don't really like, that you're not really feeling, and go overboard with it on that, or you can just stand pat and trust the value of your board at that, take a much better player. This is the one year where I do believe John, I've said for years on this, by the way, that I've been a guy every year coming in this draft, and people can back me up on this, been the channel, and saying, 2022, not the right time. 2023, not the right time. I literally had a whole show last year we built around on, yeah, there's all these great quarterbacks, but this is not going to be the year we're going to get one of them. And so I've been a guy that's been very hesitant to say this will be the year that we actually jump and go get a quarterback. This will be the year. Probably in the middle portions of the draft. I'm really hoping it's not day 2. Or if it's day 2, it's late day 2. But I do think you're going to be going for one of these quarterbacks in this draft that John's going to probably find one fanciful, and he's going to jump. And understandable this year versus other years because you're not reaching as high. You're getting a guy with actually some true talent. Russell Wilson was a true talent you got in the 3rd round. Yeah, there were some reasons why he dropped and dipped that wouldn't exist today. For instance, the height biases that existed throughout the league where if you were that size, you just couldn't be drafted. That's no longer in play, that kind of thing. But you can pick upon certain other advantages you can pick upon other teams are kind of not ignoring as well. Finding a similar guy kind of in the range has just got a different sort of way that he's cool in his own fashion like Russell was and what he brings. But the quarterback class, though it sucks at the top, it's not as bad into the middle portions. And I think you can find yourself some pretty good value in there potentially. That's saying something to the quarterback position because normally we're saying, you're stretching and you're reaching and you're twisting. The next thing on my list is that this is indeed, in my opinion, the best tight end class of the last 20 years. I can't tell you guys how weak this position tends to be in evaluating it every single year. I'm going through an endless scroll of Frankenstein monsters trying to run routes on the football field. It looks like that when they're playing. Just big men who at one point or another were told to just go on the field, and they're like, well, he's 6'7". We can just throw it up to him, and maybe he'll catch it. A lot of these guys coming through in recent years that just they maybe are functional for the position at that, but they're not giving you a lot of wow factor. In addition to it, they're rarely very good blockers too. So you're picking through a lot of stuff where it's like, oof, this guy kind of catches okay, and he doesn't block particularly good. This year, this is a Baskin and Robbins, 31 flavors, whatever you want to pick type of tight end that you could want to go with. Do you want the star potential that you got to go for early and go grab, who gives you the incredible upside like the Tyler Warren, like the Colston Loveland? Do you want this weird hybrid player that could fit into having, like, if you need a fullback, for instance, sound familiar, who can also do tight end stuff, who's a whale of a blocker, who's really young, just has a weird, freakish yak skill set to him, Harold Fannin. We want to go for some H-back guys that are just really long and they just have a really big catch radius and they can do the traditional tight end stuff, but they're also really good route runners with really soft hands. Gunnar Helm or Mason Taylor into that lane. Or you go down into like even a fourth round. Ferguson, Oregon, complete just yak monster, absolutely devastating down by the red zone. Jackson Hawes, probably the best blocking tight in this draft. Another guy who could definitely do fullback things if you wanted him to do it. Mitchell Evans, just an all-around old school kind of guy out of Notre Dame. They've kicked 15 of these guys out in my lifetime from that school. Elijah Arroyo from Miami, and he's a guy that's getting a lot of heat from some people who think he's maybe a second-round talent in how he moves and that his best football is actually still up ahead of him. But a guy that I've got even all down into the fourth round. So it is indeed the best tight end class in 20 years. And even guys into the fifth round, C.J. Dupree, Benjamin Urasic, Jalen Conyers, Jake Brenningstool, Caden Pricecorn, all of these guys could be functional NFL tight ends and could provide some value to the field in the long term. So you have them just peppered throughout this whole draft, wherever you could kind of want to go grab them a little bit. But it is an outstanding class. One of the reasons why I'm so heavily on board with saying that this is not as weak a class as everyone's saying. When you have a tight end class like this, when you have a running back class like that, when you have so many good interior offensive linemen, it's hard for me to pinpoint this down to being as weak as so many people are trying to kind of sell it as being necessarily. But great tight end class. I am fully expecting our Seattle Seahawks to come away with at the very least one. And it would not shock me for a guy in John Schneider who has double dipped through many recent drafts. Same draft you got Kobe Bryant, you went with Reek Woolen. You've done back-to-back receivers in recent years, 6th and 7th round. He will double dip on these kind of positions at times to make sure that he's fully addressed it. And in a draft this strong with this many tight ends, I could see him doing that here too. Number 18 for your Seattle Seahawks, the first round pick for your Seattle Seahawks, is kind of narrowing a little bit. What's made this draft tough is the fact that it seems to be so unpredictable right now at the top. We still can't even really fully slam in on Tennessee there at number one, taking a quarterback. It still may be traded. Maybe there's still a way one of these two quarterbacks drifts a little bit, a pick or two down on how it goes. It's very hard to still kind of pinpoint exactly the exact places these guys are going to go. But I do believe you're going to see at least 2 to maybe 3 quarterbacks taken before the Seattle Seahawks select. You're going to see a good number of, not a good number, but at least a good collection of offensive linemen. There's no way to me Armand Mebo last. There's no way to me a Josh Simmons last. Will Campbell is likely also off the board. Kelvin Banks might even be off the board by the time Seattle picks at this point. It would be, to me, more almost likely he goes than not because there's so much of a need. It's like how quarterback has so much of a need and what it drives picks to happen in these drafts, especially in the first round, where we don't have 3 quarterbacks who should be taking the top 10. That's not the way it should go, but it's the need that's driving that. Same thing with tackle. So let me give you an example of this. Teron Armstead, who plays for the Miami Dolphins, just retired today. That's their franchise left tackle that they spent a lot of money from New Orleans to bring in. He's out. So now there's a pretty good amount of certainty here that whatever tackle's sitting there looking him in the face there, and as we have far beyond free agency at this point, it's probably the guy that they're jumping on and they're going to be grabbing here. Maybe they wait to the second round, maybe. But I think you're much more likely at this point seeing them grab that. So this is why it's not, to me, a narrowing down to more of an alignment here. If we go to value, if we go to who's the highest on John's board when he comes up to pick, those guys are going to be likely to be either an edge, because there's so many good ones in this first round. Defensive tackle, like a Kenneth Grant, could be that kind of guy sitting there looking at that's just too good for them. And defensive tackle in particular is really strong in this draft. And then, of course, wide receiver, where the value could meet need there, where you have a need for a wide receiver. Couple of candidates that are being bandied about right now through the rumor mill on this one as far as wide receiver goes. But those would be the three positions I would tell you that you could probably lock into and say that they're the likely ones to come about when we get to draft day, if we don't trade back, that is. We just stand pat. That who looks like the value. I think you're going to get one extra QB taken. I think, and I can't say this for sure, but it's just a general instinct. One extra QB gets taken in that top 10. One or two extra tackles that we didn't necessarily know for certainty would go up in that top 18 place. They go as well. And this starts bumping down guys from that value board and that chart a little bit. So I would look for that to be the way that does play out for that one. Next up is a fun one for me, and I love trying to kind of chart drafting trends and where things are going, because obviously you want to try to be ahead of things more than you want to be behind things a little bit. And that's going to be what I'm going to label the Saquon Barkley, Jahmyr Gibbs effect. There's a little bit of this to a lesser degree that's also happening at the cornerback position, where a Brian Branch, a Devin Witherspoon, their success, their impact playing from slot, Branch does some safety stuff too within that, has really, I think, as a type of player, you can cover, you can kind of tackle like a linebacker, you got some ball skills in there too in addition to it. It sort of catches people's eye. So last year, we had, I think, 6 running backs with over 300 carries last year. That's the first time that's happened in a very long period of time. And so the trend towards running the ball is growing higher and higher. Why is it happening? Because that good old cover 2 shell. You stay in cover 2, you got your safeties 12 yards off the line of scrimmage, and their alignment and 12 yards off. Harder for them to come up and play the run as well, versus when you had the safety 14 yards, the free safety, and then you had your strong safety at about 8, 9. He's up there around more of the box. He can come in there and do more to help you out in the running game. Now, when you pull these guys back to a split shell, now your box is a little bit lighter. Now there's more opening to run. You can't throw as deep as much because you got those safeties back there playing it deep, but you can run the ball. That's the other part of this is with the cover 2 shell. Even though a lot of times they're spinning different coverages post snap from what they show you with the shell is still going to be cover 2 post snap about 40% of the time. So you have a lot of, we're already off the ball. We're dropping to depth off the ball immediately post snap. We just saw it was a run. Now we got to break off of our dropping to depth to now rally back up onto the ball and go make a tackle. This stuff opens the door to running the ball. We saw Saquon Barkley go off last year with the Eagles and have his best year behind the best offensive line in front of him. A game-changing talent at this point, knowing that the game is leading a little bit for the moment towards running the ball, and that this is taking more of a bigger onus of the offense up across the board, in all offenses, frankly, across the board in the NFL here in the last couple of years. I think this means that this is going to push the value of these guys up. And it's going to make teams really, kind of pick these guys higher than they ever have, I think, over the last 5 years. So let's go through just a couple of the names I want to mention on this. Genty, you're going to get a draft where we're going to get a top 10 running back taken. That doesn't happen but once every, 4 or 5 years? I think you're going to see there are at least 5 running backs taken in the first 2 rounds, which is also kind of a rarity. I think we're also going to get multiple first-round running backs at this point, maybe even as high as 3 first-round running backs in this draft. It's all but guaranteed Genty's going. Travion Henderson is the Jahmyr Gibbs effect player. Just exactly like Gibbs and kind of some of the production he's brought out of Ohio State. I think that they are a little bit different players, but there's too many things that are alike about them that's only going to elevate up the value of a guy like a Henderson. And I'm not a big Henderson guy necessarily, but I can't deny the fact that, look, Jahmyr Gibbs was a guy that a lot of people thought is kind of a reach, taking him at, what did the Lions take him at, like 12th overall in the first round? But yet he's been a tremendously productive player, and that's not going to diminish that kind of guy. That's not going to push that kind of guy deeper into a draft. That's only going to raise that guy up. If I've got a player that I can connect to that's like this guy, and this guy's had the success in this league at this time, that's only going to push in the guys right behind him that look kind of like semi-carbon copy-ish shish of them, which is what Travion Henderson is. Omari Hampton is also probably going to go in the first round, maybe early second. But you're going to see a lot of running backs go in this draft. And certain guys like to me, the Jahmyr Gibbs to the Travion Henderson one, for instance, is really going to be driven by that Gibbs effect. Another guy to look for that I've talked a lot, a lot of people are talking a lot about, but LaQuinn Allen, Bashawn Tootin, These kind of player types, Brashad Smith, these home run hitter types that you're not necessarily looking at as sort of the bell cow backs that are going to take the 20 carries a game. But on those 10 to 12 to 13 carries a game or 13 touches a game, they can be devastating. Devastating. This, I think, is going to push these kind of running back values up more in this draft than ever before. They're going to be picked higher than ever before. I think it's going to catch a lot of fans off guard where they're going to be like, well, I had that guy in like the 5th round. Why are you grabbing up here? Because it's a weapon. It's a weapon. It's the Saquon Barkley's going to be the bell cows, but then it's the weapons of the Jahmyr Gibbs types that are going to start to rise up more and more with all of these 17-game seasons and 2 Thursday night games where you need more of the stable of running backs than you need more of the rarity bell cow like you can find with a Saquon. My next one up here is a very interesting part that's jumping up to me in this draft that's very fun to kind of watch and see if John dives into this, because I think that John has dived into this category before. And what I mean by that is that you could get a steal in this draft through potentially injury. And there's a couple of guys that stand out to me that are not just kind of talents, if it were, but these would be guys that to me are, true potential, star potential guys. And what stands out to me is that there's just so many of them in this draft, and that there's been these players I've seen in recent drafts that have come through who are really uber talented. The injury happens, causes them to slip through. You know that they're probably going to be able to come back from that injury. It's not some crazy one where the tendon tears off the bone and they got 5% chance of it being what they were. This is actually one where all of these injuries on these guys I'm going to reference here in a second are all guys who should be able to come back off of this injury, who should be able to be back to full strength and reach back into that potential. And there's a couple places in this draft that they could fall into. It's everywhere on this one, I think, from 1st all the way to the 5th round on a couple of these guys I want to speak to. But you guys have heard me talk about Mykel Williams here, a guy I believe is a blue chip talent. He was dealing with multiple injuries throughout this whole year, depressed some of his overall production. And then he had an injury here through the combine. Excuse me. He had a injury through the combine, so he wasn't not combine, but the pro day. So he wasn't able to do his whole pro day stuff either. In addition to that, Will Johnson, prior year 2023, he looked to me like Patrick Surtain on tape. He comes back 24. He's injured through all the year, guts it out like Mykel Williams did. Is this a guy the NFL is going to ding for this? And they're going to allow a guy that is a blue chip talent to drop because they can't have the imagination to understand that he's going to get over this injury and that the 23 tape is what was the real deal about him on that side of it. But it doesn't stop here. Who could be maybe the best safety in this entire draft? Many are talking about Nick Emawari. Others of you are talking about Malachi Starks. Yeah, those guys are nice. Kevin Winston of Penn State might be the best safety in this draft. Had an outstanding, just a little bit like Johnson, had this outstanding 2023. I think he's injured in maybe the 2nd game of the season for Penn State for the full rest of the year. But this guy's an absolute monster on the field. Just a great player from the safety position. Another guy you could maybe get here that a little bit of one where his value's depressed. You're getting him because of that injury. If not, you wouldn't be able to have the chance to pick him where you're grabbing him. It's a big part of it. And the upside with these guys is real. That's the crazy part about all these guys. It's not just kind of moderate upside on some of these guys I'm mentioning here. These are all star talented players as far as the upside you could be getting with these steals. With the injury steals is what I guess I'll call them. Seth McLaughlin. He might be considered the best center in this entire draft out of Ohio State if he had played through the full year, if he wasn't coming off this major injury that he is. He was on his way to being that guy. Fits to this offense, tried and true. Hand to glove. Can do all of the mobility stuff. He's tenacious. He's like Frank Ragnow with all of Ragnow's phone booth. I can beat you up in close quarters combat stuff, to also pulling out in front and getting out in space and doing all of that stuff in addition to that. Probably going to be able to get him 4th, 5th round of this draft. Your starting center of the future. A guy with star potential at the position. And you're getting it because of the injury. Siobhan Ravel, a cornerback that is as talented as any cornerback in this draft. Was on his way, stop me if you've heard this one as well, was on his way to being one of the best at his position this year before injury struck him down. Big, long, athletic. He can change direction in a way that guys shouldn't be able to do at his size. And oh yeah, by the way, he's got great ball skills too. Star potential, probably could even get him into the 2nd round. But a guy that would have been a 1st rounder if not for that. And my last guy, another cornerback, Benjamin Morrison, Notre Dame, hip surgery, problem with his arm potentially a little bit there in addition to that. Another guy that looks like first-round talent on tape when you look at 2023. Where's the injuries at? Is it going to come back from it? Another guy with star potential, you get down into maybe the second round there, who's looks legit on tape when you watch him, if he can just come back from that injury side of it. So a unique part about this particular draft for me is there's so many players that had their value depressed by a final year where they weren't at 100%, but then that their upside is so high on these kind of guys in addition to it. And you might think, well, does John even want to jump on those kind of players? Is he willing to do that? Jackson Smith-Njigba. Tears it up in his sophomore campaign. Looks like a star, looks like a lock dead, no doubt about it. Top 10 pick. Comes back into the final year, plays about a game and a half. Hamstring injury robs him of the whole rest of his season. Drops all the way down to 20. How do you get one of the best slot wide receivers in the game at this point? How did you get what's going to probably be maybe we'll see on Puka. Puka came out of the draft too, but maybe you're going to get the best wide receiver in the draft at 20 because you're able to take advantage of having that imagination and looking at the situation going, he's going to get over this. He's going to be fine from this. We know what player we're going to get. The tape is true on him. It's not that I have been watching Jackson's sophomore year flashes. Will Johnson's 23 tape flashes. Benjamin Morrison's 23 tape flashes. It's not that I'm seeing flashes. I'm seeing them on a weekly basis dominate the competition. And then I have this next year where they're fighting through that injury. And that's a bit of the nature of football. That can happen. It's a violent sport, and it doesn't mean that just because you have that 1 year of injury, now you're shot, you're spent, you're kaput. You can come back from it. Jackson did. And this is a way that John can find some value in this draft at times. And if they do that, I would definitely say, at least you can react how you react, but I would definitely say I'll be in favor of it. Because this is what you want to be doing early on in the draft, is going for that upside, looking for those difference makers. That's something that this team definitely needs at this point. And much like with Jackson, this would be a way to augment that. Risk versus reward. One of my last couple as we wrap this up. Risk versus reward. Really the balance of where John's got to find himself in this draft at times, I think. Because there's guys from testing times to upsides to measurables to what they can tempt you with in those things I just talked about being flashes rather than true dominance. And where do you want to buy in on that at? Nick Emawari, Shamar Stewart types. Where am I willing to jump? Where am I not willing to jump on those guys? How much conviction do I really have that these guys are going to hit that upside? That's going to be true with them. That's the part with John that's going to be kind of interesting to watch in this draft, because he's not always been a guy in the past to me that's looked for the necessarily traits guy with the insane upside. He tends to want to see the production with it. And this will be a spot to kind of track and see if there's been some, I'm not even advocating that there should have been an adjustment on this, but just to see if he will adjust for it, because there are some real trait guys in this draft. From the wide receiver position, the cornerback position, to even safety, which is one that doesn't tend to push a lot of those type of guys out. You've got them kind of all across the board. But where do you want to balance that upside, that potential promise of an upside that they may or may not reach versus the floor a player provides on the other side of that in comparison? You know, when you're trying to decide this guy versus that guy, where do you make that balance at? Nick Emawari in the first round. Do you go away from that value of that edge? Do you go away from that value of that wide receiver because you do trust in that upside? Then how do you know that upside is going to be realized with the guy that's just had the good tape, where it is just the flashes? I think it's the hardest thing to do in the NFL when it comes down to the bottom line and evaluating these guys and figuring things out, is how to get to that conviction on guys who haven't shown it to you on tape, but have the goods. They have all of the ability in the world inside them to get to that upside of it. And you're going, well, you want to lean back and say, well, our coaching's so good, our development's so good. But I think some of it is to where John's run this in the past. You have to just kind of lean on the fact that I need to see the production on tape at college. I can't not see production at college and fall in love with traits and then kind of wonder why I'm not seeing the production on the NFL field, even though the traits are there. You want to see the production, I think, more than just traits. Spoke a little bit about the running back class. I talked about the tight end class being the deepest in 20 years. We're pretty much in running back heaven right now. This may be as deep a tight end class, if not even a deeper than the tight end class as far as running backs go. We've had a lot of good running back classes in certain recent years. So I don't know if I can go back and say it's been 20 years or whatever with that, but it's pretty doggone good. Multiple first rounders are going to go. I think you're going to have like 5 taken in the first 2 rounds, 6 taken in the first 2 rounds. And then a very big key on this one to pay attention to where John can jump as well in this draft is, by my estimation and by what I'm hearing right now, we're probably going to see into the later portions of the second round, into probably up to, all the way throughout the third round, in fact, a lot of the running backs going in that place. That's where the teams are all kind of pulling that trigger at that spot, which is really then going to potentially allow somebody to drop down. I know many are looking at the third round picks, the one we got back from Gino, and where we stand, and they're going, wow, they're kind of later third round picks. But this is what maybe helps out the value of where we're selecting there in the third round, is if we end up seeing 7, 8 running backs taken ahead of us in that third round, just in that spot alone, because so many of these teams love these backs so much, the Saquon Barkley effect, the Jahmyr Gibbs effect coming into play a bit, that then you're able to have that much better of a guy land in your lap there in the third round. So my strong prediction on this is that there's going to be that run in that late second throughout the third round, and that we're going to have more backs taken in that area of the draft than we have seen in, I think, 10 years. And that's where John can maybe kind of strike, or if he wants to move up at the right time, or kind of can trust in a guy's going to fall and dip down to them and anticipate a little bit that there's going to be that many backs taken, as I think that there will be. But much like with the tight ends on this one, what is your flavor? You want the bell cow Saquon-like guy and Genty? Do you want a guy that's maybe not quite, I think, the upside to Genty and bring the full skill set, but just as a hammer who can just absolutely go get you that 4 yards in a cloud of dust every time minimum, in the Mariam Hampton, a guy with also some upside there. You can get your Gibbs type. There's a bunch of those types that can be the third down type backs. I mean, even in Henderson, you have a guy that's just a depleter as far as in pass protection. You can get your weapon guys, as I spoke about on that collection of guys that are sort of the like Henderson light a little bit, where it's Quinn Allen, Bashan Tootin, Rashad Smith, guys that can be more into that just weapon touch range of things. Do you want your 49er robot backs? This is the backs we might be looking for now. I call them 49er robot backs because they want guys with certain size dimensions that move a certain speed, and they're not always looking for creativity or a lot of dancing or a lot of open field moves. They just want you to get there in a hurry and be able to keep your feet. Well, that's what you got in a guy like Quinshon Judkins. And there's a lot of those guys in this draft in addition to it. Guys that will just run hard, get downhill, bounce off contact, always falling forward, can be explosive to the spot, can run the full complement of the running game. So whatever you want running back, you can get it in this draft. And that's very unique. Definitely one of the stronger ones we've, I think, seen in recent memory. I think this is also another thing that fits to a little bit of historical norms for John Schneider, in that he is, historically speaking, tended to target into more of that third, fourth round range when he wants to take a running back. And we saw this with the Kobe Bryant Woolen one, where that was more fourth, fifth round, of course. But we have Shaquille Griffin a couple years ago into that sort of third round-ish range where they took that as well. Looks to me like in this draft, you do have 4 or 5 guys, depending on where the valuation is going to be on Will Johnson, Benjamin Morrison, Siobhan Revell. Depending on where you put those guys will depend on kind of if there's more taken up into that first, second round range of things. But I think you get more into the third, fourth round where the value feels right, where there's just a collection of guys that are really talented. They all kind of sit in about the same kind of spot in the draft in that area of things. Just takes one to kind of appeal to John or to Mike on this. It is a bit of a need, but third, fourth round seems like kind of the sweet spot to me. Let me see how many. I've got a bunch right now. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13. I got 15 guys right now in my cornerback range from the third to fourth round as far as my rating goes. And that's my personal one, but I do think that these guys are going to be probably similarly outlooked by the NFL to a degree, give or take a round or two here or there. And so that's the spot to expect, I think, Seattle to potentially jump in, is to go back that route again. Late third, fourth round, go get your corner in there, maybe even target a guy. And one of the last areas here, just a quick one on this one. Edge is another place that is really strong in this draft. I don't know if it's quite to tight end or running back, but it's close. It's close. You can go get your dominant guys, your star potential guys. I've got 5 first-round graded edges in this draft. Then I've got another 5 second-round graded edges in this draft. And then I've got about 8 or 9 guys graded into the third round. And this continues on through the draft in the 4th and 5th round. So when I say get an edge wherever you like, you can get a guy with some actual talent in this draft wherever you like. Maybe not 6th, 7th round, But even into the 5th round, Aloe Femi Aladejo, the UCLA kid that was an off-ball linebacker who transitioned to edge just this past year, guy with some maybe legit upside to him, just learning the position, super explosive, plays his butt off, a lot of fun to watch. Ahmad Hassan, the Boise State kid, creates a lot of pressures out there. Another kid a little bit like Aladejo, who's new to the sport and just kind of figuring out his way, but who's got a lot of natural ability in what he does and provides you a little bit of something there for a guy you could probably go get in the 5th round. So wherever you want to go grab in this draft, edge-wise, you can kind of pick wherever you want to go take in this one. It doesn't have to be early, and you can get some upside on guys all the way down through, I would say, into the sort of that 5th roundish range of things. So that's my list of recon items that I thought was interesting. Last little one on here is just, man, there are so many slot wide receivers. I've got, as far as just in about the top 5-ish rounds or so alone, you've got Emeka Egbuka, Luther Burden, Jalen Knowles, going to do most of his stuff from the slot. Isaiah Bond will do pretty much most of his stuff from the slot at the pro level. Tez Johnson, Xavier Restrepo, Jimmy Horn Jr., LeJontay Wester, Efton Chisholm. There are a lot of slot receivers. It is almost just about equally divvied up. It's just about between outside and slot receivers in this draft as far as there being so many. It speaks to the talent of the position and also the new need of the slot wide receiver to the sport, and that this has grown to become an equal receiving position to the X and to the Z, and that you need to have a guy out there that can be a game changer in this way. It also does speak to a little bit of the weakness of the outside receivers in this draft, and the pure guys on the outside, the guys that can play X and get off press coverage. They can be big, they can be long, they can be fast, and still good route runners. You don't have as many of those in this draft. That becomes a little bit more scarce because of this. But there are slot receivers all over the floor, all over. It's like roaches on the floor. You turn on the lights, man. What's with all these slot receivers? What's going on here? What's going on here? Last point. Yes. This is hopefully one to give you guys a little bit of the warm and fuzzies on the back end of this. Yes, the Seattle Seahawks can indeed fix their interior offensive line in this draft. I didn't say it was easy. It's not going to be easy. There's going to be some difficulty involved. There's going to be some heavy lifting. John's going to be sweating like Kiefer Sutherland in 24, cutting a bomb. You know, one of those moments. He's pushed himself up into the corner with this one. I ain't going to lie. He's not giving himself an easy way out on this one. You know, he's cornered. But the 5 picks in the top 100, the fact that this is a better draft for interior offensive linemen than we've seen in recent history, and not just better interior offensive linemen, but guys that would fit to the Kubiak system, those mobile-based guys that can hit the reach block, second level, pull in space. You got those guys in this draft. You got it right. All of them should be right in the position of where we're going to be picking there in the second round especially. Now, there could be a run on them. There's no doubt about that. That's a part of this that could come into play, but we haven't seen a run on them like that in recent years, especially interior offensive linemen. Yeah, tackles will fly off the board, but interior linemen still have not hit that place in drafts where we're like, wow, 4 guards in the first round this year. That's wild. No, you don't see that. They're going to get in the second round. You're going to have your chance. John could even package picks to jump up to just get his specific guy he wants. But yes, the Seattle Seahawks can get this interior, this offensive line fixed with this draft. They have to hammer it to a degree. They have to hammer it early. But there is a way to come out of this draft saying, okay, the line's going to be in fine shape. And even in the immediate future, because you're getting guys that are going to be pro-ready here. Donovan Jackson slides in at left guard, and he should immediately be, at the very minimum, a league average left guard who can fit into all the mobile-based stuff that you want done in this scheme. And there's a couple guys like that. Tate Radledge, with him, there's a little bit of questions with injury, but absolutely he fits in, plug-and-play starter day one if you brought him in too as well. So you have these guys that exist in this draft. You can do it. It ain't going to be easy. It ain't going to be easy. But yes, you can absolutely get it done. It just is going to be a bit of it's going to be an uphill battle getting it done from John's perspective, because you see a couple of those linemen go early in that second round. Bump, bump, bump. You know, Jonas Aviani goes. Ratledge goes. Sable's off the board. Booker's off the board. Jackson goes. You know, he's down to Milliam and Marcus Mbao and Luke Condra. And it's like, oh man, we're still 20 picks away. Well, then it's going to hand's going to be shaking trying to cut that wire. But I think John's going to hammer it. I think he's going to get it figured out. And if he doesn't, I think that the fan base might be in pure rebellion at that point. We might have riots on the street in Seattle at that point. But let me know what you guys think. Was there something that I didn't see or I'm not seeing on this draft that you've noticed? Let me know down here in the comments section below. I appreciate everybody watching today. If you guys could for me, please do. As I always say, hit that like button. It does help out the channel tremendously. We're going to probably be going, I know I say this often, but this will definitely be just a little bit of a quick show today. We've got a jam-packed schedule here for you guys this next week. Rob Staten of Seahawks Draft Blog is going to be over here on the channel tomorrow, Monday, 1 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. So set your notifications up for that. Really, I've been wanting to have Rob on for a really long time, so I'm really happy to be able to bring him in and pick his mind on this draft. Me and Brendan are going to be doing 3 B&B shows this week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, looking at individual positions here as we get into the draft, including the edge that I just talked about. So we'll be loading up with that. And I will also, of course, be on the NFC West Roundtable this week on Tuesday. So we got a lot lined up. We'll do a little bit of some Q&A today, but we're going to keep this pretty light today, kind of just in and out. Hope, as I always tell you guys, try to do some more of these kind of shows. But if I do that, I got to do them shorter to do more, so to speak. Davis Brandon's the best thing available player. Brandon is the best available player, first round, whoever it is, in whatever position, the draft for need from there on out. Well, I can tell you what I've gotten the impression of John, and he's done a good job of elaborating on where his stance is on this right now, is that he drafts for value early in the draft. He has mentioned that once they get to day 3 specifically is the day that they start drifting more towards need, and that they're more willing to hit that at that spot. But I would say, David, that you're definitely into 1, 2, 3. Your first 3 rounds especially, I think, are very much operated from, value all the way. I will say, though, David, that this is the year where there's maybe a bit of an exception to that rule because of the fact that you go for value in that first pick, you take a Kenneth Grant, and now you're to like, dear God, we've got to take a lineman in the second round. So this might be the year that they have to, move off of that one a little bit. Might have to just try to extend themselves a little bit. Pops P asking about why some folks aren't in on the Ted McMillan at 18. He's a very divisive player for a lot of people. And, the video leaking out is certainly one that's going to catch a lot of people that are looking at prospects and they hear that. That's not going to sit right with them when they hear that, even though it's from 2 years ago in his freshman year, and maybe he likes watching tape now. Maybe he's, I would say it doesn't have to be, to me, the necessity of him loving watching tape to become a really good player. There's stuff with him on tape at times where he's going to, if he knows he's not going to be the number one target, then he's going to do a little bit of that. I might loaf it a little bit. I'm not going to give you a full speed. And so there's people seeing that and they're connecting that to the tape stuff and they're going, okay, well, I don't know. I do, to your point on this Pops P though, this one seems to be one that I would point to with Tet that's very similar to Ashton Genty in that we have the paralysis by analysis where we're just looking at these guys so much, so often that we just kind of get away from that first gut instinct of watching them and realizing what they are and how good they are because you start picking them apart a little bit. And I think that's kind of what is happening with Tet. And again, there's some validity to some of the stuff that people do poke out that's right. But I guess to your point on something that I don't understand that I hear from some folks, Pops, on this one being that, well, he's not a fit here. Why is he not a fit? You need an X wide receiver. You have Marquez Valdez-Scantling, as I was mentioning before in this draft here about the slot receivers. You don't have a cacophony of X wide receivers low to the hill in this draft. And so if you can get the best one in this draft and you like that player, I very much could easily see it be a potential pick there for the Hawks, but he does seem to be one that a lot of people are very much out on very hard. Benelli says, Will Johnson or Kenneth Grant? Let's get our defense, drive-minded coach's legacy in Seattle. I love it, man. That's what we call value, Benelli, and I'm all about it all day long. Either of those two guys would be tremendous. Tremendous. Joey says, I enjoy all the Seahawks content, even cigar thoughts. A lot of people don't enjoy them, but at the end of the day, they're sacrificing their life from loved ones, provide obsessed Seahawks fans. Well said, Jody. And I do see there's a lot of discussion in the chat on Seahawks content creators, and I think it's, I like Jody's attitude with it, and I've got to say it's from the bottom of my heart. I think all these folks that do this do a really good job on this, and I think Hawk fans are really lucky with the commitment that they have from so many variety of content creators. And whether you love 3 of them or 4 of them or all of them, what I really dig about it is that everybody's really busting their ass and putting in the hard work, and nobody's looking shortcuts. Nobody's looking to try to put clickbait stuff together. Everybody's just putting in that grind of work, and that's what makes them good, I think, at the end of the day, in their own way. And even if it's not your flavor and it's not exactly what you want, or it is, you can see it in that way when you have somebody that's put that hard work in like they have. But yeah, my outlook on it always is on this. I know there's some differences that there is no, to me, there really is not any competition on this. You're going to listen to one, you listen to the other, you'll listen to both. If there's subjects that we both talk about, you're okay with, I'm sure there's people that watch both on it. But I think there's some of that does exist out there, and some people in their outlook of it is thinking it's a competition somehow, which I do not. Absolutely don't think it's that. Chat Sports is clickbait kick up. You're right there. Zach says, I doubt Ravel makes it to 50, but he does. One cornerback isn't stopping us from grabbing 2. No doubt, Zach. We don't know how long necessarily Woolen's for this world. I mean, I don't think at this point he's going to be moved in a trade or anything, but he is on the final year of his deal too as well. So this is an opening for potentially needing both. Chris says, Johnny Walker is underrated. I don't think I've looked at Johnny Walker yet. Johnny Walker, black or red? But I got to take a look at him. Bryant's David Walker's sneaky hood option in the 3rd as an edge. I do have him as my last edge my second to last edge in the 3rd round. Brian, he's fun. Yeah, he could be a guy not a lot of people are thinking, small school guy, so a lot of people have seen as much of his tape, but definitely worthy of being one of the better edges in this draft. Martin says, I want us to take a defensive end in this class for a few reasons. The main one being this class is so good at this position for us to pass on. Come back to value, Martin, right? And if you're going to live in value, you're not always going to be living in where's our depth chart out? Well, are we already just too many two-stocked at that point? You want value to be driven to have you grab the best guys. That's ultimately the thing that's the pull. And to your point on that, be it running back, tight end, edge in this class, these are very strong positions where the pull is going to be very hard. And John, at times, I think, to not lean into that value because of it. Do I go for this guy that's much lower on my board for the need, or do I go with this cool edge that I think's got real star potential? I think that's kind of what he's facing. Jim says the old coaches who I believe can coach up the talent we have and add in this draft. Let's go, Jim. Definitely got hopefully some of the better offensive line coaches and offensive staff we've had in here for many years. Many years. Jackson says the depth for this system is great. There's even guys in the third, fourth who would work. Yeah, we come back to Zach. I think this is a much better draft than some people are trying to paint as far as the talent level goes, especially considering recent drafts, especially recent ones. Martin Lawrence, thank you for 3 months as a Hawks Nest member. I really appreciate that. It's a good draft, just not an NFL value by position. Yeah, I would agree with that, Martin. It just doesn't have the sparkling positions that the NFL tends to gravitate towards wanting to see early in the draft. And I think that does knock it back for some people in their mind. But to me, I like it because there is strength in other areas, and the strength that exists in the other areas just happens to hit up in alignment with positions that we kind of have some need for, like interior offensive line or tight end. Well said, Martin. Thank you for the 3 months. Randall McDaniel in the house. What's up, Randall? Thank you for the $5. Appreciate you, brother. Randy not big on drafting upside before mid-round. Suppress value from the injury different. Touch on defensive back and center again. I know the Michigan defensive back. Yeah, so that's where I'm in the same alignment of it, is that you want to go value. Upside is where you want to stay in those first, to me, especially 2 days. You want to be really lingering on upside and having that be the thing that catches your fancy as opposed to getting caught up in floor on guys for sure. And you're right. When it's injury, that's a whole different reasoning process to me, and shouldn't be one that, that's to me is a little bit of a different deal where it's, okay, is the upside true? And is he going to get over this injury? Well, then I'm not going to let the injury weigh too heavily on me. Will Johnson's final year in college, not going to weigh too heavily on me. Siobhan Ravel coming back from this knee surgery won't weigh as heavily on me because their doctors are telling me he's going to get back from this 100%. The two guys there's really 3 guys. There's 3 cornerbacks. There's Siobhan Ravel Randall. There is Will Johnson, who is the guy that will probably be the number 2 corner, who 2023 tape is just amazing. And 24 tape is just, he's fighting through that injury. And then Benjamin Morrison, the Notre Dame cornerback, who had hip surgery already, and then he's got something going on with his wrist in addition to that. And the center is Seth McLaughlin, Ohio State kid, Randall. Guys like, he's got the Frank Ragnow power in short spaces to throw guys around, but then he's got the mobility a guy like Ragnow doesn't have. But all these guys got injured really. Not only did they get injured last year, all of them kind of got injured really early on in the season. So they didn't just kind of lose that final year. They lost all of that final year for the most part. And I'm going to be kind of interested to see where the collection of this talent ends up landing in this draft from an NFL perspective standpoint, because historically speaking, NFL might ding you down a round, but they don't ding you down much past that as long as you're going to be able to come back from the injury. Nathan Randall, I'm in the same boat as you though, man. All about value, all about BPA, upside. Day 1, day 2, that's where we got to be living. Carmen Schofield, thank you for the $5 donation, Carmen. I like Gray Zabel. Some opinions are a reach at 18, but likely won't last until our next pick at 50. Is trade back viable? What do you think? I think John would like to do a trade back, Carmen. I think that there's been a very large variance year in and year out, draft by draft, in recent years of how easy or how hard it is to move back. And there's been certain drafts where it seems like there are no teams willing to give up anything to move up. So you'll have teams that'll be willing to want to move back, but they just can't find a suitor. And then you have times where you have a bunch of teams that want to move up to a particular spot, but then the team picking at the spot just is so in love with the player that they've got facing them that they just can't do that. So I know that there's been times in recent years Johns wanted to move back and couldn't get the value to move back. Then I know last year with the Rams and a couple of other teams that really love Byron Murphy, he had multiple offers on the table to move up in that draft, to move back in that draft. But he didn't want to. He thought he had the best defensive player in the draft sitting there with Byron Murphy. And so I would say that there is, not a one-size-fit-all as far as John's philosophy. It is a case-dependent situation on whether he moves back, willing to move back. Does he get the offer to move back? This is a year where I think that the big issue for me, I think, could become, does he have the team that's going to give him the goods to move back? He wants to grab Zabel and 25, 26, 27. Can he get a mid-third round pick even back in return? Or is he being offered a, real low, like, we'll give you a fourth, we'll give you a future third? Is it that kind of thing that you're looking at as far as the offering here, where you're not being given too much, but at least then you're grabbing Zabel at the right spot and you're picking something up at least a little bit extra? I think that the likelihood at this point, Carmen, would be I would like to see Best John move back in this draft and pick up another pick for day 2. I think that that's where the best part of this draft's at. I think the draft falls off a cliff after round 5. So getting more picks into the second, third round place is the best place to be. Trading back is the best route to get that done. Understanding that it's sometimes can be tough to pull that kind of trade off, though. I think that the other way around this, Carmen, is that you grab your guy at 18, draft starts flowing into the 20s, you get at the top of the second round, and now you start watching the teams and where they're picking and where Zabel's at. And now what you look to do is take your second round pick, flip up maybe a fourth round pick, or package some picks together in a way to get yourself up further into the second round to then go grab Zabel. And then you just jump up and target up to go grab it. So there's a couple different directions and ways to do this, I would say, if they want to just kind of zero in on him and make him their guy there with that. But it's hard to predict on the trade back scenarios because there's some years where it's like the store's closed for a holiday. Nobody's getting any trades done. Everybody's just standing where they're picking. And then other years where it's like there's more of an opening to it. It's kind of weird. It feels like a little bit, Carmen, teams have been valuing more and more these draft picks early on more than ever. And with it, less willing to move up, sacrifice those picks because of it. Dogzilla, thank you for the $2 donation. Tell me why you love the Boz. Well, I just like the shirt more than anything, and Boz just had kind of a presence and a whole way about him that was unique and is just kind of fun, And he was one of the original, kind of the gimmick guy a little bit, and what he brought to the table there. Hell of a linebacker too. Played the position ferociously and the way you want your linebackers to play it. But it was as much as just I liked the shirt when I saw it, and so I was like, and Boz was kind of an experience growing up. He was this guy that you're just kind of shocked Seattle was going to get the chance to get because he was such a star guy coming out of college. He was so well known, and they tend to be a guy that would have gone to other bigger teams. We're going to get this guy that's going to be just a savage for us there in the middle, and too bad this shoulders fell apart, just body broke down, but he's just a lot of fun. Boz was a lot of fun on that one, Dogzilla. More just a reminder to me. It was a late 80s reminder when I saw this shirt. I was like, oh yeah, I got to get that. Brian Myers, thank you for the $5 donation, Brian. B, did you see the article on ESPN looking at rookie edge projections? Made me want Stewart again. Let me see. I hadn't had a chance to check this article out. Check back in with me. I'll try to read it offline a little bit. It looks interesting. Looks like I'm just kind of gleaming a little bit from it too here, Brian. It looks like it mentions a bit with Stewart, some of the run-centric nature. He's playing a lot of 5-tech at Texas A&M, so there's even a lot of 2-gapping in there. So when you're looking at a lot of these edge rushers, like a Mike Green, for instance, he's able to just launch off the ball and just just be a demon off the ball. Other programs will ask their edges to kind of control things up front, so linebackers and safeties can roll around behind them and fill gaps and whatnot. And so Stewart did a lot of that with Texas A&M, which explanation, Brian, right? That's definitely an explanation, not an excuse. Whereas if you're two-gapping, you're not going to be able to rush the passer as well as if you're just getting upfield and getting after it, especially from the 5 tech where you're not aligned on the outside shoulder, your head's up already in front of the lineman pretty much. It's just all the way around, it makes it hard to get that stuff done. And so Stewart has a rightful reason to say that that's not something he was necessarily allowed to just go wild with. And the thing was true with Nick Scorton, the guy opposite, had the same kind of stuff that he was working with, where they had responsibilities in that defense which weren't just about getting after the quarterback. But Stewart's a really hard, such a tough projection on that one, because he is so far from that production. And you don't have an injury excuse you can lean back on. You've got this freakishness to his size and his build, Brian, and you go, why wasn't there even a little bit more than this? Why don't I feel more of any just semblance of dominance from him on tape? Rather than just a big guy that you occasionally feel on the tape here and there. But he's going to be a first-round guy. Maybe a guy that the Seahawks take. I did see, like that article says, these coaches look at these kind of players and they're like, I can coach him up. I can refine him. He's got the gifts that I can't teach. Give me that. And I think that's why you'll see him go up as much as anything in the first round. Won't be as much probably because his general managers are getting caught up in the testing times as much as it's the coaches in their buildings who are saying, yeah, let's get that one. Let us work with that. The general manager going, yeah, but he might just not ever have that in him, really. He might just be the raw goods. Yeah, but I can do it. I can fix it. I can fix him, right, Brian? I can fix him. Some guys can. Some coaches can, But it would make me nervous. I don't want to be drafting a guy in the first round where it's like, I'm saying I can fix him. I can get him productive. I don't want to, I'll let another team take that risk even for as high a talent to me as Shamar. I think that there's way more failure from that than there is success stories by a super huge margin. Pop says, Brandon, you should order a caramel frappuccino. Love those. So I like the frappuccinos too. My problem is that the nice part about getting the coffee for me on this is like I can do a whole show and just kind of be sipping on it. If I do the frappuccinos, it's just, was there anything in there? I feel like I had there's one sip. It's so delicious. You end up just sucking the thing down. Chris Donovan Jackson for left guard would be sweet. He would. Jackson Slater later could be a center possibly. He could. I haven't had a chance to see anything on Slater really for tape, but a guy the Hawks met with. It'd be raining, y'all. Oh, I'm sorry. Post Eminescence, how you doing? Hawks goal, I'm seeing 5-0 liners in the 30 to 60 range. No reason we can't grab a pair of them and a decent tight end with our first 3 picks, throwing a nose at 82, and we'll be looking solid. I like it. That would be that'd be a hell of a draft, man. That'd be a hell of a draft. Hawks goal's on it. He's on it, man.
Target neutralized.
I'm going to start using my buttons, by the way, folks. I started to upload my audio stuff. Ethan, Hawksnest, hey Brando, as a very depressed Mariners fan, but very excited Seahawks fan, I have to say, would you rather, that might make you cringe, would you rather draft Matt Corral or Quinn Ewers? I would take Quinn Ewers over Corral. Corral just had nothing to him that made any sense about why anybody would want to draft Corral. Ewers has tools. He's got things that he's missing that are not going to allow him to ever maximize those tools, in my opinion. BP, if we're going X receiver, I want Jaden Higgins, 4.47 speed, excellent catch rate, all-around leader in locker room. Definitely a possibility. I got no issues with Jaden Higgins at all, BP. That's definitely a guy that would fit to the offense, route runner, and make a lot of sense. Bo, what do we think of WSU's Kyle Williams if he fell to us in the third? I like Kyle Williams, and he fits to kind of the receiver type that the Hawks have drafted towards in the past in that range of things. There's some similarities between him and a Paul Richardson, for instance. He's a little bit heavier than Paul, but not quite the burner Paul, I think, was. But they're close. They're very close. Outside wide receiver. I have him right now at the very top. He's my very first wide receiver in the 4th round for me. I've got him in the late 3rd. There we go. I've bumped him up a little bit. So I've got him late 3rd right now. And folks, if you are looking for right now, I do have my horizontal board in the description section below. And it's just a link right down there. You can click and you can see where my horizontal board's currently at. But Williams is a real underrated receiver in this draft, Bo, and a guy that I think he's going to be a very strong pro. I don't see a star potential thing with him, but I think he's going to be a very strong pro. Chris says the Hawks Nest guy has questionable mocks. That I do. That actually is for sure. I haven't been knocking the mocks out of the park this year like I would have liked. I'm not super proud of my mocks at the moment. Mockless in Seattle. Jim, they do have some young talent on the O-line. Needs better coaching, I believe, will happen with new coaches. They do, yeah. I think we're going to add some guys. The coaching will help. Add some guys. Do kind of hit it from both kind of angles. Auxilla Brandon, given your shirt, please remind us about the hilarious Brian Bosworth saga. Oh, yeah, he's just a monster coming out of college. Inside linebacker. I think he won the Heisman Trophy for the inside linebacker position, and just blood and guts, cut from the cloth of a Dick Butkus type, but also had the super flair and swaggy before swaggy was a thing. And a guy that was a master of marketing his image before anybody even understood what it was. But also pretty heavy steroid user in college, got to the pros, and you use those steroids. Sometimes the offset of it can be that your ligaments don't hold as well together and they go snap. And, shoulders were shot from I think as much for anything from the roids by the time. Could have been maybe not the roids, maybe just beat himself up in college. But he had all the talent in the world. Could have been an all-pro type inside linebacker, and he played well for us initially. Just the body wasn't going to hold up. And then he became an actor. Martin says, Brando, I back like all Hawk bloggers. Seahawks bloggers, and I don't agree with any of them 100%, but then sometimes I argue against myself. Yeah, and that's where I think, some people will feel like they got to agree with everything that any of us say out here, and it's quite the opposite. I think what you want really, I'm not to tell anybody what they should want audience-wise, but I think what you'd want is honesty and entertainment as much as they can, and just giving you where they're coming from perspective-wise, and hopefully that takes from there. But some people just like their specific things on that, They just gravitate towards what they gravitate towards. Emerald Hayes, what does Mr. Walken think? Colston Loveland in the 1st, Xavier Watts in the 2nd, Savion Williams in the 3rd, Ferguson in the 3rd. Okay, Watts 2nd, Williams 3rd, Ferguson 3rd, Savion Williams 4th. Jordan James. Oh, we got a duck. We got a duck in the house. Ashton Gillette, Jason Marshall, Marcel Brook, John Williams, offensive line. Christopher Walken thinks the draft's okay. It's fine. Loveland, he's okay. He doesn't block. First round, that's tough. Xavier Watts, he's not as much fun as Stocks or M.O. Wari. So that's fine. He's good. Ball skills, nice. Savion Williams, my favorite of all your picks. I'm telling you now, yak, machine, benches 1 million pounds, squats 1 trillion. Ferguson, nice. Yak guy too. Tight end. It's good. A need. Savion Williams, edge. 3rd round grade. 3rd round pick. Value, right, I would say. The rest is okay. I'd give it, Emerald, B+, solid. Trying to warm up to Loveland. I can't quite get on board with the Loveland thing all the way. I'm not out on Loveland. Just can't quite get in on Loveland. Hawks met with Conyers. He's a guess I think we'll take late at tight end. I could see it. Tight end guy, a fullback kind of guy too. In a draft very, very deficient of fullbacks. There's a guy that potentially could be that guy. David, how you doing, man? Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday. T-Bunny, do you think Haynes gets a legit shot for guard? New coach scheme could do him wonders. Yeah. I don't think the team's completely out on him, T-Money, and I don't know this for sure, but if I was John, I would just be operating from the standpoint of he didn't give us anything in the rookie year. We still trust in our evaluation of him. He should still be a very pure fit to this scheme. I just can't count on him being the guy at that right guard spot. If he comes in and he can take it from whoever else I draft or bring in here to provide some competition for him, then so be it. But I can't just throw him out there with Bradford and be like, let the best man win and we'll be fine on the back of that approach. I think that it's at least enough of a disconcerting opening rookie year that you feel like you have to reinforce the ranks a little bit more at this point beyond Bradford and beyond Luamea. And so it sort of doesn't, it's sort of kind of a middle ground place on this one a little bit because of the fact that I'm not saying you're just going all in on with them and you're not out on them either. But I just think this is also speaking to a bit team money, the approach that I want to take, which is you look at your offensive line right now and you say, okay, we need to get this thing better. This isn't good enough. And everybody can agree on that. The part I think that everybody wouldn't necessarily agree on, that's the part that I want to take this to, is that rather than you going, well, what makes it good enough? Where's the line that makes it good enough? And you go right here. So rather than going right up to that line and stopping and going, okay, we're on the line, good enough, work's done, I want to take it past the line. So if you were to go, what's in the past us going up to the line? Going the past in the back, you go, well, look, we're actually great at right guard. We got Bradford, we got Lamea, we got Haynes. We don't need anybody at right guard. That's what we've done in the past, and that's part of what has set us up for the failure. Not that those three guys can't potentially become those guys that can be the starters and be good players, but that they haven't given it to you yet on the field. You're counting on something that's not happened yet, that you're hoping will happen. I think we got to do a little bit more beyond that than just resting on the hopes of something that you haven't seen with guys that you've tried out there. And quite frankly, between the three of them, have played a good amount of football over the last couple of years. Maybe not in Haynes' case, but you've at least seen more than just an itty bitty tiny sample size. So I want to take it past the line, team money, but that doesn't mean I'm out on Haynes. I don't think the coaching staff's out on Haynes. I think it's more about we're going to solidify this thing, and not only are we going to get better starters, we're going to have better depth. So in other years, we might have had a Bradford as a backup or a Lumea as a backup. This year, maybe a Haynes will be our backup because we're going to be so strong at the position. So it's more of just trying to take a bit of a different outlook, I feel like, to the position and trying to overfill the cup a little bit if you can, if it were. Jim Savion fights for the ball and got it more DK has. He's definitely more of a ball skill guy than DK was, that's for sure. I think he had a 90% catch win rate in college here in this last year, which is pretty good. We got some quality over quantity. I'd rather move up from 18 for a third or a fourth. If you can do that. Especially if you can get it to do it to get a blue chip guy. When's the next mock draft dropping? We'll try to drop one here soon. I'm trying to do kind of just a quick show today, so I don't know if I want to go too deep into the mock city today too much, but we'll get one, if not by the next show, the next individual show I run. We got a couple of collabs we're doing this week, but I'll see if we can run one. Brian says, "B, good comp and detail in that article, IMO." I'll check it out for sure, Brian. No, I'm stoked. I hadn't seen it come up on my feed. My cat's going to start crying here. Sorry, guys. 1 second. Okay. Bill says, think they'll have a hard time finding teams to trade back with that will offer anything other than a fourth. Certainly is possible. That's that part that gets hard to predict on this, Bill. Some years there's a lot of movement in first rounds, up, down, back, forth, left, right. Teams bouncing every which way but loose. Other years you've got it where there's literally, I think, been no trades in a first round. So it's hard to pinpoint it down and peg down to one way or the other on this one. There's a lot of variance, and it just is. It's almost kind of a fool error to try to predict this at this point because it's like it could go anyway. So we'll just have to wait to draft day to see what is where and what is not. There's been times in the past where you can go from an 18 to a 25, 26 and you can get a third round pick. There's times you can go from other drafts in a first round where you're at 18 and you go to 26 and you can only get a fourth round pick. It definitely has that always every year where there's just never really a tried and true rule for this one. Zach says exactly they can get another top 100 pick and still land Zabel. To quite a few fans, that's the best case scenario. It really is for me. And I don't know if it'll be able to pull it off. If you can, part of what I thought of this too, and I had a thought process of, and this is taking into account what some folks are saying here in the chat on this, where it's like, well, you're not going to get that third round pick. Well, what if you could go 18 to a Buffalo Bill pick at 30, which is a pretty big drop at that point, and you would think that would be worthy to me of of getting that extra minimum third round pick. But let's get more creative with it. Let's say we, go to Buffalo at 30. Buffalo's got 2 second round picks right now. You take their second round pick, which is a late second round pick. You're moved back at that point. I mean, that to me could make some sense on that with that drop you do, which is now you drop them back 12 spots to 30 at that point to do that. And even if that didn't quite make it happen, maybe you could take a fourth round pick, throw it into addition to it if that's what it took to sort of kick that across the finish line to make that trade happen. There's some ways to offset it if it's not exactly the value matching up to go from 18 to 25, 18 to 30 to get that extra day 3 pick. To me, I give up a day 3 pick if I have to get back into day 2 one more time. Like you say, Zach, that's kind of the ideal. I think that would end up being the ideal for the fans' standpoint of it because they'd look at that collective haul of those guys in that spot of the draft and they'd be like, wow, like, oh my God, look at all these guys. We got 4 or 5 starters here potentially with this group. Bo says, thanks for the answer. Anytime, Bo. Appreciate the question. Dogzilla, exactly. Steroids was the problem for Boz. I would say he probably did the roids and he probably went pretty hard on them, and there's a price to pay for everything. There's no free rides in life, but hey, I got him paid. This is in recent years, what you get trading back, especially in the first, just isn't great with the return. It hasn't been. I will say, I know that there's a little bit of a push to try to draw in this a hard and a fast rule to say this is how it is. There have been drafts that's been like that. There's been other drafts where you can find evidence of teams willing to make a little bit more of that move. So it just depends on really every individual draft is different, number one. And then number two, what's the desperation of the team wanting to trade up? And then 3, how much is it they really love that player that they get to move up for? So if you have Seattle that ends up being at 18, for instance, let me walk you through the scenario for the folks that are sort of in that hard and fast of, there's no way that we'll get that pick for it. Well, no way we'll get a third round pick for moving up. Well, what if a Ted McMillan falls into 18? And the team looks at Ted McMillan and they say, we have this guy as the best receiver in the draft. We have this guy as a blue chip graded player in this draft. He's there at 18. Yeah, we'll give up a third round pick to move up from 26 to go get a blue chip player. That's all it takes is just one team to be willing to do that. So I'll give you that it's gotten a little bit harder in recent years, but this draft in particular that's so different as far as the opinions on these prospects and where they're going to land in at and where they slot to, I think that it more opens the door for a potential of some teams being willing to move around a little bit more than ever. But I will give you, there's been those drafts where it's just you've had almost no movement because teams just aren't getting the quality offers to move back. They just say, F it, we'll just sit here and pick. Brian East says if there was NIL back in Bosworth's day, he had made more than he ever did in the NFL. That's true. 100% the truth. Jim says, love the Boz, but yeah, to beat up, couldn't believe the Hawk doctors didn't detect that. Yeah, because he kind of walked in as as sort of broken goods a bit there, Jim, didn't he? But the tape was just so good in college, I suppose. Nick says, damn, that's rough. Watkins' thoughts on the entire draft. It's a lot to say. Where do I start? Pop's piece is PFF's board so outdated. How's Ratledge 91? One thing that I did notice about Ratledge and doing a sort of my deep dive in my last little bit of deep dive, I put a Clips channel vid together there for Ratledge and was looking at a couple of things. Because it stood out to me with watching a lot of his tapes, Pops, and it sort of bothered me. There's so many games where he's out there and going, and then he's out of the game by the third quarter. You're going, where's Ratledge? Where did Ratledge go? What happened to Tate? I think that there is a potential where Ratledge dips in this draft a little bit down further than he probably should go because teams may not quite trust that injury situation. It's been seemingly a thing that over the past couple of years, this has popped up here and there where it's just not missing a ton of games, just not always able to kind of finish out the game. You can start the game, but you don't finish the game. And that's kind of the most important part to playing in the game. Jim says, how much did Pete influence on the picks with John? Seems like better drafts after Pete left. Yeah, I don't know about this for sure, Jim. John Schneider has said that he had only a handful of times that Pete ever really pushed himself out there to try to force an issue on something when it comes to the draft. And he's given you the impression that he's been able to run pretty unfettered as far as the draft goes. But I think what did happen here is 3 years ago, Jim, there was a left turn that was taken where the team could sense that they were picking more for need in recent drafts. And that that was not working in their favor particularly well. And that they needed to get back to drafting for value. And that when they started to go more back to drafting for value, that they started to find back the success again like they have the past 3 years. Yeah, Jim, I would definitely say Bradford's got a bit of an uphill battle to making this team at this point if they do go get another right guard. I mean, him or LeMay are going to be trying to fight their butts off to stay on the roster at that point. Smickle, like Bradford should be mandated about his weight. He's a big boy. He is a big boy. Sports Talk with Jose B. Who have the Seahawks met with their top 30 visits? I don't have that information. I'm sorry, man. It kind of gets trickled out. I'll see if something pops up on the search engine thing, but they do have a tracker, I guess you're. So So we got Tyler Shock, Nick Mawari, Savion Williams, Chase Lunt, Bryce Cabeludu of Kansas, and Siobhan Ravel. So those are the ones I've got confirmed. But I'm sure there's some more folks that got a variety of others in there. It's good to see you, Jose. Garth Knight in the house. What's up, Garth? It's good to see you, brother. Says Brando, I'm excited to hear you chop it up with Rob tomorrow. Is that at 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time? No, it shouldn't be. It should be at 1 o'clock. Did I set it for 10? Hopefully I didn't set it for 10. Should be for, it's 1 o'clock p.m. I'll double check after the stream today, Garth, and make sure, but it should be set to 1 p.m. You got me tripping a little bit here. I'm like, yeah, I got it for 1. So 1 p.m. tomorrow there, Garth. But I look forward to talking to him too, man. Thank you. Been meaning to do this for a while, and I hadn't gotten around to it, but Rob covers the draft as deep as anybody does, man. He's been doing it for years here. So he's got a good, not only, micro view of it, what's going on in the moment of this draft, but also can give you a little bit of the macro, bigger picture view on this draft and how things are kind of affected off of that. So I'm stoked, I'm stoked. Thank you, Garth. Zach says for Bradford to get cut, we need to draft 4 linemen with top 6 picks. Maybe. You need 2 guards right now. If you got two left guards in place, that's already going to kick out one of LeMay and Bradford right there. Because you're going to keep 4 tackles, you're going to keep probably 4 guards, and you're going to keep 2 centers. So that would do it alone on that one. Chris B, where do you see Jackson Slater at? Late 3rd or 4th or later? Unfortunately, I don't have tape for Sacramento State, Chris. So I don't have a real good... There's some colleges are just too small to where I just don't have the tape to look at guys. The general feeling I get is that probably 4th or 5th round, there's a chance he could go later. Part of this is just I'm kind of trying to say it blind a bit here, Chris. I mean, the mock boards have him kind of into, I think, 6th, 7th round range is where they have him landing at. But it's very hard to necessarily predict with guys that are so small school. This isn't just North Dakota State. This is Sacramento State. This is as small as you get collegiately. And so I wish I could give you a better feel of what I've got for, but if I don't have any tape to go off of, I'm kind of completely just flying blind on that one. Alcoholic, how you doing, man? Everyone's pumped for the draft? Very pumped for the draft. William says, hey, B, what's your blue chip player at wide receiver? I do not have a blue chip wide receiver this year. After having, I think I had 3 of them last year. So I know I had Roma Dunzier, I had Neighbors in there, I had Marvin Harrison. Brian Thomas was right on the edge of being a blue chip. I can't remember if I locked him into being a blue chip or not by the time the draft came. But I had 4 last year. I had none, I don't think, the year before that. And this year, I do not have any. Ted McMillan is the closest I have to a blue chip graded wide receiver. And he's right on that line, but I can't quite get all the way over with him on the other side of it. Really good player, though. Really good player. I wouldn't mind taking Ted at 18 there, William. But that's, William, part of the reason why people are looking at the draft of being kind of weak is that they not great for linebackers, not great for or not great for wide receivers, not great for quarterbacks, which are, of course, 2 positions people tend to really, really like. William says, AB, do you have any other running back or wide receiver blue chip receiver? I know Ashton Genty's the best wide receiver, but who else could be a blue chip player? I don't. To me, William, the blue chip tag is one that I don't give out very heartily. It's one where every given draft you might find 10 to 12 guys that I've given a blue chip grade out to on average. This particular draft, I've given out even less blue chip grades than ever. I've got 1 on the offensive side, and I've got 5 on the defensive side of the ball. So I've only really given out 6 blue chip grades this year, which is almost about half as much as I typically give out. Amari Hampton's really fun, but I don't quite understand. To me, he's a DeMarco Murray kind of running back. I don't even see as much draw for why you would take that guy in the first round. Travion Henderson's a weapon, but he's not going to be a bell cow back. He's a declator as far as in pass protection. He's probably the best pass protecting running back in this draft. But none of those guys scream star to me. I mean, none of the receivers in this draft really scream star to me. And when I give out a blue chip grade, it's got to be for a guy that I look at as being an all-pro potential type player. So, Mason Graham, Abdul Carter, Michael Williams, Travis Hunter, Will Johnson. These guys are all-pro potential players to me at the position. I just don't see it there at the running back position the same way. I love the running back class, William. It's really deep. And there's guys all the way through third, fourth, fifth round that are awesome. But you want it, to me, and maybe it's just my specific way of looking at it, you really want to have that blue chip grade for very select few players. That it's the true cream of the crop and that they're not a dime a dozen. Catalyst is one position that would really benefit the longevity of this defense. Would probably be a young power edge to learn from D-Law, probably Michael Williams or Shamar Stewart. Both are potential two guys that they look to target. Catalyst, you're right. This is a defense that you need to find the power edges for, and we have not really yet found those guys for this defense. And DeMarcus Lawrence, you have kind of that at his, but he's an older age guy. Uchenna's going to the last year of his deal. Boy is going to the last year of his deal. Derek Hall only has 2 years left on his deal. It is a little bit of a quiet, silent need a little bit there, Catalyst, to your point of that. And that could be one that has you driven a little bit more to grab one of those guys, and especially from the value-based standpoint. If they trust that they can tap into Shamar's incredible talent, and the same thing with Michael, then you can understand that they could become the value pick, especially there in the first round. Yeah, Catalyst, I'm kind of wondering if Bradford's going to make the team too as well. Some of it depends on him, how hard John does address the interior of the line in this draft, but I don't know if it's a certainty at this point. King Bomber just listened to a pod where the guy liked Nolan Smith. I think you mean Walter Nolan? Nolan Smith. Nolan Smith's the Eagles edge rusher there, King. You mean Walter Nolan? I'm already trying to think about guys that I'm going to have to try to make my piece for if they're picked at 18 that I'm going to be fighting in the back of my brain not to freak out. Walter Nolan. Like in the first round, Walter Nolan, quarterback, Emeka Egbuka. I'd probably be pretty annoyed with those guys. But I think you mean Walter Nolan. And my goodness, yeah, I hope the Niners take Walter Nolan. If that's who you meant there. Yeah, Walter Nolan. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm not a Walter Nolan guy. Oh my goodness. Talk about a pick that just make me in the first round too. That's the one, that's my parasol pick for the Niners last year. I'm like, yeah. It's yeah, take Nolan. Yeah. He's gonna be good. Do it. Yeah. William says, hey, B, what's the comp for Caleb Johnson from Iowa? I see him a little bit like a less faster version of a Trey Benson, last year's Florida State kid that came out, the running back for them that went to the Cardinals. A little bit of a long strider. He only tested out at 4.7 as far as speed goes, so there's a little bit of limitations there as far as pure speed goes with him. He's a slide and glide kind of runner. Where you give him the ball to an outside zone, you let him stretch the defense, and then let him use the vision to be very precise on where he cuts it upfield and clicks it into place. Because kind of an effortless running gait where it almost doesn't look like he's running full speed, but he is. And, once he gets up to full speed, he can be hard to be brought down the open field because he brings some pretty good size with him for how he is moving. If you hit him in the backfield, you're going to take him right down. He's got no real moves or anything to get himself away from any kind of penetrators in the backfield. Hands are just okay. But Trey Benson is kind of that way. Just that sort of same kind of slide and glide kind of runner to him. Where they're very smooth with it. Not a lot of wasted motion. Pops pieces with the Hawks took Mike Green. I mean, it's again that edge is a bit of a need here. The edge is a bit of a quiet need because you do have 4 guys locked up here, but you're in various states of lost my train of thought here. Sorry. Mike Green's a possibility, Pops. He's in play. You need edge. Edge there. Definitely could happen on that one. Thoughts on Hawks grabbing cornerback in 50. Morrison completely shut down Marvin Harrison, 2024 matchup. Cornerback's a possibility. Emerald Hayes, I think it's probably more 3rd, 4th round is where you're going to see that pop off at. Would be more of my guess here if I was to throw it in there. But 2nd round could make sense. One of the points I made up earlier on the show today was about you taking advantage of the injury factor that's at play this draft, where a lot of guys at the top of this draft have been injured this past season. Their better tape is in 2023, and that you can take advantage of that by getting a really good player that's going to drop in your lap who wouldn't have if they had a really healthy final season in college. And Benjamin Morrison is one of those guys. Medicals are going to be the important part. He's had hip surgery. Hips are a little bit dodgy, Emerald Hayes. We had a guy in Percy Harvin that had literal hip surgery and still could never get over it fully. So it doesn't necessarily mean that he's up to snuff 100%, but it certainly is in play that you go grab one of those guys. Siobhan Ravel is another guy, Emerald Hayes, if he drops to you there in the 2nd round. Another guy that had his final year in college cut short due to injury, who could be that guy that you possibly jump on there too. For sure. Okay, I wonder if Jalen Milroe is going to Pittsburgh. Milroe has gotten the invite to the draft studio room. So you guys know this with it. They don't tend to invite these guys unless they're going to be 1st round picks. So if you're wondering about where Jalen was going to go in this draft, it does indeed sound like he is going to go in the 1st round. That would be another guy that if we take him in the 1st round, Brandon's going to probably have to start drinking on stream. If we take him in the 1st round. Headshot. Chris says, just pray John Snyder doesn't have a hard-on for a quarterback early, especially Ewers, who he's mentioned before. I'm so freaked out by it. I'm just... Because the chat's going to try to make me want to be happy by it when we pick it. And I'm just going to be sitting there going, oh Lordy. Yeah, Catalyst, we don't need more 3 techs. Ewers and Milroe both. I'm good. I've seen enough. For TheSeahawksNest, Kuiper and Yates had us taking Golden at 18. This worth considering. We already have JSN and Cup going into a run-heavy offense. He's a guy that's going to be an outside guy at the next level with Ross. There may be a smattering of snaps. You'll kick him into slot. But his route running, his release, his explosiveness, his speed, all should allow him to make it work on the outside. I don't think that he's a guy that would give you as much redundancy as if you went and took him like a Mecca Booker, Luther Burden. Now you're really stacking up the slots at that point. But with Golden, he's going to play. He's going to play on the outside at the next level, and he'll play well out there. Little bit of worry with him on the short arms, 30 and 5/8 inches, so approximately about an inch plus short, longer than you'd like arm length wise. But I think that he'll do enough to be able to make it work out there. And some people have him as the number 1 receiver in this draft. He's my number 2 guy right now, Thrill House, but I can see how the value of that lines up if Seattle likes him in that way. The route running is as much as what would cause him to be picked, I think, where they would look at him and they'd say, your route running on the outside will be enough to get you open and make you effective. kind of a little bit like the Chris Olave kind of thing. Olave can do the same sort of stuff. I think Olave's got a little bit of the same kind of arm length thing going on with him. He's got the injury thing that's been the main factor with him. Yeah, 31 and 8. So kind of similar kind of size. I don't think they're exact same kind of players. Golden's way more explosive and speedy, and Olave probably even more of a purified route runner maybe. But I think he can make it work. I think he can do it. Chris says yours doesn't have it. Backup best, but not worth anything before a fourth IMO. Amen. That's where I stand with it too, Chris. I don't want to, especially don't want to be, I'm not hot to trot on him, but I especially don't want to draft him 2-3 rounds higher than he really should properly go on top of that. That would be what's going to make it hard for me to put a smiley face on that one and try to just knuckle through it a bit, I'm like, oh. Because now I got to watch Quinn Ewers play quarterback too. That's the other part. It's one thing to select him in the poor spot of the draft. Now I've got to watch the guy for the next couple of years play the position. And I'm telling you, folks, get ready for your eyes to bleed. Emerle Hawks should make Pittsburgh give up the farm and make them sweat for Jackson Dart. But if it's there, the Hawks are all in. I'd love that Pittsburgh be like, we like him. No, we really like him. You guys want him, or you just kind of want him? No, we really want him. Just don't, we're not going to give you everything for him. I mean, we kind of want him too. I can see it. Roy Froelich. Thank you for the $5 donation, Roy. I really appreciate that. You guys are kind as ever on the don't-knows. Thank you so much. Where does Cam Ward go in last year's draft? Well, it's my belief that Cam Ward would have been the 7th quarterback off the board in last year's draft. Let me double check, Roy. Probably the Raiders. So Bo Nix goes 12 to the Broncos. The Raiders are up next with Bowers on the board. They take Bowers. But, I mean, if I think any of those quarterbacks had lasted to the Raiders pick there, if they'd lasted the Raiders pick, I think that they would have taken either of those other two guys in Penix or in Bo Nix. So I could see certainly Cam Ward wearing the silver and black and being that guy there if he had come out last year. But he must have been told too. Of course, he was the NIL thing factored into it. I think he would have gone back. I think he got the first round grade. I think he just got so much money from Miami that he's like, why don't I just go to Miami and I'll be a first rounder next year and I'll have $5 million in my pocket. But I do think he would have been behind all those other guys. Catalyst, is Pittsburgh going to roll with Mason Rudolph? I don't think so. I don't. This certainly is more of the people are kind of intimating this in the chat a little bit, Catalyst, and I agree with it, where they're talking about Jackson Dart being a guy to go up it, or that maybe Jalen Milroe, the guy that they look for in the first. And I think this is the pivot for Pittsburgh, where they go, okay, we don't want Russell back. We're out on Russ. We're out on Fields. We know what we got in Mason Rudolph and what he brings to the table. Now let's build on top of this. We'd like to build on top of this with Rodgers in front of him, but Rodgers is being mealy-mouthed as he always is. So we'll go with one of these quarterbacks in the draft then instead, and we'll just try to make a roll with those two guys. It's an interesting approach by the Steelers this whole offseason and what they're looking to do here. I can't say that I agree with it or completely understand it, but it's interesting. They are Carmen. They're still waiting on Aaron. And I don't know what's going on. I mean, Aaron probably just goes over there eventually and they just call it a day. But even if that occurs, I mean, they still could end up drafting a guy. Hey, Josh, do you have any strong opinions on the round player we draft a nose tackle? Kind of. I think that the nose tackle draft is stronger than it's been in recent years for us. I think that there's really, to me, it's three guys that I really lock into on saying target one of these three guys, Joss. And the reason I say that is because these guys bring the commiserate skill set I need right now on this team at the nose tackle position. Specifically, take up space and neutralize the run game from the inside. Do not be pushed back. Do not be a liability at the point of attack. Take up two blockers, let your linebackers run free. The base parts of what you need from a nose tackle, there's three guys in this draft, to me, who really do that. The first being Kenneth Gray in the first round. Then you could look more third round for a Jordan Phillips, or you could go more fourth round, maybe even fifth round with a Nazir Stackhouse. Those are the three guys that, to me, come in here and give you really that pure nose stuff that you need. Maybe Jamari Caldwell too, but I'm not as quite sold on him as I am on these other couple of guys, Joss. But I don't think that you have a lot of other selections outside of these three guys. So do you want to target first? Do you want to target third? Do you want to target fourth, fifth? Fine. But you've got to kind of grab one of these guys in one of those areas, especially considering what a hole it is as a position right now where you don't really have any true nose tackles on the roster outside of Cam Young. And we don't know what we got in Cam Young. Ricky says 2 of the best available offensive linemen and 2 best players available within the first 4 picks would make me happy. Nose tackle, interior offensive line, and a defensive back would be awesome. I'd love it, Ricky. Let's go. Let's go. Pops B says thoughts on the Geno Price, Brendan Nelson being upset at the Seahawks about the entire Geno thing. I think that Brendan's not been feeling the offseason approach of the Hawks particularly much so far, and I get where he's coming from. I think the part that gets a little bit lost on the Geno discussion here, Pops, that sort of isn't being brought up or spoken a lot about is that, he wanted out of town. And everything kind of is said that, well, he wants out of town because they weren't going to pay him, but he didn't come back with a counteroffer. The intent here from his angle of this was that I don't want to be here. I want to go be with Pete in Vegas. And I got to say that does influence me a little bit on this, though ultimately it's not the thing that moves my needle on this. But I think that it's not nothing in this deal that he didn't want to be here. If you were going to keep him here, you're going to have to pay him $40+ million a year. Just because he signed this deal with the Raiders doesn't mean that he would sign that exact same deal here with the Seahawks. And that he wanted, by all accounts, to be paid. If he was going to want to, if he even wanted to be here, which we don't even know if he wanted to be here, bottom line, right, Pops? Like, maybe he just didn't want to be here. That's very much a possibility on all this as well with it. When I backtrack it all down to the bottom line on this, and this is where it's with Brendan, or there's a variety of other people in the same camp as Brendan on this, where I've come to where I think that the frustration comes from and where I inherently disagree on the outlook of this is that people thought last year after 10 wins that this team was ready to go do something in 2026 as far as contention is concerned. And I understand why people thought that. I understand why a lot of people thought that was going to be the next step of what they're going to push to try to accomplish with their next steps. But I think that the team and the front office and Coach Mike McDonald probably took a step back and really evaluated this thing and didn't just get caught up in the 10 wins and the successful first year of McDonald. They really looked at the roster. They looked at the decisions on the roster they had to make with DK and Geno, and they realized the timing just wasn't right. And that's the most important part of this deal beyond were they willing to come to this price, were they not willing to come to that price. I just don't think that for all these sides involved in this, DK and Geno and the team and McDonald and Schneider and the money they had to spend, the salary cap situation, and whether or not the team was really ready to contend or not, it just all came together and it didn't align. It just didn't make sense. And that's where there's sometimes these decisions where it's really easy to where it's like, well, that just is a bad choice to do that. And there's other decisions where it's tremendously complicated and there's a lot of arguments to be made to go either direction with it. That you can kind of make a quantitative argument that this is the strong, no, this is the strong. And so this is one of those places you could have easily made the argument 10 wins. You got the Niners taking a step back in this division. Cardinals can't figure out what the hell they're doing. All you basically got to deal with is the Rams. Let's go. Geno back in the flow. But not where I stood on it. And where I stood on it was that this needed to be a step back. You needed to shake this thing up. You'd been stuck in mediocrity, not for 1, not for 2, not for 3. You basically been stuck in a little bit better than mediocrity for about 10 years. You had not been a contender. That's the most important part. So this is, to me, the moves they made this offseason, Pops, is about getting the Hawks back to contention and not about getting the Hawks back to contention in 2026 or 2025. Excuse me. They'd like to. They're going to try to. It's not like we're just, packing it in for 25. But ultimately, sometimes to build a contender, you need to make decisions that are more than just about the immediacy of this year and the upcoming year. You have to make decisions about 2 and 3 years out in what you're doing, because it's hard to build a contender. It's hard to microwave it and shortcut it. But I do think that's where a lot of the people are coming from on some of this frustration, Pops, in that they walked in this offseason expecting the Hawks to do one thing, and they feel like the chair's been a bit pulled out from under them by the moves they've done in the other way of this. And I get where they're coming from on that. I do. Nick says, weird move. Chargers signing Trey Lance. I hope Trey finally gets a good chance somewhere. I like that for them, though. Goes to a run-heavy offense. I think that makes sense. Like Nick, he needs to not be in an offense where he's asked to be precise and high-volume passer. You want him in an offense where it's a lot of using his legs out of play action under center. Jim says, get the Oregon nose tackle in 4th round. Jamari Caldwell. I do like him, Jim. I didn't have him on my list of my kind of sacred 3, but that's just because I think he's kind of a little bit at times to me more cut from the cloth of being a little more penetrator at times as a nose tackle than just the pure hold at the point of attack. But he can do the whole point of attack stuff too. Smiggles says, what does a 460-pound nose tackle look like in the NFL, I wonder? Like an elephant with pads. King, I think yours had some upside, but I don't think the chat is in the same place. His tape is brutal to watch for me, man. The tape is brutal, and I've watched as much tape on yours as any quarterback in this draft because I've been watching him for 3 freaking years. And the guy doesn't process on the football field, and I can't understate this enough with a King Bomber. I watch a lot of different quarterbacks through the years with a variety of different skill sets, and I've seen quarterbacks come out with limitations in college and correct some of those limitations at the pro level. I have. The one that I cannot think of that I really can remember any quarterback who is completely unable to really process at all on the field post snap in the pocket, and that they are just trying to get by on just sort of just, hold on for dear life, They're the 5-year-old kid on the Harley Davidson, and they've got the thing pulled all the way down, they've got the choke pulled all the way up on the freeway, and their little feet are just flapping in the wind behind them as they're trying to hold on to the thing. That's every time he drops back in the pocket, that's to me what's going on in Quinn Ewers' mind. There's no processing, there's no plan. So much of that offense was so heavily premeditated on making things so easy for him that then now in these rare unscripted moments that you're being given to actually have to play quarterback, and you completely are lost. He's got no pocket feel whatsoever. He doesn't know when there's a pass rusher an inch away or a mile away. And he will just throw the flat out dumbest interceptions that you can ever imagine in your life watching on college tape. Like you guys thought you hated last year Geno Smith's red zone interceptions. Boy, do I got something for you. I've watched this guy stare at a linebacker 5 yards away from him in the center of the field. Ewers drops back, looks right at the linebacker, and is looking right at him and throws it right to the linebacker 5 yards in front of him. Linebacker didn't have to jump up. Linebacker didn't have to make an amazing play or extend his full body up to go get the grab. He just threw it right in his breadbasket. Like Ewers couldn't have handed him the ball more than he did on it. And it's just those kind of throws are just littered all over Ewers' tape. I can't sign up for it. Hey, Josh, the 2 funniest moves of free agency was Shanahan taking Mac Jones, then Harbaugh taking Lance. It is funny Mac Jones finally going to the Niners. Okay, so I don't think 92 is an awful spot for Ewers or Milroe. I'm okay in that spot of it, King. I think it's more of there's been some discussion about like Ewers going maybe 2nd round now. I'm hearing it a little bit like, or these guys go up in the 1st, and you're going, yeah, I can't do that. Dogzilla, thank you for the $2 donation, Dogzilla. What projected top 10 pick fall is best at 18? Probably a Will Campbell. If teams are just unconvinced that he's going to be able to be a tackle at the next level, and that he's got to go to guard, those guys don't tend to go in the top 10 then. And then there's a good chance to me that he can dip down to you at 18. If teams view him as that way. If he is viewed as a tackle, he'll go in the top 18 for sure. I think Ted McMillan is the other guy that has some it seems, push behind him being a guy that's projected to be a top 10 guy that might have a chance to fall to 18 too at this point. They would be probably the two guys in the top 10 that stand out to me where there seems to be some variance of opinion with them. Maybe Will Johnson on top of that Dogzilla. AZ Hawker, given the deal Darnold received, not very likely for the Hawks to draft a quarterback in the first 3 rounds this year. Sorry. Got kitty problems here. Oh, what are you doing? What are you up to? Very unlikely, not very likely. Yeah, I would say likely wise, it's not likely to happen, AZ Hawker. I would say that it is still in play, though, because John's not drafted a quarterback here in recent years. Darnold is likely to be here, yes, more than 1 year, but you only have Sam Howell on the final year of his deal here. So Howell's a free agent after this year. You would like to have a guy in-house if Howell leaves after this year who's in there developing, going along. Say nothing of a guy that potentially could push then Sam Darnold if Darnold's not the real deal and he regresses back to more what Sam Darnold's been through most of his career. So it's not likely, but definitely there's a potential of it, especially with you having those 5 picks there in that top 100 AZ, with you having an extra second, with you having an extra third. I think that opens the door up as much as ever for you to maybe take a guy in that spot. I wouldn't predict it to happen, but it wouldn't shock me to see it happen either. Kind of a flip a coin on that one, I'd say. It's more 50-50. Pop says, thoughts on Jalen Milroe actually going to the draft in person in the green room? Did a team promise to take him the first? I would think yes. Those guys can sometimes get shocked and surprised and caught off guard and, you told me I was being picked, but sometimes, most of the time I would say those guys have been told that they're going to not go past here. And I think in Milroe's case that he has been told that, yes. So where? Hard to say on that one. There's a lot of candidates here who could be potentially the guy, even down to where Pops, it's a team trading up back into the first round at the end of the first round to go grab him like we've seen teams do at times on a guy like this. So not sure where or who, but yeah, that does seem to be the case. HAG Brennan's pissed off at the contract and John Schneider. I get where he's coming from. Chris says, went to Miami to make a highlight reel. There, that's right. It's not the worst way. I mean, like if you're a college kid, right? And it's like, okay, you could be a mid-first round pick this year, or you can go to Miami for a year, go to college in Miami as a 20-year-old kid, and go make $4 or $5 million and still be a first-round pick next year. Mm-hmm. So I got to go to Paradise for a year, be around beautiful women, and this is a tough sell for me. Joseph Jonesbrand's been very critical of Darnold. I think he's close to Geno. There's some differences in them, but I think that they're a lot closer together than they are further apart as players. The key note with them is how they deal with pressure, really. Darnold doesn't deal with it too well. Brent doesn't want to hear it from anyone. I said the fact that he wanted to play for Pete. John Schneider will never rule out a bad quarterback on purpose. Yeah, to me, it is a big factor, right, Pops? I mean, the player tells you, you go to a player and you give him a contract offer and you say, okay, here's our initial offer, and the player doesn't come back with a counter and he says, I want to be traded. What do you, like, what's left to ponder at that point, right, Pops? It's kind of like, well, all right, have a good one, I guess. I feel like I'm not trying to talk a player into staying here if you don't want to be here. I'm kind of one of those guys is with John on this, where it's like, look, I want people that want to be here. And if you're in a position where you've been playing footsies with Pete Carroll in the dark, you guys have been making out in the back of the theater here as we've gotten in this off season, and you're coming back to me and being like, I'm really in love now. I'm just like, not in love with you. All right, bye. Kind of how I feel a little bit about that on this. And that is a part of this. That's not just lip service. It's the true part. He wanted to go. He wanted to go with Pete. And I don't blame Gino for wanting that, by the way. That's not casting aspersions at Gino for that, but it does also then, you can't completely then gut John for it, being like, John was so out of pocket in this situation because the player said he wanted to be traded. It's not like the team did Gino dirty, right? Like the team didn't get into the final game of the year, for instance, when Gino had $6 million in incentives and be like, you know what, we want to save that $6 million in incentives, which, by the way, the Cowboys did. Cowboys did that with Cooper Rush. So you go, well, teams don't do that. Teams never would do that to a player. No, they could have done it to a player. They could have done it to Gino there at the end of the year. But they allowed him to make his $6 million in a game that didn't count, didn't matter. Probably could have been as much as for the benefit of giving Sam Howell another game out there to at least, go out there and work a little bit. Say nothing of bettering your draft position if you lose that game versus win it. But team did right by Gino. They didn't do him dirty. They didn't do him horrible. They got him that $6 million. He got paid. He got his opportunity here. We're the one team that have given him a chance here where other teams didn't. I don't fail to see how we did anything really wrong here on our situation with this on to that point of it. Josh, Stackhouse is a good name for a nose tackle. Yeah, it is, isn't it? It's like Max Strong for a fullback, isn't it, Josh? Like it just fits. That just fits. Zach says, hate me, but the difference between Gino and Darnold isn't much of anything. And Darnold's younger. I'll take the younger guy. Agreed. Comes down to it. There's really not that much of a difference. The difference with it is really the dealing with the pressure stuff. And yeah, Gino is better at dealing with pressure. Gino's better at getting around pressure, evading it, of recognizing it, of not seeing ghosts when he gets too much of it. Gino all the way around is going to be better, but that's really the only calibratable place that you can look at. That's the spot that Gino's got this well above Sam on, spot of things. And Sam is younger. But there's not something where, this is not a deal where this exists where Gino's like a top 5 quarterback that they've let go and Darnold's like a top 20 quarterback, which is how it's kind of being sold. This is where you have like a top 9 quarterback that you moved to bring on a top 12 quarterback who's 6 years younger and a little bit less a price. That's, really what's happened here is how it all comes out of the wash. Dogzilla, we saved basically no money when we lost Gino. Well, again, that's also inferring that Gino was going to give you the same deal here that he signed with the Raiders, right, Dogzilla? And what's interesting about this Geno Smith deal is that the deal didn't just come down immediately, did it? So, Gino didn't just walk over the Raiders and he was just given this contract and he accepted some lesser contract down the line. There's been weeks of negotiations between Geno's people and their people, and I would estimate that Gino probably thought he was going to be getting more into 40, 45 million when he went to the Raiders. And Pete probably is like, details. We'll figure it out once you get here, And then he got there and then Tom Brady walked in the room and Tom was like, yeah, we're not giving you 40 million. And so this is again where we like the inference is that you're going to get the same deal here that Gino gave to the Raiders, which how do we know that? Right? Sometimes stuff's complicated. Sometimes it can be straightforward. Maybe he just wanted to play for Pete. That's the other part of this too. Maybe he just wanted to play for Pete. He just likes Pete. He seemed to be pretty busted up on Pete. If you go back and watch, remember when Pete was let go, there's this whole moment where Pete throws his arm around Gino. Gino looks like he's about to cry. And that's another part of this too. I do feel like there's a little bit of this thing where I've gotten to a degree the understanding a bit on the Geno stuff of so far as people to a degree having the, oh man, this sucks losing Geno, but it's getting a little bit over the top at this point to me. Again, you lost a top 9 quarterback to go for a top 12 quarterback. You didn't lose a top 5 quarterback in his prime to go to a top 20 quarterback. And it feels like the nature of the discussion from some that are down on this Geno thing to this degree, and from all camps I hear it from on Twitter and seeing everywhere else, is that it gets spoken about kind of in that way. And you're not going to find a bigger proponent of Geno Smith than me. I was on from day one of that guy being started. I had his back for what I thought he could do. I do think that he's gone from a guy that came into this fan base and was tremendously underrated to, I think, by the end with Geno, the fan base had started to kind of slightly overrate him just a little bit. Like we could never quite find that honey spot, sweet spot. It's like either way below here or he's getting kind of a little bit inflated a little bit. And I think that that's a little bit what's happening here on the lamentations for his departure, because I just don't think that this was a situation that's just so mind-blowing as to him leaving. He's a 35-year-old quarterback, wanted to be paid by all accounts here, probably around the $40 million territory of things. And there's so much of the stuff that's got so much extra stuff behind closed doors that's just hard to know for sure on. Was he upset by their initial offer? Was he just in a camp of saying, well, if they're just going to offer me the less than 40 anyway, I'll just go play for Pete because I'd like to play for Pete anyway, if that's going to be the way it is. Was it a fracturing between him and Mike McDonald? Was it whatever it could have been? Who knows? But didn't want to be here. Didn't come back with a counter offer. We move it on. We keep it moving. Real House Hawks Nest, what's going to be the main topics you get into Rob with? It's going to be a lot of draft-centric stuff, Thrill House. I certainly am going to want to get a little bit of Rob's thoughts on covering the team in general from a, more of the bigger approach and looking at this team through the last few years. But then definitely there's going to be a lot of the draft discussion here, talking a little bit about draft trends and stuff that he's pulled his takeaways a little bit from this draft. Speak to a little bit of, some of the guys that he might have as his kind of, draft sleepers or gems that they can find a little bit of later rounds. The way he sees this draft going for the Seahawks, where he sees the team at in the future, kind of try to go through a variety of different places on that, but it will be a heavy amount of draft discussion, that is for sure. Relays, nose tackle in the 5th round, Nash Hutmacher from Nebraska. I have not looked at him yet, man. I'll try to take a look at him. I thought I'd looked at all the nose tackles. Man, there's some interesting names in this draft. That is not a real name. That cannot be a real name. The father looked at the mother, said, "What will his name be, darling?" She looked at him sweetly into his little baby blue eyes. Says, "We'll call him Nash Hutmacher." Dogzilla, why did Geno want to leave? The worst offensive line on the planet, maybe? These are those questions where it asks Dogzilla. It's like, we can ask these questions, but neither you nor I know anywhere near what the truth of the heart of the matter of the situation is. So, it could be that. It could be the money. It could be the love of Pete. It could be that he doesn't want to live in the Pacific Northwest and he wants to be bored down south. It could be just so many different reasons that's where, to me, this is a little bit of like, why try to turn over all these items of conjecture when we don't really know the truth? And the truth is not right now as simple as John Schneider's the bad guy and Geno Smith was the good guy, which is the way that this thing's getting kind of characterized a little bit. And that's where, to me, on that, I go, look, no one knows. But one thing is for sure, right, Dogzilla, is that as I, as a general manager, have a player who comes to me and I'm in a position of making a decision on him or not, a player that I can go get a third-round pick back for, and that player comes back to me and he says, I don't want to be here, acquiescing to that player's demands is not a crazy thing for that general manager to do. That's something that most general managers in the NFL in the same situation John was within would have taken those same kind of steps. And, when it comes to the worst offensive line on the planet, Dogzilla, a big part of why you had the worst offensive line on the planet prior to this season, the first 2 years that Geno started, under Coach Carroll, the coach that he's now going to, was because of also Coach Carroll's influence on that as well. That's where I think there's so many possibilities on what the reality of this could have been, where it just becomes a little bit, we can spin ourselves in circles with all of the possibilities for why. And that's why we got to stick to more of what we know. What we know is that Seattle made an offer for Geno to Geno Smith. We would like to keep you, Geno Smith. Geno Smith came back to the team and said, after that offer, I have no counter offer to provide back for you. I want you to trade me. Is that okay for Geno to do it? Certainly okay. I'm not painting him as a bad guy. I'm just saying that there's not really a bad guy in this situation. It's worked out for him. It's going to work out for the team. It's just the way you had a mutual, kind of parting of ways. And quite frankly, the same thing is in place here with DK Metcalf, who we now have reports on that was asking for trades even prior to this year. Prior to this offseason, he had asked to be moved. And so again, I don't want to be in the habit as an NFL football team of trying to force players to play in places they don't want to be. And if a guy comes to me and especially if he requests it publicly to be traded, then I'm going to kind of try to make that happen if I can, especially if I can get back the value back for him and I don't have to take it in the shorts by then, moving that said player. Carmen, I think he would want to be with Pete. Yep, could be Pete there too, Carmen. If Pete didn't return to the NFL, he'd still be here. I think that's another possibility of this, right? That's kind of a little bit, and again, it's all a guess, but that's a little bit of where my instincts take me on this, is I think that he really has a fondness for Pete. And Pete returning and having a chance to go back there, I think there was a draw there. I do. He then says, I'll say this, if we paid Geno and DK while being on this really bad O-line situation, that would have been catastrophic. I'll take this end with the picks. Me too. Dogzilla, I like to think John Schneider did well by Geno, letting him go to Pete Carroll instead of whatever might have happened. Yeah. I mean, and again, I think as Carmen says above on this, Dogzilla, and Pete's not in Raiders, I think Geno's very likely to be here next year. So I think that's the way this would have probably have gone as a situation there. Dogzilla says letting Sam Darnold go after year one would be devastating money-wise. Yeah, you're going to go for probably the first couple of years on the deal with it, the way it's set up. But, if you're drafting a quarterback, you're going to need a second quarterback on the roster. And if that guy overtakes Darnold, then he's awesome. If Darnold's overtaking him and that guy's able to develop and spend some time on the bench and actually being given that time, the thing with going to get a quarterback this year or next year, the thing you're able to then provide that quarterback is actually some time on the bench to learn, as opposed to the throw him in the deep end of the pool strategy that we see so many teams employ when it comes to drafting a quarterback, which is probably a pretty smart approach rather than throwing him in the deep end to give them the little flippers on their arms, stick them in the shallow end first. Yeah. How you doing, man? Randall McDaniel, sorry, a little late on acknowledging this, but thank you for the $2 donation. Did you have a draft grade on Max Crosby? I don't think that I had at that time gone as deep into the draft coverage as I am now, Randall. on that particular draft. So I do not remember looking at Max Crosby coming out. But I think that was one draft where I was still particularly not, I wasn't quite getting into it in the depth that I am at this point now, where it was more, kind of locking in on the high guys at the top end of it rather than really getting into the depths of the draft with it. So I cannot remember scouting Max when he came out, Randall. I wish I could be like, yeah, I saw it. I saw it early with him, Randall. Dogzilla, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, please get some Dan V style arm tats. I can't ever settle on what I'd want to have on my arm permanently, And I'm at the age now where if I couldn't have picked it before this, I am picking it now. But I never could come up with what I wanted there to be on my arm. That's good too, because I grew up during the time where I went through the barbed wire on the arm thing. That was huge for a while. Missed that one. Able to duck that one. You had some dudes who did the belly tat. Hard to pull off the belly tat, and the belly tat does not start to look good once you get into your mid to late 40s. That belly tat, that's struggling. When you're 20s, you got the six pack, and the belly tat's got each of your little packs able to watch, I'll make him flex with my abs. Then you get in your late 40s and it's he looks like he's throwing up rather than he's flexing. It's what happened? I can't do the tats. Can't do them. Chris says, yours accuracy past 10 to 15 yards goes down the toilet. Yes, it does. Another fun part about him too, in addition to Chris, is the accuracy. You got the decision making, you got the lack of mobility, you got the lack of the pocket awareness. For loss, I think the Broncos are on a major come up if Knicks can stay healthy. Ooh. I like them. I'd like to see them get him some more playmakers there at Thrill House if they could. Dr. Strange, did we have a good O-line with Wilson? How do we really know? Oh, well, it's harder to your point on Dr. Strange at times with Wilson because he was one of those quarterbacks that held on to the ball as long in the pocket as anybody else. And if you're a quarterback that's going to average over 3 seconds holding on to the ball in the pocket, then you're going to take more hits and more hurries. And so that offensive line will then look worse than because of that. I do think that the offensive line throughout 2015 onward, even up through today, has been that you not only have been not good in pass protection, but you've been not good as a run blocking unit either. You don't create a lot of holes. Your running backs have a lot of penetration in the backfield they're encountering. I would feel pretty solid ground, Dr. Strange, to say that the line's been pretty bad, that it's been 20s and just a matter of how deep into the 20s they've been over the last 10 years. Metal Dragon, my concern is if Darnold isn't good, we're screwed. We are now in the quarterback carousel, something to be seriously avoided. Well, if Geno's moving on, you're in the carousel as it is anyway, because you got to go find a quarterback and you don't have anything you're not sitting with the number 1 overall pick in the draft or able to go get that guy there. So you're kind of already in that boat, regardless of whether you signed up for Sam Darnold or not. This was where you were going to have to go with the situation. Yeah, there's a potential of him being bad, but it's this way with everything when it comes to the quarterback position. Even the first round quarterbacks that everybody wants to go and have the Hawks go take, what do those things have? Like a 30% hit rate? These things don't have great hit rates wherever you're grabbing them at. And there's going to be some inherent risk involved there, no matter what. The kind of key to this is that what you found with the Sam Darnold deal of whether or not you get out of it in a year, whether you're not getting out of it in 2 years, whether or not you got to wait till the third year of the deal where you get out of it, is that you've essentially found the blue collar contract that you've been able to give out here. You've been able to pay him into that watermark spot that's like Geno, where the past couple of years with Geno, he's been about the 17th highest paid contract on the books by what he's actually costed that year on the cap. And so you have found this kind of blue collar contract, which doesn't really exist in the NFL, and where John feels like he can find a lot of good value within that. And I can understand people being like, they're not big on Darnold. They wish they hadn't given up Geno. But the thing that John's not getting a lot of credit here from some of the fans on this one is his approach to the quarterback position. This is the guy that found Russell Wilson in the third round. This is the guy who pivoted off Russell Wilson and then moved to Geno Smith as the next heir apparent. All the people falling in love with Geno Smith wouldn't have known anything about Geno Smith if John hadn't been the first guy in the first place to say, no, we'll ride with that guy as our number one guy. We have trust in his faith. What I'm trying to say is here, John's kind of earned the benefit of the doubt when it comes to trusting him a little bit with the quarterback position. I'm not the biggest Sam Darnold guy, but I will look at John's track record, being at the pro days of Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes when you still had Russell Wilson on the roster. And I'll say, maybe quarterback's one of those positions that he has a good baseline on, a good read on. And so let's trust in John and that he's earned a little bit of trust on this. Has John earned the right to have trust with the offensive line? No. He deserves to be raked over the barrel on that one, 100%. But when it comes to the quarterback, finding a Hall of Fame talent in the third round, rolling with the Geno Smith when literally everyone else in the world said this guy's done. That guy should, I think, get a little bit of a benefit of the doubt on that little part of it. You want to rake him on the other stuff, rake away on it. But this one, to me, it's like he's earned a little bit of goodwill, I guess you could say, with this one. Peter says a stout and stingy defense, a heavy rushing attack, tons of play action. Let Darnold be a game manager and don't rely on him to throw for 4,000 yards and constantly sit under pressure. That's the route, man. That is the route. Huckmaker is how his name's pronounced, I think. Okay, there we go. Nash Huckmaker. Beautiful boy guy. We can call him Nash Huckmaker. Dogzilla says we ended up paying the same for Sam Darnold as what the Raiders paid after everything that everybody said here about keeping Geno. Yeah, I again don't think, man, folks aren't letting go of the Geno thing, are they? Like, this thing's going to just keep spinning throughout the rest of the year on this one. I appreciate the conversation on a Dogzilla. I think it's kind of getting to the spot where it's like, I can't pound it in the dirt anymore on this one with it. Like, Geno didn't want to be here, my man. And that's like any of these other points that come downwind of it. And, well, why do you not want to be here? Well, what did you do to make Geno unhappy? What did you do to make Geno mad at you? Like, that stuff's kind of irrelevant. At the end of the day, he didn't want to be here. And so it's like, didn't want to be that's the ultimate beyond, well, we thought we were getting Darnold at a lot cheaper price than what Geno was going to sign, but Geno ended up signing a deal that's closer to what Darnold signed with. But again, this deal didn't just happen overnight, Dogzilla. So Geno didn't just go to the Raiders and just instantaneously take that offer. They announced the deal. Like, you were hearing about it for weeks on end, right, Dogzilla? You were hearing about it from Brendan as well. Like, man, we still don't have the contract deals out from the Raiders and Geno. Why don't we have these deals? Why don't we have the contract parameters? Why hasn't it been announced yet? Why aren't they saying anything? Man, it's really quiet on the Geno front of things. It's because that stuff went through a little bit of the negotiations, and it was probably some hard negotiations. And Geno, I would reckon to guess, probably thought he was getting closer into that $40-45 million a year mark when he went there with it. But that's not the deal that he was given. That's not the deal that they ended up settling out for. And there's probably a given point in that negotiations where it's like, well, you can play out the final year of your deal here and we'll just eat the third round pick, Geno. Do you want to do that? Like, that's again where it's like all of there's a little bit of what's happening here, Dogzilla. There's an intimating of Geno done wrong. I'm going to let that then color my logic and reasoning for how I think this situation played out. Not how I know it played out, but I'm going to let it color how I think this situation played out. As opposed to me, like what I'm trying to say on this is that I don't get why we want to even have any conjecture about this, because it's all a fool's errand that's not going to establish anything that's anything close to what is the real truth of the situation. We don't know where Geno's mind is at. We don't know why he did what he did. The reasons for why he chose to do what he did and wanting to be traded could have much been anything, just wanting to be with Carroll as much as not wanting to be in Seattle. It's all of this stuff that's like, you can spin yourself in circles on this thing and it's to no benefit. It's to not get you to any point closer to the truth of the situation. It's just us throwing out a bunch of conjecture of possibilities without any of those possibilities having one that's more closer to being certain than the others. That's the part I don't get about this, is that there's a lot of this like just turmoil and just the inner ripping of the guts out in the fan base on this one. And it's like, why? Again, coming back to the bottom line on this is pivot to this cost there. You went from a 35-year-old Geno Smith, who's a top 9 quarterback by the best of accounts, by the people that would be the most glowing on Geno Smith. I love Geno. He's the best of the best, 9th best quarterback in the sport on the best of the days. That's where he lands. Darnold's about 12th. So, okay, we're paying this guy that's 6 years younger, who's about as good as the other guy, and we're gonna let this thing for weeks and months on end tear at us. This makes sense to you, Dogzilla? Like, that this should be a topic that for months on end should just be tearing at the guts of some of the fan base. Maybe I'm not smart on this one, but I don't get it. This one's one of those ones where I just go, I don't get it. You want to rake on John about the offensive line, fine, but the Geno one on this one, and they just keep spinning it and churning it. And man, this fan base loves to churn over stuff. We love to churn over stuff over and over and over and over and over again. And I got to say, this has kind of become one of those topics with the Geno one, where it just feels like we're kind of mulching over the same stuff. It's not really pushing the ball forward. It's just a lot of people going, well, maybe it's this. Well, maybe it's that. Well, maybe this was this. And nobody knows anything about it. That's, we'll learn years later down the line. And it'll probably be some silly thing like Geno saying, well, I just want to play for Carroll. And then what? Then nobody's the bad guy, right? Just want to play for Carroll. And then nobody has to be the bad guy. But there always seems to have to be a bad guy in these situations. There's always got to be some, pull off the mask Scooby-Doo moment here. I don't think that exists in this situation. Zach, the Raiders have several young, good O-linemen, better than ours. Raiders also improved their O-line prior to the draft. They have a pretty good offensive line. As he was, I know you got Alfred Collins in the 4th, but I think getting Michael Shamar and Alfred in the 2nd would make this line look like the postseason Eagles line. It would be amped up, that's for sure. And I will say this with Alfred, C.D. Woods, I don't have any problem with him necessarily as a player for bringing productivity to the field. And if you do take a guy one round earlier than where I've got him slotted, that's not the most egregious thing in the world to do. That's not a great sin, I would say. And with Collins, he's going to give you good run stuffing ability. He can be a potential power edge for you. He did some of that stuff there with Texas. I think my only thing with Alfred is just so many people try to sell me on him being a nose tackle. And that's where I have to do the pushback thing where I'm just going, look, he's not going to give you nose tackle snaps. Not really. No. You might get like a couple of game here and there, but it's 3 tech. It's outside on the edge as a 5 tech kind of guy, early down guy. That's where he's got to kind of live to do whatever he's going to do. But he should be a good run stuffer. I don't think he gives you a lot as far as pass rusher there, but as a run stuffer, he can be a monster just in that little way. But Mykel Williams, Shamar Stewart, high upside players. And if the team has, if the team has the conviction to believe that they're going to hit this upside, I've got no problem taking them. And it makes a lot of sense in taking them at that point, C.D. Woods, because as I say with this day 1, day 2, you want to go for the upside. You want to go you're going for difference makers. And in Mykel Williams and Shamar Stewart, you can absolutely slay in selecting those guys. You're not selecting them a little bit like you with Alfred Collins to kind of fit to a specific role. You're going for the big time all the way around upside, the around the world upside that they bring in that way. And that makes a lot of sense drafting day 1, day 2 for that reason of it. Lou, hey 12s, just tuned in. Go Hawks. Why is Pumpkin chilling in the other cat tree? Well, because we got our other kitty here, man. Zena's made an appearance here today. So Pumpkin has to she's taking the cheap seats. She's up in the Kingdom 300 level, Lou. Zena got the field seats today. Thrill House Hawks Nest. Who was the player you had a draft grade on with total conviction, good or bad, that you were completely wrong on? Total conviction. And I was just looking at the other night. A couple of these guys. Total conviction. I'm caught up on the total conviction process. I'm trying to think of there's guys that I've been wrong on, but I definitely had the feeling of like, even in the moment, I liked them a lot, but I certainly could see there being a way that that it didn't quite take 2 on that one, let's say. I mean, I think Will Levis was going to be a lot better than he's turned out to be. I don't know if I saw the guy that was going to be a difference maker, but I felt like Kentucky had such a bad offensive line. He had some pro style stuff that he was doing in Kentucky's scheme coming out, but he's just been completely lost for the position, in my opinion. So he'd probably be as much of a miss for me. I think Sidney Brown's another guy that it hasn't quite taken with the Eagles. He's had some moments with the Eagles out there as the safety for them. And I just love that guy's tape with Illinois. Played with Devin Witherspoon out there in Illinois. And he was just awesome. And he's not quite realized as a player what I thought he could be. I didn't think he was a first-round talent, but I thought he was going to be a really good safety in this league. And he's had a hard time even cracking into the starting lineup there. Save the geese, my OCD wouldn't let me get a tattoo. That's probably the same thing with me a little bit. Just whatever I decide on, I know I'd regret it like a week later. Flag on Raiders, 24th pass blocking O-line, run blocking not terrible. Yeah. Flag Raiders have bottom 10 offensive line, and all they did was add Alex Kappa. Okay. So not that good. I know they did get Jackson Powers Johnson, who's a guy that's going to be legit a good player in this league, and he's coming along. But and again, back to all the conjecture, I'd be surprised if this thing with Geno was really driven by the offensive line per se. I'm sure that's a frustration, but I don't think that's the thing that made him want to leave. I think what we'll come to find on this is it's a little bit more of the get a little bit further south. Seattle's kind of high north. Go play with Coach Carroll. Likes the idea maybe of being in Vegas more than being in Seattle potentially on this. But who knows? Who knows? Zach, they also let go of their garbage center to let their young guys take over. They also had a garbage quarterback and bad running backs, which hurts the ranking of their line as well. Good point, Zach. Doesn't help your line when you do have bad quarterback play and no skill position players and not much at the running back position. It's true. Dogzilla, laughing out loud, I came close to getting some impulsive tats too when I was younger. I'm glad I took a breath and considered. I thought about it, man. And how bad would I look right now if you got this stupid barbed wire on my arm right now? I mean, how lame would that be? You know, I would have had to have covered up with something more gaudy just to not have people laughing at me. Me says, get a low back tat of Largent, Brandon. Just Largent's hands coming out of my back. Like this. Me. Just this coming off the lower end of the back. That'd be a good look on the beach. If you look at it from one angle, it looks like a guy's trying to climb out of his butt. Loses Lou. The Pumpkin's been disrespected, currently plotting on Xena. She's not happy about being up there right now. You can tell that. She's giving me a look right now about letting Xena. He's like, you let me knock her off. Let me knock her off. Carmen says if he's considering pause on his forehead, we need to stage an intervention. Yeah, that'd be a tough look. If I did the Boz, I'd just do remember Boz did the whole thing on the side of his head where he'd have something carved into the side of his head. I thought about doing that, seeing if I can get a barber to put like the Hawk logo in the side of my head. That would go pretty hard, actually. Like a Seahawk tattoo on the side of your dome, and then you just shave down your hair when you want to show it. You know, just get the zero razor down and then grow it back when you're like, you don't want people to see it. Flag says, man, it's sad the 25th ranked line would be looking up for us. Brian is a much younger man. Me and two buds stood drunkenly outside a tap parlor daring each other. Nobody hit. Yeah, it's too much of a commitment, man. That whole last your whole life thing, it's a tough sell. And then I saw a story today about the dude that got like planed down to like Venezuela or something because he had like the wrong tat on his arm that they thought was the Treunga Lunga Dunga gang or whatever it is, right? That's the other thing. I was like, the wrong tattoo on, somebody misinterprets it. It's like, no, it's Mickey. It's Mickey. I'm not a gang member. It's just Mickey. Well, that's you rocking the set. No, I'm not rocking the set. I just like cartoons. You look like you like guns with that tattoo, huh? No, I don't. Smiggle, I think John knows quarterback talent better than any personnel man in Seattle before him. And this is where I'm at with it too, Smiggle. I'm not just giving John the benefit of the doubt. Anybody that's followed me knows that I'm not in any way ever just giving John the benefit of the doubt on any moves. And I'm perfectly willing to put his feet to the fire and say that, look, you've gotten a lot of stuff wrong and the time's to step up the plate and get this thing right. But you want to do this specific to where the problems lie. And there are things that general managers get right and there's things that general managers get wrong. And when you have a guy that's been in a certain place for 15 years, we're in a very unique place to have a guy that's had 15 years of a track record on all of these positions where we can determine where his strengths and where his weaknesses lie. And with John, I think one of his strengths is the quarterback position. You find a guy like Russell in the third round, that's kind of indicative of the fact that you've that kind of value and land that kind of player. And to know that he was hot to trot Allen, know he's hot to trot Mahomes, know that you went with Geno Smith. I think he's got a good enough track record here to not necessarily give him just blind allegiance on it, but to at least feel a little bit better than to be initially wholly negative to there being any possibility of it working right. Brian says, this is why we need to trust John on Hal being a viable future option. He might be. He might be. Me, oof on the tongue piercing. That's another one that almost got me. I was dating this just unbelievably gorgeous girl back in the day, my early 20s. And she was rocking the tongue ring. And man, she gave me the hard sell to get the tongue ring. And I was that close. And it's like, no. It's also right about that time when Chris Rock came out with that. I don't know if you guys remember that song of Chris Rock that he had where there's no sex in the champagne room, I think is the song. And he's got a line in it where he's like, if you meet a girl and she's got a tongue ring, she'll probably suck your bump. And then he goes, and if you meet a guy and he's got a tongue ring, he'll probably suck your bump. Oh, that would have been a mistake. I'd be sitting here with some sad little hole in my tongue if I had now. Didn't quite ever close. William, maybe would it be bad if the Seahawks take Loveland at 18? How would you feel about that? I would feel kind of meh. It makes sense. And Mike's got enough of a connection to the Michigan program there where you know what you're getting in him, I guess. He just doesn't blow me away with the tape. And there's a lot of projection here because you don't have as much of the grade A production to go upon to really lean into. I mean, Tyler Warren, I've got 100 catches. Harold Fannin, I've got 100 catches this past year with both of those two guys. With this guy, I've got J.J. McCarthy's year there where they barely are throwing the ball, and then in this year where it's still very run heavy, and then the quarterback position kind of sucks. And so I don't really get to see him at his best and brightest of what he sort of teases as far as his pass catching potential. And then he is a little bit limited to me as a blocker. So grabbing that at 18, we might come to find that that's just fantastic. But we might also come to find that we did a little bit too much projecting on that player where we didn't have the production on it. And that gets me worried about him there at 18. I wouldn't hate it. I wouldn't be completely revolting about it. There's some picks there at 18 where I will be mad. If Emeka Egbuka is the pick at 18, I'm going to be mad. If it's a quarterback that's the pick at 18, I'm going to be mad. There's some things that will outright just have me red-faced and pissed. But Colston wouldn't do that. You go, why my guts? Brian, thank you for remembering that. Please hit that like button. Thanks for reminding me of that, Brian. You guys get a chance. Helps me show up on the algo. Flag, don't forget Pete and Gino talked all season. Pete said he would call him after games. I think the wheels were in motion for a while. Pete probably knew he was taking a job somewhere. Great point, Flag. 100% all the way down the line. Agree with everything Flag just said. And I think that for the folks wondering about this, I'm going to read every sentence of this again. Just listen to every sentence of this. Don't forget Pete and Gino talked all season. Pete said he would call him after games. I think the wheels were in motion for a while. Pete probably knew he was taking a job somewhere. And I absolutely know with absolute certainty that Pete had it in his mind to come back and get a job this year. He wanted to get back in the NFL this year. He did not want to go back to college. He wanted to get back in the pros. So yeah, That's a part of this where I think there's a play here, is that I think that and it makes sense, some coaches and quarterbacks get that connection in that way. And that's just maybe what has gone on here between these two guys. And you go, okay, I get it with that. I get it. Makes sense. Dogzilla, I'm not placing the blame on anyone, just pointing out that everyone important here wanted Geno to be here. They all said it over and over, but he's gone despite what they wanted. But again, that comes back to Dogzilla on the thing I mentioned about that at the time. Because remember, I said this at the time when everybody was saying, they said that he's our guy. They said he's not going anywhere. And so this is again where, you and watching the channel and seeing me through this whole process play out, you can see how I've been consistent in what I'm saying on this. And what I say today is exactly in alignment with what I said, like, let's say a month ago. And so here's what I mean by that, is that when people mentioned to me at that time, Dogzilla, that the team just came out, John just came out, Mike McDonald just came out and said that he's here with us. He's going to be our guy. He's our quarterback of the future. This is our guy. The thing that I said to everybody at that point, Dogzilla, was that if he's going to be traded or if that's a possibility, you're not coming out there and saying, we're open for business. Who wants Geno? A lot in the same way, Dogzilla, of how when Russell Wilson was going to be traded and you were at the combine with Coach Carroll and you asked Carroll about Wilson and he's like, he's here forever. He's our guy. He's here forever. And then you traded him 2 days later. So this isn't really about the team lying to you. It's more of that when you have this kind of situation at play, you have sort of canned answers that you have to give to play the game. Because if you don't give those canned answers, you destroy ultimately the value of what you can get back for the quarterback. If instead of you saying, Geno's our guy, we love Geno, we would never let Geno go, you come out and you say, we're open for business, you're going to be walking away with a 5th or 6th round pick back for that guy rather than the 3rd round pick you were able to get back for him. Now, again, the proof back to this being that you did this exact same thing with Russell Wilson. Exact same thing. So it's, and again, too, on this with it is that there's probably some interest in keeping him. That's where we come back to Dogzilla on where does the arrow point on this one? The arrow on this one would point to be Geno was the driver on this one ultimately. And that if he comes back and he's willing to be paid at the price that they're willing to offer him, which is about what he accepted with the Raiders, which is basically his market cost, team probably would have signed him for that price. But he drove and wanted to move on to the Raiders, And I don't mention it necessarily that you're trying to blame him as much as that there's a general wanting to sort of shade in on John on this one, and that somehow John failed the situation on Geno. And again, there's plenty of stuff for us to rake John on and get on John about. I just think that this is one that doesn't make a lot of sense to really go at John upon and say somehow like he did something wrong in this situation and his approach to it. And I just don't think there's anyone who did anything wrong in their approach to the situation. It's just much like with the DK thing. Sometimes you just get to a mutual parting of ways with players where it just doesn't make any sense to that player in that position. It doesn't mean that player's bad or the general manager was bad for letting him walk. It just means that, hey, we're at a sort of a mutual parting of ways at this point. And it happens, especially in this sport where things move so fast. How is Terrence Ferguson as a blocker? I think he's okay. Let me check my notes on that. I got him as a little bit above average. He's got some really good reps on tape. Just checking my notes right now. Really good reps on tape, but it's just a little bit above average, I'd say. Not a dominator, not a real peeper pusher on that, but he'll get the job done. And there's room to grow there too, importantly as well with that Carmen, with him as a player. War Chief, what's up, man? It's good to see you, brother. Cool Breeze, will there be any other topics tomorrow or just the draft? Well, we're going to be talking about the team too in regards to this Cool Breeze. I mean, I'm going to be speaking to more topics with him a little bit on stuff having to do with just approaches, especially like, we're going to talk about quarterback position and the approach to that and which, what's the right way for the Hawks to be going here into the future on this one? Is it to get a variety of guys in here to target a guy? Is it to go look for the veteran? With us, with me on this, the conversation will tend to flow in every different direction on it. But I've got a couple of questions and specific things I'm kind of going to be looking to get into, but it won't be just draft stuff. We'll be getting into a couple of different things on that. Zach says, sorry, chat updated. Gaming Taco, how do I feel about drafting Zabel at 18? I'd be okay with it. I mean, it's a bit of a reach, but if the team is that in love with him, I'd get it. I'd like to try to trade back to pick him more into the 20s or later 20s if we could. But it becomes such a position at need at this point, whether it's in the first round or the second. We're likely at some point or another in this draft going to have to reach for a lineman to make sure that we get a good enough quality one to make sure that we've got that box checked going into the season at the position. He says, I really enjoyed the pain that came with my half sleeve. Want to get another one on my thigh or calf. Oh, see, that's the other part. I don't think I could do that either with the little needle. Just. Flag says, man, Jordan Phillips screams John Schneider pick. He does. I get hyped about that. I love Jordan. He's so much fun. Dogzilla says, Zilla Red has tulips on her lower back. They're fun to watch. Where'd you to talk about ex-girlfriends laughing out loud? To be honest, guys, I care less. What's going on with Dino and DK? Gotta be a fan of the team, not the players. Each their own. Cool Breeze Pumpkin got benched after starting 1,135 straight streams. Controversial. I know, she's lost her spot. The black one's finally put in her elderly rights. Her elderly rights to the prime cat tree. CD says Burrow and Stroud for me. I thought they were bus propelled up due to their team, laughing out loud. I could get that. I mean, Burrow had only the 1 year really of really high in production, right? He kind of washed out of Ohio State. And Stroud, there was a lot of questions about his ability to deal with pressure. And wasn't under a lot of pressure at Ohio State, was he? So, I mean, you might have ended up being wrong on those CD Woods, but you were definitely right in your process for what led you there. Give me Taco. Brandon, how do you feel about Jada Barron at pick 18? The only way you're going to be taking Jada Barron at 18 is if you plan on either moving Jada Barron or Devin Witherspoon to the safety position. That's the only way that selection happens. Barron's going to be playing slot corner in his pro career, and he's going to be a great slot corner at that. It's the new hotness position in the NFL a little bit there, Gaming Taco. But he's just not an outside corner. He's got 29-inch arms. It's not going to work at outside corner with 29-inch arms. It's just not going to be prudent. Won't work. Nobody out there making it work at that short of an arm length at outside corner. So if you grab him, you're moving Devin to safety or you're moving Barron to safety. One of the two would be my guess. He's a good player, Gaming Taco, but I think some team's going to take him to be a slot ultimate dude, and he'll be a good one at that. Hey, Josh, the thing that gives me hope about Darnold is that he's worked closely with Kubiak, and Kubiak picked Darnold to run his offense. Very true. You certainly are going to want the sign-off of Kubiak. Great point. If you're going to go after Darnold, you work with this guy. Is it a yay or nay? And that guy says nay, and then you still go and sign him. That'd be pretty crazy, wouldn't it? So you're right. You absolutely know that at least Kubiak was like, yeah, he can get it done. He can get it done. Dogzilla, Pumpkin or Zena at safety? I go with Pumpkin because she's a hammer, and Zena's just too nice. Zena would have to be an offensive player because she's too sweet and nice. Pumpkin's got a bit of the edge, Dogzilla. Yeah, Chris is right. Pumpkin's Cam type. She is. She's got Cam size and cat form. Zena's a receiver. You guys are in line. We're in alignment on this one. I see it the same. Zach, I hated Believe Us, bro. I will say this. I landed on my evaluation on him, Zach, and I struggled with him every step of the way on it. Every step of the way it was a real complicated eval to try to pull off. But overthought that one a little bit, I think, when it all came down to, when the player shows his ass on the tape in college, yeah, you want the flashes and you want to, think that you can build upon the flashes to make those consistent. But sometimes the flashes are just the flashes, and it's really the ass play is the, then it is what it is there. You gotta lean into it. Or Chief is not like the Mike Tyson tribal facial tattoo. Thrill John Schneider had multiple draft boards evolving for certain contingencies, at least from what I've seen of the draft room and heard him talk about it. He has indeed, which is smart. You want to run those war game scenarios is what I call it. Me says, not the lame arm. Not that lame, man. Nothing wrong with some barbed wire on the arm, laughing out loud. Oh, me, did you make a decision back in the day? Hey, the concept was badass, you know? Yeah, you got to wrap these guns up in barbed wire. They're so dangerous. And you're even a little more badass if you had a little blood drop that had come up because the razor had like cut into your arm, you know, and then you got a little tattoo blood drip go down, right? That's when you were extra badass with the razor, the barbed wire. It can look tough on the right person. It just got played out at our age, in our time, because there's so many dudes doing it. It was that, or it was the tribal band that they would do around their arm. Oh, the tribal band. A butterfly tattoo for women. Orchie Brandon the Boss had two hairstyles. He had the actual channels that was carved into his head, and then he just had the full side shaved mullet. But the channels on his head was made out of glitter glue. Wow, yeah, he went hard with it. I think I would do that one, the one with the sides where he's got it all, and then you do the mullet to the back, party in the front. No, business in the front, party in the back. And then you got to do the side, you know, the side cut-ins. Like I need the Hawk logo on one side, badass, chiseled into the other side. Over his armpit, inside arm, or hell is hell, or inside of arm or is hell. Can confirm. Yeah, I've heard it's pretty painful. Don't think I'd like. Me says both my brother and mom got tongue rings. Ill-advised. Yeah. I've heard too, some of those folks can get like teeth knocked out if you got a piece of metal flying around in there. Where she says, I pretty much got a full bodysuit, and to me, top of the foot, top of the stomach, collarbone, fingertips, and rib cage were just ridiculously painful. Well, it's also with you got the cultural thing out there, War Chief. You guys are all tatted up out there. But that goes back like ancestral lines. I couldn't imagine, though. I'd be a wuss on the table, I'm sure, with it. Probably have to get drunk to do it. Seahawks and Tua fan, how warm is coach's seat right now? Ice cold, baby. Ice cold. My man just had 10 wins as a first-year head coach. That's smashing success and the type of thing that's only going to earn you more rather than earn you less. No warm seat. Doctor Strange, everyone wants to be a Raider. Hell, I want to be a Raider. Maybe Gino's just a gambler, man. Maybe he just likes the slot machines, you know? We haven't thought about that being the possibility here. For Alice, Mike McDonald is going to be the most jacked NFL coach. Guy's definitely hitting the gym. Yeah, he is. A lot of frustration from last season. He's trying to work off on the guns. Dr. Strange, so which guards did we miss out on in previous drafts? Were they successful? And who did we draft instead? You could have gone with an Avila. The Rams took a couple of years ago in the second round. You would have taken him a little bit earlier at that point to take him, which maybe the Hawks just didn't want to do at that time. Osiris Torrance was in that draft, but I don't think he was really going to be a fit for Seattle. Because he was just so big and immobile, and you were looking for more mobile offensive linemen at that time. To be honest with you, in recent drafts, Dr. Strange, it has not stood out as much in that way. But that's almost been as much because of the fact that the drafts have not been particularly strong when it comes to their positions of need. Of course, 3 years ago, you went out and you took a first and a third round pick on your two tackles. So you put significant assets into those two. Absolutely. The couple of select times that have come up here that have been interesting moments is Seattle was trying to trade up back into the first round at one point to go get Linderbaum, the guy the Baltimore Ravens got as a real grade A center in this league. And Seattle was looking to go get that guy. And they could not find a way to get a trade facilitated to move up and go get him. Linderbaum's been a really good center for the Ravens, and he looks like a top 5 center in the league for the next 5 years. So that was definitely a miss there. Instead, I think you ended up going with Boye Mafe, I think was the pick in the second round that you went with instead on that one, Dr. Strange. And then the other one was last year, you were trying to trade back into the second round to go take Cooper Beebe, who the Dallas Cowboys took in the second round. I think that we would have taken Cooper Beebe to be a left guard. The Cowboys instead moved him to center. He was okay as a center, and he got better as the year went along, but he was really learning a whole new position, how to snap the ball, all that type of stuff. So you really weren't getting the best view of BB long-term. BB's going to be a good player in this league. He's going to be a good center. Could be a good guard too. And so those are the two notable guys you left out on. I think really the issue comes down to Dr. Strange more than it being, especially the last 3 years, there being a laundry list of guys that you've not taken who you should have taken for the line. It more being that those drafts were really weak for offensive line, and then you didn't look to facilitate any other way to really go out there and improve your offensive line, knowing the drafts were going to be filled like that they were going to be that lean for interior offensive linemen. I think that's more of the part, at least for me specifically, that I look at with John, and I go, that's the part that sticks in my craw a little bit, where you knew that draft was going to be that way. You knew you had this hole, and that you still went at it to say, we're not going to spend any money on this offensive line. It's going to be all on the draft, on those weak drafts for interior offensive lines. The nice part this year, though, of course, is Dr. Strange, you have a really strong year for an interior offensive line here. So the thing that we have a need for, you've got a heavy glut of, so they should be able to get this at least taken care of now. Or GB, haha, not the Ungala Longa bang. Caldwell's nice, Jim. I've got Jamari Caldwell in the third. I think that's where he's going to, late third is where I think he's going to go, maybe early fourth. But he's fun. Gaming Taco Brando, could the Raiders take Sanders if he falls and have him back up Geno? Yeah. I don't think it's likely to happen, though. And his reason is anything is that I think that Pete could have given you an indication to go in two ways walking in this Raiders job. One is that I'm going to take a slow roll approach, and I'm going to get this Raiders team built up like we did with Seattle, where we took a little bit of our time to get it right. I come in 2009, and it's not till really 2012 we're making noise. Similarly here, or 2008, wherever he came in at, I can't quite remember, I'm getting old, but here with the Raiders, you're seeing him do a bit of a different approach, which is that I'm not here to wait. I'm not here to, slow roll this thing. Let's go. And I think Tom Brady's going to be very much in the same kind of way, pushing that from the top to say, let's go. And so if you're going to take a Sanders pick there instead of going for like a guy like Ashton Genty, that's quite a bit of a different pick. You're going from saying, hey, we could take a blue chip guy that instantly galvanizes this offense to we're going to go for this quarterback who might not play for another 2 years in this offense or 3 years in this offense. I don't think the Raiders are going to be in a position to do that, quite frankly. So, it's a possibility, but I would be very surprised to see Carroll do that because he seems to be impelled by a sense of urgency here, which is understandable being he's a guy, one of the oldest coaches in the NFL now, or the oldest coach in the NFL. Father Time is not on your side. You do need to get this kind of going quick if you want to do whatever you're wanting to do here. Carmen, Vegas has the Niners winning the division this year. I definitely would put the Rams as a pretty strong front runner at this point. They do have a very easy schedule, though. Or Chief, I think Gente gets drafted by the Raiders also. I think Pete can't pass up on that kind of back. I don't either. It's made 2 cents for too long. It just goes together. Gente and Carroll just go together. Gaming Taco, now you need to collab with Hawk Blogger, and you've completed the Seahawks Content Creator Gauntlet. I know, man, huh? We'll try to see if maybe we can pull on Hawk Blogger. people have been telling me recently they've been trying to bring up to him on doing it, and that he's not necessarily been as open to it. So don't want to force the guy or put him under a, something he doesn't want to do with it. But I'd love to meet up with him, and I think that we'd all do well when we cross collab and do all that stuff. It's good for everybody. Archer Strange, the challenge for the Niners now is, can they maintain what they had without being able to pay anybody? It's harder when the dollars get stretched thinner, doesn't it, Dr. Strange? And the dollars have been strained very much. They're at $80 million of dead money space as it stands right now. They still might move Brandon Ayuk by the draft or during the draft. And that's going to take that amount up to that much more. That's why it's hard for me to see them winning the division. If the Niners were to win the division, if they move Ayuk next year, they will have been the division winner in a modern NFL age that has had more dead money on their cap than anybody else. Nobody will have been close to that. I think the Rams at like 57 million got in the playoffs, but to win the division with $100 million of dead money, that'd be quite a feat. It's going to really come down to Doctor Strange, the development of some of the drafts that they've had recently, where they've done pretty good in recent drafts. Can guys like a Malik Mustafa, Ricardo Green, Jair Brown, can these guys come forward and become those, kind of difference makers to fill in for the guys that they lost? And can they go back out and knock another draft out of the park, especially as they have at times in that sort of third round and range onward? It does get harder, though. Seahawks and Tua fan, did we draft second round running backs because of Pete Carroll? Hard to say, man. I do think this is a bit of why I think there's a push here for Carroll to go to Genti, is that I think Carroll loves running backs. And I think that he runs different than the analytic people do in saying that running backs are a driver of our offense. No, it's not the offensive line necessarily. Get me a star running back and that can drive things. I think that he was probably a heavy proponent of it, but we only have last year Seahawks and Tua fan of John Schneider running a draft unfettered of Pete to see if he does do that with a running back. And last year he didn't draft a running back. So we need a little more data on Schneider to quite determine where he stands on that versus Pete. And it's hard to say at this point, I'd say. K9 was second round space. Flag was Ewers at OSU with JSN and Ibuka. I think so. I think there was some overlap there. Yeah. Brandon McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. Shamar Stewart of Texas A&M, do you see it on tape? How is he versus the run? And does he get pressure, disrupt plays in that scheme? Was he asked to do? Good motor. It's a very limiting defensive line, Randall. And it's very important, I think, in times when you do these college evaluations to make sure that you're looking at the actual defense that a defender's playing in as well, and pay attention to their alignment and how they're being set up. A lot of what he's being aligned up to in that defense, Nick Scordon is the other guy who's a very highly rated guy off the edge from Texas A&M, Randall. Both of them are aligned up in a similar way. Let me see if I can find I want to show something here if I can. Let me see if I can find it here. Oh, for the love of goodness. Oh, for the love of goodness. See if I got this here still somewhere knocking around here. There we go. Okay. So this is that thing I like to show from time to time, which shows you different techniques guys can play and where you get aligned, and understanding a little bit of alignment helps pass rushers. And so when we go wide 9, that's your outside linebacker standing up in a wide 9 here. You see this with the 9 on the edge. So those are guys that you can see you have your tackles, and then you have your tight ends outside of your tackles. And you can see by how this chart sets it up that the wide 9 is very far outside of the tackle, right? He is very extended out there. And so what you would used to do with let's go back to Legion of Boom days when we had Clemens and Red Bryant. Chris Clemens would be your wide 9 with a hand in the dirt to the weak side of the formation. And then strong side of the formation, you would have Red Bryant in a 5-tech role. And what's 5-tech? You can see there. You've got 4-eye, which is 4 inside. That's inside the shoulder of the tackle. You have 4 technique, which is head up over that tackle. And then you have 5 technique. But there's even the 6 and the 7 technique between the 9 as far as alignment. And the wider out you get as an edge, the easier and the better it's going to be for you to be able to generate pressure. The tighter you get with your splits, the harder it's going to be at times to be able to generate that pressure because you're just kind of heads up in there. And a lot of times you're 2-gapping. So he was in a lot of 4-tech stuff at times. He was in some 4-eye stuff at times here and there, but a lot of the 4-tech stuff where he's heads up over the top of the guy, some 5-tech stuff, very rarely was he allowed to really get wide there, Randall. And a lot of him being aligned in the 4 and the 5-tech was then him having the run stuffing duties. So when a guy's coming off the edge, and he shoots off the edge, and you see him attack with his hands, and he's ripping down, he's doing this. That's a guy getting upfield, and that's being a guy that's being given a lot of freedom to be able to get upfield and go rush the passer. When I have a guy get up the field, and the first thing he's doing is get up in the guy's pads, he's holding out the edge like this, he's trying to force everything back inside. That's a guy that's been given run defending responsibilities, and it's where it gets hard when you ask a guy to go, hey, I want you to play the run first, and then become a pass rusher, and then be effective at both of those two things on a given play. You tend to be able to be very effective then as a run defender, but then you're giving up the pass rush to be effective then as a run defender. So he has a lot of his snaps are pulled down, Randall, where Shamar's not just allowed to do what typical edges are allowed to do, and he's got to play that 4-tech role. He's got to play the 2-gapping role. It just doesn't allow him to just eat up a lot of pressures and sacks and tackle for losses. He does move legitimately freakishly for his size. I mean, it's on tape, you see him moving, and it's not just testing numbers. It's just that he just doesn't, for when he gets talked about as being a first-round talent, it's just there's no production there to align to him being a first-round talent, in my opinion. He does possess a real unique suddenness for his size. That is just something that does jump out to him, where he just gets to stuff in the run game at times that guys as big as he is, playing probably upwards of 285 pounds last year, and they asked him to, both him and Scorden were actually asked to gain a lot of weight too. He might even have played up around 290 pounds for them. That's another part of this. Randall is probably was asked to play about 20 pounds heavier than what he's going to be asked to play at the pro level. So again, something that's going to allow him to be quicker, allow him to be faster off the ball, be more sudden. But this is where we all get back to that whole, it's a projection game with this kid. It's a lot of projection when you come around that. Yes, I do have specifically in my notes, he's high motor. He's a physical handful coming off the edge. I mean, he's going to be that to you bare minimum. That's where you can fit him into that early down, run down role as a power edge, and he'll stop the run. He knows how to do that. That's the part of his productivity he doesn't get a lot of credit for, but that he does have, Randall. But he's an absolute mismatch. Spent some side kicked in, sometimes spent even inside kicked in, about 7% of his snaps kicked like inside, like a 3-tech. So a guy that kind of used all over the place, was used maybe for what was best for the defense, Randall, but wasn't maybe what was best for him as a prospect, ultimately to put him on his best, to show him out in his best way. But I don't want to go first round with him. I think it's just a little bit too high for me with the lack of the productivity, and you're doing too much of the guessing and imagination game here. Second round is where I think is the right place. Him and Emma Wari are very similar in this way. Their tape's not bad. Their tape is good. You're not doing complete just end-to-end projection here. It's good tape, but it's not great tape. And I've got a lot of first rounders in this draft, Randall, that have actual great tape. And so I don't want to overlook a guy with great tape who's got a lot of upside to him to go for the guy that's a really much more projection than he is great tape. Thank you, Randall, and appreciate the other $2 donation as well. Thank you for that. How about the edge from BC? Is he a 3-4 outside linebacker? Is he a round 2 guy? Donovan Ezeruku is the guy that you're talking about. And Randall, I do have, by the way, because I know, Randall, you're getting on late here. I have in the description section, I've got in the description section, I've got a link to my horizontal board right now, Randall. So if you did want to see that too, I've got that link down in the description section. And I'm just getting to my notes here because for some reason I didn't type his name right. did I type his name? Oh, he spells it different. Okay, Donovan. Okay, Randall. So, yeah, I do see him as a second round guy. I don't know how much exactly he'll be a fit to the team. 6'2", 247. So not the biggest, not the longest. That doesn't quite exactly fit to what McDonald looks for from his edges. He's got bounce and power to get the job done. Had a really solid college career and just a season of destruction. 80 tackles this past year, 80 tackles from the edge position, 16 and a half sacks and 3 forced fumbles. He's quick with advanced hand usage, a deep bag of tricks. I mean, he's got moves for all day, Randall. Long arm, downward hand chop. He's got the rip off the ghost move. He's got an inside swim move. He's got a spin move. As a pass rusher, he mainly presses the edges off the arc, working off really good bend and dip. He's not a quick first step, quick artist, Randall. So the 3 first things I really look for with these guys, of course, is, first get the quickness, get the dip, get the bend. That's the sacred 3 that I look for off for edges as far as a base skill set you have, because those things can work and work immediately. He's not as much pure quickness guy, but definitely bend and definitely dip, and then just as advanced with his hands as any edge in this draft. And having a plan of attack, being able to chain pass rush moves together, being able to go to counters. He's got the full skill set as a pass rusher, and that's where a lot of that reminding me of an Uchenna Nwosu, another guy at 6'2", very similar in that way. A lot of working off the leverage. You're going up against tackles 6'5", 6'6". You're constantly getting under their pads at that 6'2" build and using those hands around there. So he almost is able to use the 6'2" build to his benefit, but that's the part that I wonder about, is if this is not a guy, Randall, who's maybe looked at by Mike McDonald as saying, that's not quite as big and long as I like from that position. I want long, strong edges that can set the hard edge. And with this guy, I think most of the best work he's going to do is probably going to be as a pass rusher. He is a full meal deal player in that he does give you good run defense as well, but you just wonder at 6'2", 247, how's that really going to hold up on the edges on early rundowns? Uchenna's been able to make it work, of course, but just doesn't go to historically what you tend to look for in this defense off the edge. You want big bullies off there, and this guy's more of a pass rushing artist, is I think the way that I would put it with him, Randall. But I do have him in the second round. That production is just too good from last year, and I think that he's going to be a good player. I've actually elevated him, Randall, up now on my new big board to the top of the second round. I have put him above Shamar Stewart. I put him above Nick Gordon and Brady Swinson and Kyle Kennard. He's now my guy that's right behind Mike Green in this draft. Here, he sounds like he's a real leader in the locker room too, Randall. That's the other part you hear about him in a major way. I'm confused about this ass play. Dogzilla, Sam Darnold's a redhead like pumpkin. Kissed by fire, Dogzilla. Kissed by fire. I do have a dirty mind. I'm a dirty old man. What do you want me to do, you guys? I grew up in a different era, okay? We were the thirsty generation. What can I say? My fellow Gen Xers will back me up on this. I'll show you guys some of my college pictures. You got to laugh your ass off. I almost want to show you guys a college picture I came across the other day that was just ridiculous. Like me at the height of my not my proudest. Oh, Lord. I definitely had my youth. Thrill Pamela Anderson was peak barbed wire tat. She was. It was downhill from there, man. That was like it was all building up to that. Randall, thank you for the $2 donation. Most realistic BPA at 18 to me is Starks. I love him. Starks is a guy that makes a lot of sense to me. Randall, he is my favorite safety in this draft as well. I have a first round grade on him. So taking him at 18 makes a lot of sense. He is one of those guys that could make sense for full BPA, especially if the team is as in love with him as we are, as far as the outlook of him being a star potential player there. It is a little early for safeties to be taken by and large, usually, Randall. but he's in play. He's in play as one of those guys that makes a lot of sense. Kenneth Grant, Micah Williams, Jalen Walker, Will Johnson. That's where I come back to, Randall. I just think defensive player seems to be the one to me where we quibble over which individual one it is. It does seem to be to me that defensive player is the one where that'll be the value for the board. Whether it's safety, whether it's defensive tackle, whether it's edge, that's where your value is really at. Thrill House, the chest tat with no regrets. One of my favorite moments in life, I've said this on the channel before when it comes to the tattoos, but one of my favorite moments in life was having a buddy who just got a tattoo right down here on his wrist. And his son had the initials AJ, so he had this whole card thing going with a like ace and a jack. And then below it was this sort of like, it was like a scroll writing thing below it, and it said "Fate Becoming." And you guys, I'm not kidding you. I got to do this. I got to look at that tattoo on my buddy's arm, and fate was spelled FAIT. And I couldn't stop laughing for about 25 minutes. And then after I stopped laughing, it was even funnier for me because then he didn't know how to spell fate. So then we got into a whole argument for another 25 minutes after that, which was how fate was spelled FATE. I think he went back to the guy and the guy gave him like a free dragon tattoo on his back or something. Dr. Strange, I'll wait till I'm 75 to get a tat, so it still looks good when I'm old. There we go. See, there you go. Gaming Taco, Brandon, thoughts on Ahmad Hussein out of Boise State? He's fun. He's fun. Another 6'2" guy. He's got a little more weight than Donovan does at 267, so about 20 pounds heavier than Donovan is. He's not going to be as quick, obviously. You got 20 extra pounds. High effort, edge, works off low leverage, strong, violent hands, launches off the snap with fire. A lot of times without a plan. This matches to him being a guy that hasn't played a lot of football. He's just trying to launch off the ball and be a bull in the china shop and just destroy as many plates and dishes as he can every play. That's pretty much what he's going to do. And it works. I mean, he makes it work, but he's also not instinctively finding the ball. He's just going through there just trying to knock bodies all over the place, pretty much. But that also, does come with a guy, again, that is new to the position. So you do track that and give him a little bit of like patience because you're like, yeah, give him some time to have that come along. He's not been playing it his whole life. I think it says something that he's compiled 32 tackle for losses and 22 sacks in the past 2 years as that work in progress. He's very capable of setting a hard edge, and he is hard to move off the spot. Part of being 270 pounds out there is he's able to give you that. He has some first step quickness, but he's not quick overall. That first step quickness quickly pitters out very quickly for him. Missing some bend and dip. So it's kind of like the inverse of Donovan Ezeruku that Randall was just asking about. It's kind of like the flip side of that, where you have more of a bigger power edge guy, really raw, whereas Donovan's really refined. But this could be a power edge that you're able to get a little later on in the draft who can set a hard edge for you and give you that minimal skill set into day 3 without having to go day 1, day 2 to make that happen. And you can look at him maybe having some real upside to his game because he's a real hard worker. He's really new to the sport. You go, look, he hasn't played his best football. That's going to be into the future on it. But fun story with Ahmed. I think, former, workout guy that just fell in love with football and just bust his butt to become what he is. Hawk's Eye View, thank you for the $5.55 donation. I really appreciate that. He says, back surgery was awful. Thanks for keeping my spirits high. Well, my pleasure, Hawk's Eye View. I'm sorry to hear that, man. I've heard the back surgery can be just the worst and just a big pain in the ass to try to get through. And, at least now you can know hopefully that the worst is over with and now you're just in recovery repair mode and it'll get better and better every day now as you go forward. But hopefully it was a successful surgery and relieved your pain there. I've been through that myself too with back pain, man. It is nothing to mess around with. There's no like toughing it out and just, fight your way through. It's you have that pain and and you're aware of it at all moments and all day and all times. So appreciate you, man. Hopefully I was able to help a little bit on that. Glad to do so. WHN68, thank you for subscribing to the channel. WN, really appreciate you doing that. Folks, if you could get a chance for me today, please do sub up. If you get a chance to, hit that like button. Both things do help out this channel a lot grow. We're trying to get to 20,000 subscribers. We're on the road there. We're making good progress, but you can help us get over the top by 7 up today if you could. Join WHN68 in doing that. Appreciate you, man. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. How good do you think Travis Hunter is? Would you draft him as a corner, wide receiver, or play him at both? I do both like Dion, focus on corner and sprinkle in at wide receiver. Great question, Randall. Fantastic question. And one I've actually given a lot of thought to. I go a little bit the opposite of what you go on this one, where what drives me on this when I watch Travis Hunter is I say, man, he looks like a lot better receiver than he does a corner. So I first land at that point of conclusion with Travis Hunter and watching his tape, Randall. Then I go, what's the more valued position in this sport right now? Cornerback or wide receiver? Cornerback's definitely very valued. It's definitely sought after highly. But wide receiver does overrule cornerback right now as far as positional value goes. So those first two things inform me in a way, Randall, that makes me say, I'd play him 100% of the time at receiver, and I would sprinkle him in at cornerback. That's how I would roll it. Because I just think he's a better receiver, and I think the positional value is better to be over there. You know, I don't think once you put a guy at full-time corner too, Randall, and this was this way with Dion a bit. Dion's kind of the poster child. Yeah, so Dion's kind of the poster child for wide receivers, you know, for cornerbacks being wide receivers, Randall. And I'm looking right now, and Deion Sanders over his long NFL career that spanned from 1989 to 2005 had a total of 60 receptions. And he really shouldn't have had that much, actually. No, he had 1 year. So he had 1 year that artificially pushed it up, Randall. We had 1 year where he got 36 catches for 475 yards, which is pretty low impact. The rest of the years, you know, he had 2 receptions, no receptions, 6 receptions, 3 receptions, 1 reception, 1 reception. So my point on this being is that you sort of, historically speaking on this, move the guy to corner, and then you end up getting nothing out of him as a wide receiver. Where I think that what you could end up getting, you could get a receiver that's the best wide receiver in this draft if you move him to just wide receiver, who then gives you some cornerback, some quality cornerback snaps in addition to it. Game's running down, you need him to come out there and be a lockdown corner for you on the last couple series for the defense, in addition offense, boom, goes out there and does it. I like that a lot better for him, Randall, than the full-time corner, because I think too he's got more development that needs to come along to maximize what he could become as a cornerback. And I do not believe he's going to be able to do both full time. Like with Dion, where that usage you can see is just the guys are going to be so tired after running defense, they're not going to have the gas to be able to run both sides. Not 24/7, in my opinion. Maybe Hunter will be the unicorn in that way, but until I see it, I ain't counting on it when I draft that guy. But I just like him more as a receiver. I think he should do that full time. Dogzilla, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, cool 9-to-9 chart and explanation. Thank you. Oh, absolutely, Dogzilla. I like to try to show it up every once in a while because I know I sometimes speak in the shorthand of this and forget that not everybody's gone all the way into the depth on this stuff all the time, and that they'll sometimes just be like, what is he talking about? 9, 7, 5, what? Heck? What does that mean? What is the thing? But it's just, it's important to look at, and the alignment matters for these players. You know, the alignment is a very important thing to monitor and track, and wide 9 all the way to a 4-eye. From a wide 9 to a 4-eye, you have a long place you can be as far as potential alignment, as far as a defensive end. All of those are defensive ends alignments. but all of them have a huge, wide degree of difference in what you ask each of those positions to do. And even if you're, for instance, in like the 4i, the 4 inside shoulder of the tackle, well, now a lot of times when you're in that technique, you're tending to play it with a gap and a half. So you're not two gapping and you're not single gapping, you're gap and a halfing, which is this whole other complicated thing that you have to master as a defensive tackle or as a defensive lineman that's just tricky as hell. But it's very important to understand that alignment stuff, especially when evaluating these players coming out of college, because there's guys that'll come out of college that people will knock for a lack of productivity where they're aligned into that 4 tech spot or the 5 tech spot. And it's like, well, yeah, they've got run stuffing duties that they're being asked to do by their team. Or for instance, in the Georgia attack, Dogzilla on this, Mykel Williams, another guy like Trayvon Walker before him and like a variety of other pass rushers coming out of that Georgia system, where you have him at times playing that 4 tech role, not even as much to play the run. Yeah, you want him to do that first and foremost, but let's say you have a blitz coming through on the backside behind him. So what you really want to make sure that he's doing off the ball is engaging and taking care of that tackle and keeping that tackle dealt with. So the guy, Jalen Walker, rushing outside his left tackle, left shoulder, is going to be able to have a free pathway to the quarterback. So now he's running that responsibility. But if PFF charts that play, right? PFF doesn't see Jalen Walker blitzing and then they say, oh, Mykel Williams was there to take up the block on the play and free up Jalen to do his job. It's a goodwill measure. It's you doing the right thing in the play that not only do you not get credit for, you'll actually end up getting dinged by PFF for that kind of play. And that's why you have players at times, for these kind of reasons, sometimes get pissed off at PFF as being this end-all, be-all thing, because it's like, look, mother effer, I did my job. I did what I was supposed to do by what the coach told me to do, and you're giving me the negative grade on the play. It's like, well, you didn't get to the quarterback. It's like, well, I was supposed to take up the blocker. If I just go like hell on wheels off the ball and just go left, go right, do whatever it takes to get the quarterback, my guy off the edge who's blitzing gets neutralized. I've got to take up the blocker. In fact, I can't get too much depth on how much I engage that blocker. I'm trying to get him to come to me so we create more of that lane for that blitzer to get to the backfield. And that's where it gets, on some of these pass rushers, it gets really complicated in assessing them coming out of college. And like I say, why every individual college scheme you've got to pay attention to and look at what they run. For the same reason, you got to look at a quarterback and the system he's running in college. If it's simple, if it's easy, if he's doing anything pro concept wise, you got to build it a little bit into your evaluation, because if you don't, you might be missing a real key part of the evaluation. Teams in college love to do sometimes these 3 down line things where you have 3 down linemen on a play. So you have a guy that's in is a 0 tech over the center, and then you have your edges in 4 tech roles, heads up over the defensive ends. And then you have sort of these free interior offensive linemen to sort of pick up double teams where they want then. It's like good luck getting to the quarterback in that kind of scheme. Iowa State loves this defensive system, by the way. So Will McDonald, a couple of years ago, first round pick that came out taken 20th overall. That's why teams gave him the benefit of the doubt. And why they love so much of his Senior Bowl tape is they looked at him and they're like, man, you're in the 4 tech with a 3 down line and you're getting doubled a lot of times coming off the ball in a way you will never be with our system. They started doing that practical projection at that point. But thank you, Dogzilla. I appreciate it. MJ Seahawk, thank you for the $10 donation, MJ Seahawk. I'm afraid that John Schneider won't address the interior offensive line until round 3. He better have balls of steel if he's going to wait until round 3 to address the interior of the offensive line. But to your point, MJ Seahawk, what fits to historical norms when it comes to John Schneider? That. Historically speaking, you've never taken a guard in John Schneider's entire time here in the first round. And James Carpenter doesn't count because he was taken to be a tackle. Something you don't do. And so we'll see if this is the year, MJ Seahawk, that he finally learns that lesson. But to your point on this has not been a lesson that he's been willing to understand or wrap around his brain, unfortunately. So it's a possibility that it can go this way, MJ Seahawk, especially with them having 2 third-rounders where he's just like, I'll pick 2 third-rounders and we'll just call it a day. But that would make me very nervous. And like I say, too, he better have balls of steel if he's going to wait that long. Can you imagine the fandom if we got through the first 2 days and no offensive linemen? Or we're on to the end of the day, too, and no offensive linemen? Whew. You talk about me having to walk some people off the cliff. But get back to your point, MJ. I mean, I can count on my hand the number of linemen that you've taken here in the first round and the second round over the past 8-9 years. And that's when it wasn't a need. Now it's a glaring need. It was a glaring need last year, and you waited for Haynes into the third round. So could come to find with John. I don't know it for sure with this. It's something we'll just have to track and monitor, but we might come to find with John that this is just the huge, major, big blind spot in his general manager game, and that just one that he can't repair or solve or find a solution for. I'm not there yet on it, but this draft is going to be a very good teacher for us one way or the other on this, because he's given himself no room on this one. You've done nothing for agency wise. Josh Jones does not move any needle. So you put it all on the draft now at this point. We'll see. I will say he's made it work in the past on need. You had a need at both tackles. Think about that impossible task. Like you walked into a draft needing 2 starting tackles. How hard is it just to find one? And you walked out with the 2 best tackles for their position in that draft. So there's where it's something that can maybe give us a little bit of MJ confidence or some positivity on that side of it for this one, and that recently you faced this same daunting task and you were able to knock it out the park. Maybe you'll be able to do that again with this one. I appreciate you, though. Thank you for the dono. Randall McDaniel, thank you for another $5 donation. Who was the defensive end from Michigan who got hurt before the draft? Baltimore drafted him. Was a top 15 prospect, same year as Hutchinson. Do you know how he did in the NFL? Yes. Your Brad's... let me get the name. He's got that name that's kind of hard to remember because it's kind of an unusual name. But the guy you're thinking of is going to be David Ojabo. And yes, David Ojabo had, I believe, his pro day. He tore his ACL on his pro day, Randall. And so 2022, his first year in the league, was basically a wash. Still struggled to come back in 2023. So he only had 2 games played in his rookie year, only 3 games played in his second season. Last year, he was able to play in 13 games, and he was able to get 2 sacks. So it has been a bit of a work in progress on that one for David Ojabo. Brutal turn for him on that one, Randall. To get injured on your pro day is tough enough. If it's just an ACL, that's one thing. But you get the Achilles as he had on his pro day, and that's just the worst, because that's one where you don't have as much faith those guys come back in the same way from those kind of injuries. And if they do, sometimes they can take that 2 years rather than the 1 year an ACL might take. But yeah, he struggled to get back on the field, and he's not quite been able to really make that impact. And they had a little bit more of an opening for him this year, Randall, there, because of course Clowney moved on. They have Ode Aduafe there. They still have Kyle Van Noy there, but you had more of an opening for him to kind of ascend at that point and take a role there on that defense. But I think it's my impression it's come along slowly. I think I want to say that near the end of the year, you were starting to hear like things are starting to come on for him a little bit. He's starting to kind of find his footing, and he is still only, even being in the league for 3 years now, he still is only just going to be turning 25 here in another month. So still a pretty young guy. But I would always tell you, Randall, on this one, this is a future reference. This would be one of those guys that when it comes to Achilles, that's one of those injuries that's a little bit like hip injuries for me, where I get really worried on those ones, because those seem to be still places of the body that science hasn't quite completely mastered yet in getting it rejuvenated and back up to snuff. That's just a general read. I'm not a scientist, but I play one on television. But I get that impression on this, that they're still kind of figuring out what to do with that Achilles thing. I've yet to see a guy come back from Achilles and really feel like he's anything close to what he was prior to the Achilles, which is tough because they've been able to kind of solve that with the ACLs. Seems like guys are able to at least come back off that relatively almost close to what they were, if not exact. So Dogzilla, thank you for the $2 donation and all of your donos today. You and Randall have been so kind. Thank you so much for that. Says, thanks again. Great explanation of line play. I love talking about this type of stuff, Dogzilla, and it's sometimes I think the little details will get lost because it can be a little complicated, but it's so very interesting and so very important, especially when we're trying to differentiate these prospects one to the other or kind of explain the team's thinking beyond something. And, you're going to hear me, Dogzilla, if we do take Shamar Stewart, really reference this on draft night as something to really keep in mind and look at. And I'll obviously do some film breakdowns if we drafted him, kind of showing a little bit more of what I'm talking about and how hard it is. Because once you can see it on tape, you can really see it on how hard it is when it's kind of straightforward as this. If I put a guy in front of you and I tell you, you're going to get off the blocks, you're going to get off the line of scrimmage, they're going to say hike, and you're going to go attack the quarterback as fast as you can. If I have an open path versus I put a guy right in front of you, right? What's the easier way to go get to the quarterback? With the guy in front of you or with you having already a kind of a cheating head start open lane to getting there? And it's always going to be, of course, that opening lane, but that's where it matters to take that into account. And I don't know why they would do it. That's the thing I don't get with the two Dogzilla is with like Texas A&M, for instance. I get it with Georgia because Georgia's just got 5-star guys everywhere. So who cares? Whether my edge is getting the sacks or whether my blitzing slot uber corners getting the sack, who cares? But when it comes to Texas A&M and your best dogs on that line were Shamar Stewart and were Nick Scorton, and you've got those guys so very often doing the heavy lifting of the run game edge work stuff rather than just letting them be beastly. I don't know, man, on that, why they did that. I'd like to kind of understand that one a little bit more of why some of these college programs don't do better at trying to really utilize these guys to their ultimate best to get the most production out of them. Or she says, B, my father told me to never date a woman with a tattoo of a dagger. I feel that way a little bit like girls who got this like a skull tat or something. I just get a little weirded out by those. I'm like, I don't know about the skull tat. Brian says, sorry. Or if you laugh it out loud, you can't get drunk, B. You'll bleed out on the table. Alcohol thins your blood. Although I know a lot of people that drink before they go. Technically, you're not supposed to. Yeah, it's an advisement more than it's a hard and a fast rule, right, War Chief? It's one of those things that, you come from my generation of this, it's a little bit of this, the new generation of like, toughen up. Our grandfathers were drinking and getting tattoos back in the day and they lived through it. We'll be fine. Maybe don't get the full hawk tattoo over the whole back if you're going to get drunk going in, Keep it in proper measure. Don't get the full sleeve tat on those days. Orchie says, bro, we missed out on the best guards in every draft last 15 years. That's a good way of putting it. I call that photo scuba tuna. Thrillhouse Hawks Nest, not sure if you've seen, but you can Google NFL meme, new Tua helmet. Oh, no, it's great. I did see that. I was meaning to share that on my deal. No, it's awesome. Let me show it to the people here. This made me laugh. This made me laugh way more harder than I probably should, considering that this is a very serious situation. We're dealing with neck safety here. This is not to be laughed at. This is not to be just some point. This is not a joke. Okay? We don't make jokes about people's very serious head neck injuries, okay? We don't do that. With that said, this is amazing. The internet always wins. The internet always wins. It's too good. Oh, it's too good. Dr. Strange, how much influence will the new coaching staff have on the draft? Majorly. I mean, you want the more the better in so many ways because you're trying to draft guys that perfectly fit to the offense, number one, But then you also want a coaching staff that's sold on these guys and sold on them being the fit, the answer for the team to the scheme. And so it's kind of all the way around. It makes ultimate sense to have them be a part of this process, and intricately so. Yeah, I agree with Brian. I think McDonald will have as much influence as ever this year. I think another good part about Schneider is that he's been very well suited, I think, to work with a coach and have this to be a real back and forth kind of relationship, as opposed to maybe a traditional general manager relationship where you're just going to tell the coach what time of day it is. You'll like the player I give you and you will be happy with it. There's a lot of situations in NFL history, I think, that have played out like that when it comes to GMs and coaches. But I think with John and having a guy in Carroll that's had oversight over him, he's been set up in a unique way to be able to really have it be a partnership. Give me Taco Brando, if the Supersonics come back to the NBA expansion, are you going to cover them on new channel? I've thought about doing so, Gaming Taco. I think I've even got the name for it, because we got the Crow's Nest, which is my Mariner channel that I never do anything on. We get the Hawks Nest, and then the Sonics channel would be called the Control Tower. I think that's what we came up with, the Control Tower. So I probably would. I will say, like with baseball, to me a little bit, with basketball, there's some times in watching the sport that it's just, holy shizen. It just gets so boring sometimes with all the 3-pointers and the lack of defense, the lack of physicality. But I'd love to see the Sonics come back. I really would. And I've been having a lot of fun right now. I've been playing like 2K, and they got when you play 2K, you can go back and do the different generations in NBA history. So I can go back and play the Peyton Kemp generation, or the sort of the Ray Allen-ish, Desmond Mason generation that came through there. They call it the Kobe 1 versus the Jordan 1 era. But I probably would. There's certainly this time of year, and I would love to do it with the baseball if I could take the Mariners, if I could just make my peace with just being like, okay, it is what it is. I can't get there though, Little Dallas Cowboy, what's up, man? Long time no see. So what's up, Brandon? Great context as always. Did you see the Lakers today? Yeah. I didn't get a chance to see them today. No, they kicking butt. Making it happen out there, man. Congratulations on Joe Milton, Dallas Cowboys. You guys got your quarterback replacement. You got your guy. I bet there's already a Cowboy contingent that's like, Milton over Dak. Milton over Dak. So Brian, I have questions. I understand schemes, but at some point you just have to not be 2 seconds late. Danlo, what's up, Brandon? How you doing, Danlo? Good to see you in the house, man. I'm kind of caught up today, Justin, if you had something you want. I like Tyler Booker a lot, Justin. He's a great guard, and I think he's got a real high floor in what he's going to be able to bring to the table as a player. I do think you are going to be looking for guys that are going to be fleet of foot and quick and can get out in space and move. And Alabama didn't ask him to do a lot of that. It was a lot of keeping him kind of in the cupboard and, very close around the line of scrimmage. Technically, he's super clean, great lockout power, great anchor, good player both in run and as a run and a pass blocker. But he just doesn't do any of the movement-based stuff, which is really going to be a centerpiece of this scheme. It's not impossible that they potentially could go grab him there, Justin. I just think it's very unlikely, and that they're much more looking probably to guys that are going to be able to move in space. It's not just kind of a optional thing in this offense for this line with this scheme. You look through this scheme through the league, and everyone that runs it and runs it right is going to have those mobile-based offensive linemen kind of at the forefront. So you're saying there's a chance. He'd still get a concussion. He'd still get a concussion. Kind of cool looking. It is cool looking. Oh my God. Tug or not. Oh Lord. You guys kill me. Randall, thank you for the $5 donation. Randall. Didn't we ask Clowney in Seattle to play the run first before we rushed the quarterback? Not comparing him and Stewart, but is it similar if Matt could figure out how to use him? Yes, and that's actually something that came directly from the horse's mouth from Clowney to me. So I had Clowney literally tell me that was something about Coach Carroll's scheme that was unique, that was not very much fun as an edge. Was he said, look, the rest of the league right now, it's all about rushing the passer and getting after the quarterback. You guys in Seattle with us, we have to play the run first, and then we can get after the quarterback. So in the way of run responsibilities, similar to Shamar Stewart, in that they take a heavy amount of the onus, and that's what you have to first make sure you're taking care of before you can do anything else. Yes. The difference would have been between the two of them on that, Randall, is that Shamar would have rocked it from the 4 the 5 technique. So he's doing it heads up over the top of the tackle. Whereas with Clowney was operating as the Leo in Coach Carroll's defense. And so the Leo in Coach Carroll's defense is the wide 9. It's a wide 9 with your hand in the dirt. So it's weak side of the formation. The Leo goes to a wide 9 with his hand in the dirt. Then onto the strong side of the formation, you have the 4 tech, Red Bryant type, who's going to be in the 4 tech, who's heads up over that tackle at the point of attack, right? Sometimes you'll have him 5 tech where you'll put him over a tight end so he can just throw a tight end around and just destroy the edge. But that's how Coach Carroll's defense worked. Of course, in McDonald's defense, what he'll do is, he'll go with 2 wide 9s, and then they're both standing up. Nobody's got their hand in the dirt. So why I go all the way around on this, Randall, is with Shamar, he's in on 4 tech, he's heads up, and he's got run responsibilities. With Clowney here, he was in the wide 9, which the wide 9 was really set up in Coach Carroll's defense to be the guy who could go hunt, the guy that could go eat, the guy that go find productivity. But that being said, the run responsibility factor would be so that, okay, we're going to line you out wide and you just get to run free off this edge and go crazy. But don't you dare let an outside zone run play go past your outside shoulder. Wait, what, coach? Want you to go crazy. We're aligning you out wider than any other defensive lineman on this line. You're going to go crazy. You're going to go hunt. You're going to go get the best production of anybody else on this defensive line. Got you, coach. I heard that part. There was a second part to that, though. Yeah. Don't you dare let anybody run the outside zone against you, though, before you go after the quarterback. Well, wait, but you said I get to go hunt. I get to go do all this stuff. Yeah, we said that. But the first thing's the most important thing. So there's the difference a little bit there with the Clowney thing, where it's like, and that's part of the thing that would drive me and it drove Clowney a little crazy when he was describing this to me, Randall. And that it's like, you're lining me out here to go do this thing, to go be this guy, to go eat, to go cause chaos, to just go mess stuff up. But then you're kind of boxing me in and making me like have to sort of like ease off the gas pedal a little bit to make sure that I'm minding some other P's and Q's, which then make me less effective as a pass rusher. So there are similarities too, but there are alignments where are the real differences between those two guys, Randall, where Clowney, when he was here, was allowed to be able to be that wide 9 guy. Great question. Jackie Treehorn, thank you for the $10 donation, Jackie. I really appreciate you for that. Very, very kind of you. Earmarked for treats for the sleepy babes. Well, we will get them some salmon action here. You want some salmon action, don't you? Huh? A little salmon? You like a little salmon? I will get them some salmon from you to them today, Jackie. Right after the show's wrapped up today, we'll get them going. They've been eating good lately here. Grandma's been coming over, giving them all the good stuff, giving them livers and stuff. And oh man, they're eating good down here in Southern California. I'll tell you what. Glad we got them both on camera, though. We can never get both of them on at the same time. I think I finally got this locked in. It took me 5 years. But Jackie, you're the man. Thank you for that. Or Jackie, either way. Appreciate you for the $10 donation. And we will definitely get some salmon treats off to the cats here post haste on you. Appreciate you for that. Garth Knight says, never play cards with a guy who has the first name of a city. never get involved with a woman who has a tattoo of a dagger on her body. Coach from Teen Wolf. Oh, it's that sage advice, man. You got to pay attention to that sage advice. Thank you, Jackie. You're awesome. Appreciate you. Danlo says modern NBA isn't what it used to be. That's for sure. Yeah, it's a harder version of basketball for me to watch. And that's the one thing that has me a little hesitant with the Sonics coming back. It's like, do I want to watch 65 3-point shots thrown up a game? Does that sound fun? I don't know if it does. I miss old basketball, man. I can still go back and watch old Sonic games, and they're still fun. Go back and watch an old Sonic Suns matchup with Barkley and Kevin Johnson there, and back and forth. And I like still good watching, that era. Sounds good, Justin. Nicholas, who do we want for our fullback, Brandon? I'm a Fannin guy. I've got the Fannin video dropping on the channel. I don't think it dropped today. I think it drops tomorrow. Yeah, I've got my Harold Fannin video dropping on the Clips channel tomorrow. And that's my guy, dude. He can play fullback all day long. Brian Myers, Milton. There's so many people telling me that Milton was going to be Seahawks should go. I had a lot of the fan base pushing me about getting Milton for a 3rd round pick. I was like, no. Like, he's going to go for that now. Like, no, he's not. No, he's going to, people realize now. It's like, what did he get traded for? A 5th and a 7th. Little Dallas Cowboy, Milton can run and has a laser arm. Hey, he's definitely got the physical tools are there, Little Dallas Cowboy. No doubt about that. Brian's his later arm that never hits his target. Chris says Milton does have an arm. Who's actually throwing to is the question. You guys are killing me today. Thrill House, Brandon, combined Joel Embiid and Ben Simmons have missed a combined 589 games and been paid a combined $450 million. The problem in the NBA, right? Like, so many of these guys sit out, don't play all the games, load management. And do the players care? I mean, that's a big thing that gets asked a lot about these guys is like, do you guys even really care? And especially when you look at the intensity of the prior generations and how hard they went at it. And it's, I think, good, honest question. And, quite frankly, I think the NBA has got to be paying attention to this in a major way. Because this is, I don't know if this is going to be sustainable for the support as we go into the future if it continues to trend in this direction. Like says, hot blogger, so he take Milton 18 if he's in this draft? No, he didn't. Did he really? Oh, no. Did he really? Oh, flag. Oh. Chris says, if we want a fullback, chance a late pick on Lampkin for S and giggles. He'd be fun just for the hell of it in day 3. I don't care where. Day 3, he'd be fun anywhere. He just doesn't make any sense, but I've referenced it to like you build in Madden the smallest offensive lineman you can build, but then you turn up all of his attributes. And that's what it looks like with Lampkin out there. It just doesn't make sense. It's like watching Tyrion Lannister out there blocking at guard. Like, how is he doing that? Tony, 10 times 206. What's up, man? Go Hawks. Gar says Tua looks like Ram Man from He-Man. It's such a good edit. I wish I had done that edit. It's so good. Thrill House Brando, was Von Miller always a wide 9 stand-up? Yes, sir. 3-4s tend to be that traditionally, and especially at that time with Von Miller's day, where still 3-4s were being run, because right now everybody's living in nickel, so nobody really runs very much base 3-4. But 3-4, you've got your zero tech, you've got your 4 eyes, or just 4 pures, so they're heads up over, usually they're going to be more into that heads up over the tackles. And then you have your wide 9 with those guys on the far outside shoulder of those guys. So yeah, sometimes they'll do a little bit of like what Carroll did with his 4 down linemen, where you have the wide 9 on the weak side, because teams are going to tend to run to their strong side of their formation by and large. So your hope here ideally is that with your wide 9, teams run, let's say, outside zone to the strong side. You condense the split a little bit to the strong side with your defensive end, like a Red Bryant with that 4-5 tech. And then you're able to kind of create a car jam, basically stop traffic there a little bit. And then your hope is that wide 9 comes off the backside. And a lot of times teams, when they run that wide, the outside zone or wide zone just outside the tackle, they'll sometimes leave that edge unblocked. And it's a lot, and especially if it's a zone system offensively, you're blocking to players who are around you in space. You're not blocking to a position. And so what ends up happening a lot of times is that tackle will now block down on the 3-4 defensive end, and the outside wide 9 linebacker coming off the weak side is now able to just run unfettered off that edge. And if he's fast enough, if he's quick enough, like a Von Miller, he can track down that running back running to the other side of the formation. And because you've got the power edge on that other side, and he's setting the hard edge, and he's making it hard for that running back to be able to be decisive in his decision-making and get downhill, you're hoping sometimes that backside guy coming off can go make that tackle in the backfield. But yeah, Von Miller was a wide 9 all the way. Very few snaps from Von actually with his hand in the dirt. Scatterbo in the 3rd, prefer the 4th, would be an excellent addition for Kubiak's system. I got a 4th round grade on him. I do think he goes in the 4th with that 4.65 40 time, but he's a lot of fun. He's a lot of fun. Yeah, I don't know if he's a fullback either. There's a cat, Grossers too. The spoiled cats love it. They're very spoiled. Chris says they don't feed cats tofu and avocado toast in Cali. They do. I'm just the outlier out here. I'm just the outlier. Gallus, I'm allergic to cats and I'm sad. I'm sorry, man. They're fun animals to own. They really are. And these are good wing women, aren't you? She's getting old, this one. She's got to be almost 20. She's getting up there, but she's a good girl. She's a good girl. Carmen says, I thought Brandon was in Seattle, laughing out loud. Someday I'll probably get back there. Down in San Diego right now. Joseph says, Southern California, we need some more Hawk fans down here. I'm trying to set a new trend down here. San Diego's lost their team, so there's a market opportunity here. There's a big hole. Auxilla says, B, I hate Dan Marley draining threes on my Sonics. I was like, that dude should not be in the NBA. Yeah, that's kind of was his thing. Wasn't it, Thrill House? He played a little defense and he just jack up threes. And he was one of those guys back in the day who could jack up a 3 from 2 feet behind the arc. But he was annoying. He had a couple games against us where he just got red hot. Auxilla have a freezer full of wild salmon. My idiot friend brings it back but won't eat seafood. Nicholas says, I look forward to the fan in video, B. Hell yeah, man. I'd like to see him. I don't think we're probably going to take him, but he's one of my favorites in the draft. He just, regardless of position, regardless of this, that, just your favorite guys. He's so unique and weird and fun. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you for that, Randall. I don't know why I'm stuck on Stewart tonight. Interesting in today's world of NIL and transfer portal, he stayed at A&M. Big prospect, could have left for the new defense. Well, I don't know if it's true with this, Randall, or not still to this day. I know a couple of years ago when the NIL was just coming to be, there was a lot of college programs that were bitching and moaning about Texas A&M's deep pockets. So I think you might be surprised to learn that A&M's actually got probably one of the bigger budgets out there for NIL money to go out and spend. But that was a couple of years ago, Randall, admittedly, what I was hearing about, because I think it was like Saban was, bitching and moaning and pissing and moaning about it, that they were spending like they were. And he's finally going to have to, have somebody really, competing for these guys and being able to pull some of their prospects away. But I think that they actually have some money to spend there. I don't know for sure on that, but yeah, good of him to stay there, especially just good to stay NIL or not. Good to stay with the system and scheme where you're not exactly being able to be put on your best display to be the best possible prospect from an NFL standpoint. As you know, that's a big driver for these college prospects and where they go. Where's the place that's going to develop me? Where's the place that's going to put me in the best spotlight to look my best so I can be drafted the highest? And you're doing a lot of playing the run and operating out of four tech. You're not getting a lot of chance to do that then, Randall. That's for sure. He's a hard evaluation, man. He's a hard evaluation. Not because the upside isn't possibly there. It is. And it's not an upside that's just merely, if you throw a penny in the wishing well, maybe it'll come to be. It's real. It's guys that don't come along built like this. They just don't. And that's where you've got to do so much of a deep dive homework on a guy like this from a Hawk perspective, because you don't want to miss on that guy. You have a rare chance to pick these kind of guys. They come out, they tend to have the production with them like a Myles Garrett, so that they are basically number one overall pick. And so you got to do a lot of advanced math on this one to be sure about where you land on with him, so you don't miss out in that way. Just one of the reasons it'll be so interesting draft day to see where Seattle goes with it, because he's likely to be on the board when they pick. He is a guy that fits in that power edge role minimum, whatever he brings pass rush wise, Randall. Power edge, early run down defender role minimum is what he brings. That's the bare minimum to it. So that does check a big major box of what Mike McDonald both wants on his defense and absolutely also needs right now on his defense. But hard prospect, Randall, because there's just so much into this one. Yeah, but they don't come built like this. The Myles Garrett build, the length, the testing times, the explosiveness, the size, the weight, you don't get them like this. You just don't. Oh, Dallas Cowboy. Also, I forgot to mention Dak sucks. Saw that rumor, Dallas Cowboy, about a week ago of you guys maybe moving him to the Browns, and it got real hot for a moment. It was like, is this going to happen? Is this going to happen? And then it just kind of went, became nothing. Carmen says, can Scatabo play fullback effectively? Is he too small? He's probably maybe a little too small, Carmen. Also doesn't have any background ever playing the position. So I really don't know what you're going to get from him as far as really like a blocker, a blocking back. Hands are okay. I think you're looking for a little bit more of kind of tight end like hands from the position and a guy like that too. I don't think he's set up to be really a fullback. Dr. Strange, I have 12 cats. Like them more than humans. I get it, man. Cats are fun. Like I said, Brandon rubbing the cats for draft luck brought us Brooks and Eskridge. I'm wary of their track record. I won't be rubbing cats prior to the picks. I've learned my lesson on that one. It did not bring us good luck before. You're right about that, Flag. I've learned my lesson. Dan Lowe, Scatabo's played running back, right slot, wide receiver, running back, tight end. I think he played fullback. Maybe. I don't have a real hard line opinion on Scatabo, to be honest with you. I mean, he might be able to do it. I've seen him more as kind of just a running back type, but there's no fullbacks coming out of the drafts. You need it for your offense. You're going to have to move somebody to that position that doesn't play it naturally. There's just not any natural ones really coming out. Catalyst, is there any player that has a similar skill set to Taysom Hill in this draft? Jalen Milroe, baby. Jalen Milroe. Very, very similar players, I think. Carmen, I would love to make it with Scatabo somehow, make it work. Laughing out loud. I would too. It'd be fun. One of the things I'm going to talk to Rob about tomorrow when we have our discussion in ones a little bit, how do we come out of this draft with a running back? Where do we go get that guy? Do we dare go early on that guy? It's hard to say. And Scatabo, it's hard exactly to pinpoint where exactly he's going to go in this draft. Probably fourth round is about right. Joseph, I think they should draft me. I could play tight end. I could probably give a couple snaps too here and there. Brian says 5'9", 215 is not going to be able to block edges and linebackers, and if he adds weight, he'll lose effectiveness as a runner. He's already too at 4'6'5". You add another 10 pounds, does that take you down to 4'7'5"? He's kind of at that spot of it. Yeah, that's where I have a harder time with it quite connecting him to fullback. It could be a possibility, but it doesn't quite, on the surface of it, look like it'd be a fit to me. Like I said, I never realized how damn athletic Taysom Hill is. Oh, yeah. He's kind of freakish. Brian said we have our Taysom already. John Rias Plumley. Kevin O'Connell, bro, you're the only analyst that has gotten every aspect of the offseason correct. Even Brendan Nelson is melting down without realizing it. Yeah, I know your worth, B. They should be talking to you. Oh, well, thank you, Kevin. It's really kind of you to say. I happen to be okay on the right side of this one. I've definitely get my share wrong too on that side of it, and I'm trying to get it right. That's the whole purpose of this at the end of the day with you guys when trying to make predictions about stuff is to try to make sure I'm educated in what I'm doing and that I'm reading it clearly and right. And on this one, I happen to be on kind of the right side of it and seeing it kind of true for what it is. Yeah, I think it's caught a lot of people off guard too. I can attest to that, Kevin, and whether it's in the hemisphere of content creators, and Brendan's not alone with it. I think Hot Blogger's been in that kind of place with this too a little bit, and how they've felt it this offseason where it caught a lot of people off guard in the way that it hasn't necessarily with me on that one with it. But it was also not an easy assessment. It was one where I can completely understand those that were in Brendan's camp or Hawk Blogger's camp looking at this offseason saying, okay, now's the time to be aggressive and go get good quality offensive linemen in free agency, and let's put a little bit more pressure on the pedal and put it down a little bit more firmer. And I can completely get where people were coming from on that. I don't poo-poo anybody's outlook on having that coming into this offseason, especially for a team that spent 10 years waiting for that next step to come. But it was a little bit, I think just something that clicked into for me on it with it, Kevin, was just something ain't quite right here, and this needs to be shaken up. It's not that it's bad. It's not that it's in disrepair. It's not that we don't have talent. It's not that this thing can't be turned around quickly to get to a contending state. But it does mean that we kind of need to shake this up a little bit. We're a little bit just in the mud here, and we got to do something a little bit more extreme to get ourselves out of it. But I thank you, man. I appreciate that, and it's why I try to say, Kevin, I just always want to lead with honesty, because sometimes honesty comes off of something and people is what they want to hear. And it can make them mad that I'm saying it. But ultimately, if it's proven that what I say plays out to reality, then they'll appreciate the fact that I was honest and true with them about it. And then, hey, happen to also be right about it if it plays out when it plays out that way. Not always the easiest path to go on, because nobody wanted to hear coming into this off season. We're taking a step back, folks. I'm advocating for that. Huh? You start saying that, man. You start going, hey guys. We had a 10-win season. Everything went well. I just think can't really pay Gene, can't pay DK. We don't have a lot of cap space. It's got to get a lot of stuff still done with this team. Just not quite the right time. And then the fans look at me and they go, "Enemy spotted." So it's a delicate balancing act. That's all I'm saying. Carmen says Kubiak mentioned in his opening presser the importance of the fullback position in his scheme. It's a legit need here, Carmen. It's going to be a legit need. We're going to need to find something and figure some kind of plan out for it. And there are some options here. Catalyst says it's crazy that we were hyped about the fullback. Feels like we haven't utilized one in forever. True. Yeah, it's been a long period of time since we've really had one out there. And I think part of a little bit of it as well is that this is a fan base that really appreciates fullbacks. Folks like me that grew up on John L. Williams and even some A guy, I mean, like we tend to have a car. Max Strong was here for freaking 15 years. Leonard Weaver, stiff arm was called the baptism. Owen Schmidt, the runaway beer truck who would take his helmet and smash it into his forehead before the game and have blood gushing out of his head. I mean, we've had like the best fullbacks here, man. So you can understand if this fan base is kind of like, hey, it's basically a fake cat. Zach, 49ers get Scatabo. He'll be the best running back in the draft. Watch. He might be that. I would be in awe if the Niners went that direction, Zach, because they are a guy with the type, you know. I like the petites. I want him blonde. He's got to have blue eyes. I want long legs. Like when it comes to the 49ers and the running backs they look for, they've got a certain type. And Scatabo would not be in a fit to that type. Not at 4.65. I mean, they're looking for guys that are more closer to the 4.4-ish range on the speed. He'd bring the size at least, but Dogzilla says, I lost a 20-pound Siamese recently. He was king of the neighborhood. Dogs being walked around the lake by their owners were nervous. Oh, geez. Well, it was a good long life for him, Dogzilla. I get worried about that with Zena a little bit because she's definitely getting up there a bit. I don't know exactly how old she is, but she's around 20. Sonny says A&M has a top 10 budget in CFB. There we go, Sonny. Thank you for the backup on that. So there we go, Randall. I was right with that one. A little bit of like, yeah. It's Flag says 20-pound Siamese. Dude. Haas. Flag, that ain't nothing. Pumpkin's rocking 35 freaking pounds. If I put that big orange thing on a scale right now, she's 35 pounds. I guarantee it. She'd lay on his Siamese. Justin says, I don't want Scatabo, though. Kyle will F up and use him and stunt his growth. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. Randall, think that fullback, if he makes a comeback in the league, is as much a weapon as a blocker? Thinking about Scatabo a bit. Remember Marcel Reese, wide receiver at UW? I thought he was tight end at UW. I think he was more tight end at UW, Randall. Yes, I think that there's more of a push at this point to when it comes to the fullback and the utilization of the fullback. If we look at the old age, 25 years ago, it's more about you clearing linebackers out of A and B gaps. If we look at it more now about what the fullbacks, what you really want them doing is you really want them to be able to drive into mismatches, like Marcel Reese was able to. So it's a great comparison with Marcel as a former tight end in that who's going to be mismatches out of the backfield by and large to make the linebackers pay the price. I get a fullback, probably going to get a linebacker matchup on that one. And that's going to be a mismatch if I can get that linebacker, especially an inside linebacker, on a tight end type. And so that's the mismatch you drive with that a little bit. But it more comes from the guy that's been transitioned from tight end to fullback, more Randall, than it is the guy that's been transitioned from halfback to fullback. Because the halfback to fullback type isn't going to be kind of as dynamic. The guy out of the pass catcher, right, may not be able to run away quite as much as the tight end can, may not have as much the length, or be able to do some of the contested catch stuff against the undersized linebacker who might only be about like 5'11", 6 feet tall, where you're trying to drive some of those mismatches in that way. So, yeah, you want the competency there as a blocker in the modern fullback. You want the guy who's capable of getting into that hole and clearing out that linebacker. He doesn't have to be the pure decleater. Like Max Strong was a pure decleater in the hole. You're an inside linebacker and you're going to be facing Max Strong that whole week. And you know that there's going to be about 25 absolute car crash explosions between you and Mac in the hole over the course. That's not a fun thing to look forward to. I don't think these tight end converts to the fullback position can quite do that. But can they put a hat on a hat, Randall, in the hole? And get the guy at least, cleared out enough for the running back to be freed up? Can they clear away early penetration? A lot of having that fullback as a blocker is sometimes clearing the hole. It's also sometimes of somebody on our offensive line is going to mess this up and allow penetration. Can you pick that penetration up, clear it through so the running back can keep going full steam, getting downhill? Some of it's a little bit of that as well. but you're on the button with this one. It's more about pass catching, being a weapon out of the backfield, targeting linebackers in space, hitting them on those wheel routes where you're really testing the speed of the linebacker up the field to stay with those kind of tight end types. Dogzilla says cat doors to the outside are the way to go. I've heard those are good ways. I always struggle with trust and letting my cat go outside. There's just so many crazy things outside that can get him. Of course, if you have a badass like you did with the Siamese, I guess you don't have to worry about it. Yeah, Marcel Reese was a fun player. The Chew 45 says, I'm sure you've already answered this a bunch, but who would you like to see the Seahawks take with the first pick ideally? I don't have a runaway guy that's like, this is the guy that it has to be. I do have a couple of guys that I think are really the guys that I would love. Just love, love, love. This is a grade A pick. Knocked it out of the park. You guys did perfectly on this one almost. Tatora McMillan, the wide receiver, would be one of those guys. Will Campbell, if he dropped, would be one of those guys. Kenneth Grant. I mean, any of those three guys, if you got any of them, I'm going to be over the moon happy. Kind of those would be the three that I think are kind of in a realistic place of things, relatively speaking, that one of those three should come up to you at 18. And any of those I think would be home run picks, Zach. I don't know if I have one over the other at this point, though. Maybe it comes down to kind of Grant and McMillan, but it's sort of kind of a coin toss for me between those two. Thrillhouse Robinson wasn't that big of a fullback, was he? No, because he was a former undersized quarterback convert from Penn State. So he, was definitely, no, you weren't able to get as much of that from him with it, but he was just a tough player that could make that kind of transition. Who craze? Who is the better prospect, Donovan Ezeruku or Boye Mafe? I had similar comparisons for each other. They're very different players to me in certain respects of things. It's hard on the comparison with those two guys who've crazed because they are similar in where they will go in the draft. I think they're both going to be high second round picks. With Mafe, you were going for more of this upside guy that didn't have a lot of necessarily refinement to his game, but you just love the markers of the physical markers he had with length and size, his explosiveness. With Ezeruku, there's explosiveness, but now you don't have kind of quite the size at 6'2", or quite the length. He's a guy that's then all about refinement and hand usage and having a bag of moves where Mafe didn't have. Mafe had like the double hand swipe. That was his move coming out. He was the guy on the dance floor with only the dice move. That's all he had. And so it's hard on me to make this kind of back and forth comparison to each of them because they're really not comparable. They're comparable about where they go in the draft, but they're completely different prospects in coming out and what they brought to bear. Even the production, like you look at Ezeruku's final year production at Boston College compared to Boye Mafe's production, which wasn't bad, but wasn't as sparkling as what you get from Donovan Ezeruku. It just gets hard to quite comp them out in that way. Just very different players, different productivity, different ways that they want to try to win. It gets kind of hard on that. That's a tough comp. Very different players. Kick up, what's your thoughts on draft Twitter guy Griff Sturgeon? He shows up on Hawk Blogger. I think he does good work on Hawk Blogger. I would watch him on some of the stuff with Twitter, but I think about a year and a half ago, he started having some stuff on there that got political for me. And I got to say, like, for people that do like sports stuff, I don't know what the draw is to have to always go back and become political when they get on to, like, they can't separate and just keep it to your freaking self. I don't want to hear it. And if I start getting stuff from sports people that's starting to fill up my feed with political crap, I'm like, dun, 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 dun. So he does good work. I love that those guys get into the film, and I know that they bust ass in the film on their side of it. And I like that, but I stopped doing any kind of follow on that the second that I start seeing any kind of thing that pops up politically. I'm out at that point. I can't be out fast enough at that point. So it's real easy. Just, have an account where you can go air your little political stuff and then have your account where you can air sports stuff so that people don't have their feed filled up with stuff that they don't want to have to look at. Dun, dun, dun. BB Scatterbo's not going to translate well in the NFL. I wonder with him. We don't have a lot of backs that are getting it done at 4.65 in the pros, to your point. Not too many. Joseph Jones, I'd love Banks at 18. Calvin Banks, we did a mock draft on the round table last week. I was trying to get it set up to where I could get Grant at 18, but then Jake over there was insisting that we had to have the Cardinals take Kenneth Grant with their first round pick. God, and then I came to our first round pick and I was like, oh, these options are not great. It did not go well for me in that first round, but I did manage to, I think, salvage it, Joseph, with Banks. Zach, I don't think Banks will make it to 18, though. I agree. I'm not so sure he will. Especially today, we have the news today that Teron Armstead is retiring with the Dolphins. You already thought there was going to be a few tackles taken ahead of you. I mean, there's one more in the Dolphins that are probably going to take a tackle in front of you. Is it Banks? Is it Josh Simmons at that point? Charles says, we don't go OL in the first. I really want Tet, but not likely there. Yeah, probably not. Joseph Jones, Trey Amos would be a steal in the second. I've got him in the second, man. He's my currently my fifth highest graded cornerback, but real easy tape to love. Real easy tape. A little bit like the Kool-Aid McKinstry last year that came out, just kind of a pure cover guy out there. Love what he brings. Good enough tackling ability in addition to it. Flag says, I think Mafe has more upside. He was raw, didn't start playing football till his senior year, but he's almost 20 pounds heavier than Donovan Ezeruku. Yeah, I agree with that outlook of it. That's kind of how I'd see it. And I don't know that we've seen necessarily Mafe's full upside quite yet revealed as well, in addition to your point on that, Flag. That's what gets hard to make this comp too a little bit as I go. I don't know, we might still see that next final year of Mafe still. Just two different players on two different ends, kind of that spectrum a bit. Catalyst Jaden Higgins is probably my favorite wide receiver prospect. Would be sweet for him to be our ex-receiver. Yeah, a lot of people are trying to make the Drake London comparison to Tora McMillan. I think that that's not really correct to me. McMillan's more of a comp to Mike Evans. I do think that Jaden Higgins is your best comp to Drake London in this draft. Very similar players. Carmen, Brandon, which receiver would be your pick for the Seahawks? I assume not a slot. Laughing out loud. No. McMillan would be that's my favorite receiver in the draft. Second round, I could just go round by round for you. So first round, McMillan. Second round, I like Jack Besh. That's my guy there. Third round, Savion Williams, Trey Harris at the top. I mean, those are two guys there I really like a lot. Fourth round, I don't really have anybody I like in the fourth round. Just a bunch of slot receivers and partial outside guys. Fifth round, I'd probably go for one of those burners on the outside that can only be big play threats and not a whole hell of a lot else. So like Deontay Thornton Jr. or Arian Smith of Georgia. I'd go like for one of those two guys in kind of the fifth round. But McMillan, Besh, I mean, the Higgins one, I wouldn't have an issue with taking Higgins. That's an outside receiver at all. So if they want to go with good route runner. And Joseph Jones, I like Jalen Noel too. Noel is an absolute dog as a receiver, as competitive a receiver as you will find in this draft, especially at the catch point. But can he play on the outside? Is he more of just a slot guy? Space, my daughter's cat just died. I'm sorry. It is tough losing pets. Chris has never talked about a girl's weight, even if they're in the same room. They know. They always know. Is that why she turned away from me? Garth Knight, thank you for 28 months as a Hawks Nest member. It says, Pumpkin is number 35 large. What a beast. She is a beast, man. It's like holding a toddler in your arms when you're trying to carry her around. You know what I mean? Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. Reese, definitely a wide receiver at UW. Mike Robb, quarterback at Penn State. Yeah, absolutely. Mike Robb was I do remember that for sure. I'm looking this up. I can't buy into this. I could have sworn I remember watching him play tight end. No, you're right. They're listing him as a receiver. So weird, man. I don't know, Randall. I'm going to call that the Mandela effect right there. I'm going to blame, I'm blaming CERN for that one, Randall. Wide receiver it is. Nicholas Newton, thank you for the $5 donation, Nicholas. Brandon, the lady and I are getting married this June. Just wanted to share with you and my Hawks friends. Well, congratulations. Congratulations. Love to hear it. Let's get a little applause here. Get a little applause going. Huh? Congratulations there, Nicholas. Well done, man. Well done. Sounds like you guys are doing it right, and hopefully having a great little honeymoon all picked out. But it's not easy, man. It's not easy finding a good woman. So cherish it when you do. Know how lucky and blessed you are when you do. Lord knows I'm in my mid-40s still searching, man. I'm out here in the desert. Lips are parched. Everything's a mirage all around me. Don't know which ends up. You've freed yourself from this hell, Nicholas. Take refuge in that. But congratulations, my man. Congratulations to a long and happy marriage. And thank you for the donation. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. Brando, they say you can grade a draft 3 years down the line. How would you grade the Hawks draft 3 years back? It's a great question. This would be the Russell Wilson draft, of course, where we traded Russell out. And you got back in that first year, we got Charles Cross, Boye Mafe, Kenneth Walker. We went with Abraham Lucas in the 3rd round. You got Kobe Bryant in the 4th round. You got Tariq Woolen in the 5th round. I think that when you look at that particular draft with those picks all the way down the line, the first thing that you walk away from saying, well, we got a value from every one of those picks. All of those guys played. All of those guys have helped us on the football field to a variety of different degrees. Charles Cross looks like the best left tackle out of that draft. The number 1 left tackle, home run pick. You've got to give that an A in retrospect. Boye Mafe had a quiet year as a pass rusher his first year, was a good run defender in his second year, and has been a pretty good pass rusher for you the past couple of years, although has not necessarily taken the final step we had hoped for here into becoming more of a star. But I think you certainly would give that a B+ on that pick alone as far as the success there. Kenneth Walker, I think you'd give a B+ too there as well. As he's had a lot of yards he's racked up. He's had a lot of touchdowns he's racked up. Obviously, he's not been able to get maximized out to his fullest because of the offensive line issues that you've had to deal with there. But definitely a strong B+ there. Abraham Lucas, I understand that the injury is what it is, but when he plays like a top 10 right tackle in the sport. I think that that's at least an A- to me. You can knock him a little bit more on the injury front, but I think that the talent there and the play on the field is part of what we want to really grade here. And then Kobe Bryant, been quiet to get him on the field, but he played like a top 15 safety last year from the position. So another one that I'd probably go B+. He had all of those Peanut Tillman punch outs and was a factor in his first year working out the slot for you in addition there. So B+ there, and then Woolen's an A all day. You got that in the 5th round, a guy that takes the ball away like he has started all the games that he started. I understand that there's some issues with him as a tackler, but the cover man he is and how good he is at taking away the ball, that's an A. So I think at the very least, bare minimum, you'd be around an A-, and I think you still strongly would land Garth Knight on an A at that point. Going, man, that's as good as you're going to do in a draft through that many picks. At least A-, I'd say, Garth. At least A-. But a well done draft by John. And why did they do it that year? Why did it happen? Because you went pure value. You went all the way from need. So we're just going to let value drive the board. Pure and simple. And that brings about the best drafts. Justin says, B, I could sit and talk scheme and draft with you right now so much. Hell yeah, man. That's why people ask me, Justin, why I go so long. And I always say, it's like, well, look, the conversation is so great in here, you know? And it's funny too, because I see people on comments online that'll be like, man, the Hawks Nest, he always goes for so long and they'll put it as a negative. And I'm like, I know what to tell you guys. Like, I like talking to my people, man. It's going to go long when I want to talk to my people. You know what I mean? I can't do nothing about that. That's what it is. Get it, Nicholas. Nicholas getting a lot of congrats on there. Joseph Jones says, I converted my girlfriend from a Steelers to a Hawks fan. Joseph, you're doing God's work right now. You know, they say those missionaries that went to Africa in like the 1700s and risked being cannibalized, they said that they were brave. Brother, they don't got nothing on you. You are spreading the rightful word and converting a Steeler fan. Converting a communist. Hoop Craze, how much hours do you spend on Twitter? Right now, draft season is using up like 3 to 4 hours a day. Ooh. I probably have a good hour in there that I scroll through. I'm really trying to control my drift. You know, the drifting you do, the online sort of drift where you're aimlessly looking at stuff. You're not really doing anything with it. You're just sort of death scrolling. I'm trying to cut that back because I can find on some days where I can just have it eat, like you say, you can eat 3 to 4 hours and suddenly you're like, what have I been doing for 3 to 4 hours? Did I just blow this day needlessly? Yes. Zach says Brandon Jordan was a massive for Maffe's development. Yeah, I agreed. Yeah, he did a great job. I wish we could have retained him with the new staff. That guy just knows his stuff. Stephen A. Smith talking about politics on Fox News is just weird to me. Don't get what the motivation is there. Yeah, people think that they're smart enough in one area that must mean that they're smart enough in other areas. And that's where I don't know what I just go, I don't want to hear it from you. You're not, and people will try to angle me to get into this stuff at times too, Thralls. And I'm like, no, I'm not going to do it. I don't want anybody to know my politics at all. At all. Sports. That's what we talk about here. This is our refuge. This is the place that we go to that's separate of all that real life stuff that we always have to constantly deal with and be aware of and talk about and discuss and argue over and debate over. This gets to be separate. This gets to be separate. And this also gets to be separate as a place we can all come together. You're with us or against us doesn't need to be the mentality because we're all with each other. Dogzilla bought my husky, Juno, on the slopes of Mount Rainier. The whole family was wild. Couldn't contain him. Let him stay wild. Got into trouble. Had to put him down. Oh, man, I'm sorry. Huskies are tough, man. They're used to living outside, with that. Those genetics are hard-lined, and they're hard to change. Huskies would be tough, too, because, man, they're so vocal. Zach says Jalen Knowles, Tyler Lockett. I can't unsee it. There's a lot of Tyler Lockett to his game, Zach. You're right about that. Absolutely. And if there's a guy in this draft of the slots, you go Ibuka, you go Luther Burden. You're looking for one of the slots, in my opinion, that actually can play outside and truly can do it at the next level and has that in his bag to maybe get it done. Noel would be one of those guys that I would point to as a possible guy that could be that guy in that way, where I don't see that with Burden. I don't see that with Ibuka. I don't see that with Tez Johnson. I don't see that with Isaiah Bond. He's that one dude who might be able to make it roll. Chris says, say Efton Chisholm in the 7th or I'll unsub. Efton Chisholm in the 7th, man. But you can see, Chris, I don't even have to lie to you on this one. I've got my link below in the description section to my horizontal board. And if you click that link, you'll notice my offensive big board's got Chisholm right there in the 6th, 7th. I've got him on the board. Brian says, hey, the Steelers for decades still do. Yeah, I kind of do too. It feels like it's maybe lessened a little bit, but you know. Flag says, I couldn't imagine dating nowadays. It sucks. It is not any fun. Most of the time I stay out of it just because I don't have the time for it. And it's very tough to sell any woman on, hey, how you doing? Hey, how you doing? I like you. I like you too. I'm kind of digging your vibe. I'm digging your vibe. So I work about 100 hours a week. What? But I don't think it's fun for either. Dating right now, especially dating in 40s, for either sex is not fun. I think it's a tough go for everybody. There's got to get Brandon a girl. Would love to see my girlfriend does a 3-round mock popping up on my feed. I would tap into that first thing. You know that, Joseph. You know that. I do. It's just everything gets so intense too when you start to meet somebody. And it just becomes like the face hugger from Aliens. You know, it's like, hey, how you doing? Hey, how you doing? Like, okay, kind of intense. Well, Brandon, you're out in the desert, but you can start giving tennis lessons to 75-year-olds. Plenty of girls out there in San Diego ready to put you in the will. I'm just waiting until I get to that just pure cougar phase when I'm rolling free. That's where I'll finally be. I'll be running downhill at that point, Thrill House. I got to wait it out a little bit, you know. I'm just getting up over that hump, you know. Joseph says, not to mention K9 and Mullen should have been offensive rookie of the year and defensive rookie of the year at the very least. K9 should have been. Yeah, great point. Great point. Emerald Hayes, Andrew Armstrong from Arkansas, 7th round, great hand, 6'5", 202. Okay, I got him on my list, Emerald Hayes, to look at him. I'm getting through the last of kind of my guys at this point. I'm definitely getting to that point on my list where I'm like, I got about 24 names I can scout, and I think I'm going to call it a day. But I do have him on my list. I'll try to take a look at him, Emerald Hayes. Check back with me on the next show if I can. Well, next show I do live or individually at least. Dogzilla, it's pretty amazing how well Brandon can speak so well for this long. Well, thank you, Dogzilla. A lot of practice at this through the years now. The vocal box has definitely gotten worked up to it, you know. Justin says, well, I'm down to like 4 flat tires. I'll be the last one here. Let's effing talk some ball. Let's go, bro. Get this nasty ass logo off my name though. Hey, somebody gifted it to you, bro. That's how it works in here. You come in the Hawks Nest, somebody's likely to gift you a membership. It's the way it rolls. Yay, did we hear an opportunity to start talking cannibals? BT Jordan, Brandon Jones was great but sucks. We had to let him go. Help Mafe, a good bag. Get a good bag. Yeah. It does suck he had to go because that guy's legitimate, BT Jordan. He knows his stuff. I do follow his Twitter page. And you talk about a guy, you know, as I always try to do this, I'm trying to always educate myself. It might not seem like that, but I am trying to educate myself on modern techniques and what these guys are trying to do and even breaking it down to pass rushers. And with him, he really takes it through every part of the pass rush, from the first step to the leverage off the first step to how to get to the dip. And then when you are to the dip, where your hands should be as far as ready to be able to activate a rip or come back to the swim move. And he does a really good job of being able to really simply break it down. You can see how he's able to teach that so well to the players and get so many guys that are sing his praises. Chris is the besides you. Charles says, I think Burton can play outside, but there is just something I like more about Tet. There's just something about Tet for me too, Charles. I like Burton too. I do see more slot for his future, but I think he's going to be a damn fine receiver in the NFL, wherever you line him up. Zach says, hell, Tez, the slot for Spoon is murdered. Hawks, what's up, Donnie? TheSeahawksNest, Brandon All. Hope you're well despite the passing of Richard Chamberlain and Val Kilmer. What do you think of my new Super Sentai 50th anniversary profile pic? I deal with it, man. It's got some catchiness to it. I like it. I dig it. And yeah, it's RIP to Val Kilmer. Gone far too soon. A guy that should still be doing character roles here into his 60s and 70s. A really good actor. And tough. He got taken down the way he did, man. First going through all the stuff he did with the throat cancer and then having pneumonia take you down as the final kind of kick over. And a true fighter kind of getting through it on that way of things. But yeah, rest in peace to him and Richard Chamberlain, man. Bo says, do you have a player in mind that we may target in the later rounds for fullback? The main guy in the later rounds that stood out to me as the guy that makes a lot of sense is Jalen Conyers. I think he could be a guy that does fit to doing that stuff. I believe Benjamin Urosic did some fullback stuff with Stanford before he transferred to Georgia. He played mainly tight end there, but that's another late round guy who might be a guy to give you a little bit of that. Jackson Hawes, Bo, could be another guy. He blocks so well on the move. So the fullback type blocks you have those guys do where you're first get laterally, get up the field, target a guy, get him heads up, drive him out of the ball, drive him out of the hole. He does that all over his tape. It's not just merely with Jackson Hawes. He's lined up as an inline guy and he's blocking, an edge or a linebacker across from him, and he's winning that war. He's mostly a lot of times doing it on the move. So Hawes would be another guy. There's a few of them there. Conyers would be probably my main pick. Teams met with him, and he makes a lot of sense too. Dogzilla, my girlfriend and I both live at home in different spaces, floors. We both rarely leave. She makes all the food orders. It's perfect. We'll have a clink soon this eve. There you go. There's a lot of couples that do it that way, And I got to say, if I was back in a relationship again, I'd have a hard time with the whole got to share a bed thing. I got to tell you, I've really gotten used to in my adult life just that full swing of the bed where your arms and legs go all the way out. You don't have the girl ripping the covers from you in the middle of the night. You're waking up freezing. She's over there looking like she's bundled up. You're like, where'd the covers go? Dr. Strange, I'm a custodian at the local courthouse, so I ain't got much liquid cash. I feel bad I can't afford to join. Oh, you're all good, Dr. Strange, and I don't have a ton. We do some small stuff there with member stuff, but I appreciate you watching. And Lord knows in this economy, I mean, geez, we might be on the edge of just about a recession here, if not worse. So just you watching, you hitting the like button here, that's all I ever would ask. You're doing that, you're doing plenty right by me on that side of it. Hawks Nest After Dark. Brillhouse B, what are your thoughts on Ovechkin passing Gretzky? By no means a big hockey fan myself, but Gretzky was an icon growing up. I think some people don't realize how crazy breaking that record is. Yeah, it's very crazy. I mean, I thought in a lot of ways of all the guys holding those kind of long records like that, Gretzky's probably would stand the test of time a little bit there. But props to some of these hockey guys who have just played insanely long careers, because that's what it was going to take to get there to Gretzky, is you were just going to have to play the long career. Saw somebody do a funny little meme video on TikTok or something where they were having Gretzky, talk to Ovechkin, where he's like, how many assists do you have? And, Gretzky kind of undercutting it, in the way of oh yeah, you got all these goals, but were you a real team player or it's a great little bit if you can look it up. Somebody did that was awesome on that. But yeah, pretty incredible record to beat there, Thrill House. It's, similar to setting the all-time points record in the NBA. You set that thing and it's going to last 30, 40 years at least. A Flag Sabbath Jackson Hawes has a pretty crazy drop rate. Yeah, you're definitely not drafting him for what he does as a pass catcher. if you bring him in. Best blocking tight end in this draft, but there are some question marks there with ability to catch. For sure. Zach says we aren't sharing beds anymore, Brandon. It's not a requirement anymore. I like that. Why can't we have our own beds? Who wants to be, it's fun occasionally in the cuddling stuff and a little bit more, right? Sometimes everybody just needs to stretch out and, And I'm sorry, have you ever been a man and been freezing in the night and had the covers ripped off of you and you wake up from a nightmare of being thrown into icy waters? You look at your girlfriend and she's over there sweating with all the covers around her. Oh, did I pull the covers over? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, you did. Come here. Come here. Brian says, "Oh yeah, man, that's where I don't mind living alone. Beats the potential baggage that comes with a girlfriend." I've tried a bit here, and maybe at some point I'll find a way to finally get the measure of doing it, but it's a lot. It's a lot right now. I think the hard part is just it's too many times trying to pull it off. I worked so many hours with the channel on this that girls just don't want any part of it. Like, how hard are you working? What? Brian, be a great show. Better save up some energy for staying tomorrow later on. Have a good night. I think that's a great point on your part, man. Let's go ahead and kind of start to put a little bit of button on it. We've got a 1:00 show tomorrow, and I want to make sure I'm freshened up. We got 4 straight shows coming this week. So Monday, 1:00, Staten. We've got Tuesday. We're going to be B&B are coming back with the B&B show with Brendan. We're going to be doing a positional outlook on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday this week. Then we got the roundtable show on Tuesday. So yeah, let's put a bit of a button on this one as I want to try to save my voice a little bit for tomorrow. Dr. Strange, I really appreciate your knowledge and breakdowns in the chat. Thanks for all the hard work, Brandon. Well, thank you, Dr. Strange. I mean, you're part of what makes this go. Is folks like yourself that come in here with the intention of just let's learn. And I'm in here learning as well. By the way, I know I do a lot of speaking on here, but there's a lot of me also learning from you guys on here. And it's why when I do see online people go, and it's for some people they get moany about the fact we got to go as long as I go. And it's like, yeah, but it's just so long. It's like, yeah, but the people who appreciate it, I know really appreciate it. And it's not going to be for everybody, but this is our way here. And I go as long as I do because I really do love having this chance to chop it up with you guys. And you always make it fun. You guys got me constantly laughing, constantly thinking, always considering something that I hadn't considered walking into this. And that's why it's my favorite thing to do. And if you can't get to do your favorite thing to do as long as you possibly want to do it, then what are we doing on this planet, right? What are we doing on this planet? Me says, I sincerely miss sharing a bed with my wife. There's some good spots to it too. Don't get me wrong. There, me. It ain't. I don't want to be all negative Nancy on this one. There's some good spots to it too. I'm just more as I get older and getting more into that. I feel like I need the whole bed. Like I need the whole bed. Joseph, I don't care how old I am. I will plead for my girlfriend and wife to squeeze my shoulders. Sharing a bed will be a huge sacrifice, but as long as I get my shoulder rubs, I won't complain. I used to be a little bit like that too with having my head rubbed. I would go just rub her fingers through your head a little bit as you're kind of laying there. Man, that'll just put me out in an instant. I love that stuff. But there's some upsides. It ain't all negative having the woman in the bed with you. Let's not oversell our case from Brandon's perspective on this. He can definitely see the upsides. Chris says, I sleep hot. My girlfriend's an ice cube. She's like a vice grip and gets pissed. I have to have the fan on year round. That's tough. Different temperatures would be rough for me on that one. Brian says, yeah, bedtime for Bonzo here too. Y'all take care. Have a good night. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, my man. Dutch oven. Beanie Show, Brandon and Eeyore. Zach, my wife also requires a fan year round. They're either super cold or super hot on that one. I tend to encounter a lot of the super colds in my past. Just always a little chilly. So Cold Seahawk, excited to see you and Rob debate the draft tomorrow. We have some interesting takes on some things. Me too, man. I love these. It's always you get better on the different perspectives. And there's no doubt about it. Rob has been for 10 years over on that draft blog, and he's gone to YouTube here, covered this draft from a Seahawks fan perspective as closely as anybody. out here in this hemisphere are doing it. And it's long overdue trying to get them over here and get them on the channel. And I'm really looking forward to this one tomorrow. We're going to have a fun show and got a lot of different angles I want to kind of attack with him on it. So hopefully he lets me pull him around for a while on that. Joseph says, I got Brandon reminiscent about those head rubs. Definitely has some upsides. Yeah, the head rubs are nice. There's not like one with those little, they got the, especially with the nails on there, and the nails kind of just go just right past and feels, oh my God. Like, do whatever you want. Can we go to the mall tomorrow? Maybe Home Depot? Yeah, all that. Just all of it, whatever. Yes. Carmen, Brandon, is this your first crossover with Rob? It is. I have not done one yet with Rob Staten. So, looking forward to it. Looking forward. Basically, I had a girlfriend that would put me in a headlock if I tried to move away from her while sleeping. I had one of those that had one of those with real strong thighs that would do that. She just throw the thigh up over your leg and then pull you back in like some jujitsu move. AC on with two blankets, heated sheets. Make it make sense. I don't know whether it is sweat or shiver. I don't know which one. Justin, we can discuss the cap situation another time. We'll jump into it another time. Sorry you caught me a little bit late today on this one, but I got a load of shows, Justin, this week, so definitely we've gone almost 5 hours today. I got to load up on these shows this week and make sure I'm fresh enough on those. Thank you guys today for watching on the stream and hanging in here for the full amount of time you guys have. If you can, do me that favor, please do hit that like button. If you did want to take a look down in the description section below, I've got linked up in the description section right directly there, a link to my horizontal big board. So I've got about 253 scouted players. I've looked at every one of these guys individually. I've looked at multiple games of these guys, dialed in pretty deeply on all of them. So this list should fit out to pretty closely what it's going to be for me around when we come to draft day. I'm always going to be refining it right up until the end. But if you get a chance, do check that out, as that does become something that's pretty highly requested for me to show you guys where the chart's at and where my board's at and all of that. So if you get a chance, take a look at that. That's in the description section below there to the Sway link down there below. Again, if you guys can't hit that like button, I'd really appreciate it. Me coming in the house doing what he does. Hey, thank you so much for that, me. Coming in with a big, fat $100 donation. Me has been finishing it off like this so wonderfully in so many recent streams in this manner. Me, you are awesome. I really thank you for that $100 donation. You are the man for that. It's been a minute since I've done one of these. Maybe use some of it to fund that Largent hands tat on your lower back. Laughing out loud as always. Though be go Hawks, go 12s. What a look that would be, man. Just, hey guys, I did something. I did it for the memes, me. I did it for the memes. But thank you for the $100 donation. My God, dropping the big $100 dono on my butt here. I really appreciate you doing that. That is really kind of you. Never necessary by any measure, but always appreciated, you guys. You guys keeping me going through this off season, as I know that there's a lot of this time of year, things quiet down and calm out, but you guys are here with me every step of the way. I thank you guys for staying engaged. I know Mariners are going on right now. I know you're thinking about summer plans. Thanks for staying connected to me here through this draft process, being so kind with so many donations. Me, you have been just tremendous, dropping 100, 150, 200, just over and over again here on recent streams. Randall and Garth and so many other different folks here that show so much love to this channel. It's really appreciated. And you guys are very kind for being that giving. As I am aware of the fact that this is unusual to get as much support as I get here versus anywhere else on any other channels, almost no matter whatever topic you want to talk about, no matter almost how big those channels are. I'm really, 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 really blessed here being given the kind of support that I am by you guys. And I really thank you for it. As, it's been another fun off season to be able to go through this and build up this horizontal board through 240, and it takes the time it takes and hours of film study, but I love doing it. And you, me, Randall, Garth, you guys, you give me the opportunity to be able to do this and be able to spend the time rather than have to go get some craptastic job that's just a time filler. I can just spend all of my time on this draft and just understanding these prospects better, understanding this team better, being able to hopefully do my job better. So thank you for allowing me to do that, me. Very kind of you. I'll get that Largent lower back tattoo. I'm just telling you, 2 arms coming up like this, right off the lower back, right? It looks partially like a guy's trying to catch a ball, partially like a guy's trying to escape my ass. It's a bit of both. And aren't those the best kind of tattoos, right? Where it could be 2 things. Like, oh, look, it's a girl doing a hula dance, but if I move, it looks like a guy clapping, right? I appreciate you, though, very much, me. I thank you so much, and very, very kind of you. David Kowalski, you have a good one, man. Take care. I appreciate you as well. Me, holding it down here for us. Garth Knight, Brandon McDaniel, holding it down for us. Jackie Treehorn, Dogzilla, MJ Seahawk. You guys are you're doing the good work here. Thank you guys for everything you guys do in helping out this channel. Zine appreciates it. Pumpkin appreciates it. We'll go get them some salmon treats now because they've been good soldiers here hanging through us every step of the way here through the show today. Back tomorrow at 1 o'clock. I've got a loaded schedule to the hilt this week. We're going to be looking at prospects Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I got Stanton coming in here on Monday tomorrow at 1 o'clock to chop it up with him. We're going to be back over on the round table, the NFC West round table, if you're not subbed up over there on Tuesday night as well. So I hope you're strapped in here. We're getting loaded, locked. We're getting just ready to go here for this draft. We may be 3 weeks out, but we're already prepared. We don't scramble here. We don't do the mad dash at the end to get this all ready to go. We've been here. We've been ready. We're going to understand this properly and right when we come to draft day. You better believe that. So be here on draft day, 3 days, live streaming end to end every single day. I better see you guys all here. I thank you to everybody for all the donations and the support today on the channel. We are just a couple weeks away here from this draft. It moves ever closer. I hope you don't forget. I hope you're still remembering. I hope you're still saying, okay, yeah, maybe we are taking a bit of a step back, but even in me saying that we're going to maybe take this step back does not mean that we can't be a contender next year. Does not mean that John can't go out there and just destroy this draft. Does not mean that there isn't still a potential upside for this team to be a contender, to be a division winner. So you better still keep the faith. The draft ain't here yet, and John might be able to go out there with those 5 picks in the top 100 picks and really, really turn the fate of this team around, and even in the immediate future. It's going to be fun to see how it all goes and plays out. I know you guys will be with me every step of the way as we get to watch it break down, but please don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.